projects and the Sharq and Al-Ihsa and the urban planning across the region, and we discussed the GCC urban ambition and the plans, and showcasing the modern techniques for as a lever for this sector, and we as well created together this kind of interactive platform, and will continue this kind of momentum on the final and third day and fifth edition for 2026, with the panel discussion varied with diversity, with featuring a number of speakers: تيسير مفرج، صالح العنزي، أوليفر مورغان، هيلاري كلينتون، عبد العزيز النويسر، شيخ ناصر الألاني، ريان العاقل، هتان طازجي، Her Royal Highness Lamia bin Majid, and Her Excellency Hala Tojri Nasser Shawaf, and the other on the and the other on the line of an elite of speakers. And we'll start with the first session, emerging the emerging technologies and trends to watch. The speakers, Mr. Sulaiman Al-Harbi and Mr. Taysir Al-Mufarrij, and the moderator of this session, Mr. Ahmed Al-Alkami.
عنزي، مدير الإعلام والاتصال في الشركة الوطنية للإسكان، والأستاذ سليمان الحربي، نائب الرئيس التنفيذي لشركة أدير العقارية. أهلا بكم جميعا وصبحكم الله بالخير. خلينا نبدأ معك أستاذ تيسير، وأيضا نبدأ مع الحضور فيما يتعلق بالتسويق العقاري. وقبل ما نروح للمستقبل خلينا نتحدث عن الواقع. كيف تشوف الواقع التسويق العقاري من خلال خبرتكم وأيضا تجاربكم المختلفة؟
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. ابتداء حياكم الله ونشكر لكم حضوركم.
The real estate marketing as a history is one of the most ancient professions practiced by our ancestors. It's a very traditional and well established profession, as old as buildings and this real estate sector. So our ancestors practiced different jobs and professions in this industry, as brokerage and as marketing. It was anchored on relationships and networking, but right now it has new requirements to organize and regulate this profession. to perform its role. The real estate marketing is one of the key real estate activities well regulated and organized under the Real Estate Services. This law, which is the mother of laws, included regulating seven real estate activities, including brokerage and real estate marketing and real estate commissions. These are three real estate activities, and the other services such as utilities management and real estate auctions and consultancy. So the key focus today is the session marketing. The marketing professions, real estate marketing professions, by the law have to be licensed, and we have real estate deals concluded professionally, and we have transparency, data professionalism of doing this kind of profession. So it's a well regulated and certified, regulated and certified profession to be qualified to get the license to practice this activity. So the real estate marketer is a registered profession to practice this kind of activity. So we ensure that marketing has become a profession with some sort of soft skills and set of skills, and the marketer can provide a unique and niche services to all parties involved. So throughout this session we will explore the changes, the marketing or in real estate marketing in general. Mr. Saleh Al-Anezi for the National Housing Company. So how can we talk about the marketing experience, especially with the small details such as sponsorship and other fine details? So like to have a glimpse on the marketing at the level of the NHC. I'm really honored to present NHC. Our experience in operation is more than excellent. And for the time being that we are witnessing, and Abu Mishal totally agree, the trend is real estate marketing and real estate development at the level of marketing and communication, and this has served us as a professionals to create and innovate and to convince the decision maker and the leader. This is the time of real estate development. A long time ago, 5 years ago, the telecommunications companies dominated the market and overcome such a kind of challenges related to this sector, and there was a severe competition among the telecom companies and big players in real estate real estate marketing. Then the banking sector. Right now it's the time of real estate and real estate development. So it's the high time, and this has given us this kind of relief and give also more space to create and to innovate and come up with the innovative solutions for marketing and for designing viral commercials at a small and modest budget for the real estate products. And it's easy to do this kind of reach out as reels on the social media platforms. So this is one of the key of the key advantages, and we've had this kind of unique unique experience, and we have leveraged different platforms, radio, magazines, newspapers, and TV channels, social media, and the equation 30% for the social media and 70 for the traditional media. But now it's the way around. The social media is dominating in the marketing business. Marketing business, and it has this kind of high reach. So moving into this kind of real estate realm, social media realm, and social media worlds. Right now, it's a very effective marketing tool. Mr. Sulaiman, for your company, how did you manage to navigate this kind of landscape of marketing? Thank you. I would like to thank you. I would like to thank the Real Estate General Authority and the RFF, which has become a platform of effective decisions. I can say that our beloved kingdom is progressing ahead, and the real estate sector is thriving. Our country, our company is a listed company in Nemo market. It's a local company, goes to the global. Go and we have this outreach for the global investors as sponsors. We provide we provide multiple services, including sales, marketing, auctions, and with the support of Raga. We started with the initiatives and regulations. Right now, we have seen a mature ecosystem, and right now we are geared up. We are getting up to the global landscape for the marketing. We are talking about the future of marketing, and there is a talk about the transition from traditional marketing into a data-driven marketing for the real estate. So how the concept of the real estate marketing transitioned from the traditional ones to AI and AI-driven marketing. What distinguished real estate marketing is that it has this kind of a close relation to its boss, the glorious boss. And as you know, that the GCC market relies on the confidence and the relationship. But how can we leverage the new digital tools to enhance your confidence? The confidence, the relation is not alone is not sufficient unless we convince convince our target audience. As you know, that the capital is stronger than any kind of relation to convince a specific party with the real estate deal. So I should be fully equipped with data, so to describe the successful marketing professional. we wouldn't ask about the number of clients, but the question is, how could you leverage the data to increase and to expand the base, the customer base. So because through data you can analyze the market, the data can help you to analyze the clientele, and to convince the client with the viability and the feasibility of real estate opportunity, and our customers wouldn't accept any kind, wouldn't easily convince it unless he is fully unless doing this kind of a thorough analysis of the market. And right now we can see multiple platforms which provide timely data analysis, but we need to convince our clients with such data. We have a lot of platforms. No one would buy any piece of land without doing this kind of marketing analysis for the location, for the average the average transactions, for the average rental prices for this location, for future readings, and the number of sales, and the purchase power, and the data can reach up to the heat map provided by some telecommunication companies. And for your kind of information, and to look into the depth today, a coffee house in a building can identify or set the price, determine the price of the entire location. And for the delivery applications, being accessible can set the price, raise the price of the location, and also for the consumption of electricity in some specific areas can decide the price. So right now there is a fierce competition with the new generation of marketers who rely on data analysis, data sources, and there is a fresh competition with the emergence of AI. The investor can ask the AI to get insights and information for any kind of location or region. So we shouldn't overlook the new reality, the new norm of the real estate landscape. So ChatGPT is the new source of consultancy, because we have this kind of reliability of data, but building the entire system on relationship and the personal and the public relationship is not enough. Mr. Saleh, the NHC over less than a year, it's rarely to see the amble or the logo, but we can see different names and different products. So why you have adopted this kind of marketing policy, and what is your approach in this kind of the client needs to live the experience before having or acquiring the product. The client or the customer seeks confidence and reliability before having housing units. And the part of real estate transformation NHC as the largest player in the market with the unique products. So right now it's a leader in this regards, and in this regard, and it has its own technique and approach, and dominating, and it's ahead of the game right now in real estate development, with the 25 destinations in 16 cities, and this is give us the impression that this kind of experiences would be shared across the kingdom. In the past, we were inspired by the neighboring countries for the urban development, for the parking, and for the green spaces, and we were inspired. But thanks to God, we excel and we outperform the neighboring countries. And in our portfolios, and NHC product exam, I think, and it's one of the most of the best neighborhood. You can look at Marseille, the streets, the design, the width of the streets, which is and Barkers, and the zones, and available, and amenities in a very organized, and today we are so proud as Saudis having such kind of products, and we are so proud to live in neighborhoods representing us. So this is what we can provide today, and we are so, and this is a positive trend which can help us to develop. We have about 7 years right now, and we are so proud of our products, so each project can market itself, as what I have said regarding the services available on real estate. What's the role of such projects in marketing, and how to promote for themselves in such a project. We have multiple products and a variety of products today. For sure, each project has some specific target. We target, and we do our best for the to build our campaign. And we communicate, we reach with our customers. We try to achieve the sales with the highest returns for the beneficiaries, and the technology and the applications time, which is that we should adopt, and the tools which can help and assist in digital marketing in a professional manner. So as a service provider, is we should display this kind of products in transparency without any kind of exaggeration. So today we have a variety and varieties and in our offering. We can, if we take for an instance the auction, we have the physical auction, hybrid auction, and online auction. So we have this kind of varieties or variety in our offering in of real estate products. So this has elevated the entire sector to open a space for the beneficiaries, and to ensure the rights of both of parts involved, and even for the data, even Mr. Taysir, for the digital platforms, you have highlighted its role in collecting data. Has this kind of a new norm affected the perception the beneficiaries? I think the confidence can be afforded through the digital communication, because the digital communication is the first point, the initial point before having any kind of physical communication. So you can log into the platform to explore the products, and then to build up the confidence in our experience in tourism right now. So I ask the audience right now, if you share your insights, could you share insights? I would like to ask a question, and then we'll collect the answers by raising hand. If you log into booking to book apartment or hotel, so what can help you to take a decision? Reviews or images? For reviews, raise your hand, please. So the communication is taking place, and the reactions with the platform can build this kind of conference. There is no temptation by using images or statements. When I have the reviews of through the reviews, I can take a decision. So reviews, for instance, is a key element for each platform or application. So the companies and real estate companies, for the reviews in Google, for instance, Google Map, it has become an instrumental. The decision is taken based on the reviews in the digital platform. So it's very important for the real estate platforms and marketing platform. It's very important to firmly believe that the platform has become the first point for making this kind of confidence. So if you have this kind of good reviews in such platforms, this can help you to send messages to attract the attention of your customers. The platform has become part and parcel of any journey in real estate transactions. Mr. Saleh, regarding the rule of so where is the old logo? So if now I think it's a success story if we focus on the logo. We are so proud to have a leadership, an inspiring leadership, Mr. Muhammad Al-Bitia, and his belief in marketing, and would like to congratulate for having the award of the best CEO for the giant companies. And thanks to God, recently we realized on the platforms, as Abu Mash'al said, and and this has given us the momentum in marketing. Um, through the products on the ground, and this has give us a push in marketing digital platform. We have this kind of presence and presence, our own strong presence, but we try to satisfy. It's hard to satisfy our clients because they are demanding, and we are scaling up. And I think this is a part of word of mouth that we are working on. An exam, we did the winter of exam 2 weeks ago, and 50% of the audience from the neighboring districts. So we are so happy, and we are so happy and more than happy to create this kind of unique experience across the kingdom. And this is one of the key elements, the activities, digital marketing, digital media, and the media in all the huge presence. We started with it 1 year ago with the modification of the new visual identity. And I think that's I think you have so what is your approach for we keep going with the trends in the real estate market, and His Excellency the Minister outlined and reviewed non-Saudi ownership law and the white land levies on its impact on and the undeveloped assets. I think for sure that our market is a promising market, and our economy is strong. Our focus and our attention will be in the major cities. And Riyadh is the capital city, and the market of Mecca al-Mukarrama and the Medina al-Munawwara, and the western region and the eastern region and the eastern province, and it's a one fabric market, but it's a highly professional market. So you should up to the job and cope with the fast changes and the fast evolution in this market. It's ever evolving real estate market. I think we have run out of time, but I will close the session with Mr. Taysir about the future, the future of the real estate marketing. Real estate as a future is part of life in different forms. And we don't know what the future holds for us in AI. So I would like to conclude for the closing thoughts, to compete and to race up with the future. You should have these skills of data analysis and deep dive and deepen the skills and hone the skills of data analysis. So it's ever evolving industry. I would like to thank Taysir and Saleh, and I would like to thank you all. Thank you.
amazing. Have to mark the moment being on the RFF stage. That's wonderful. Thank you so much to you all. Shukran. Shukran. That was a fabulous session. A massive round of applause, please. Thank you so much. Now, this is a very hotly anticipated session. It is the time when we get the Deloitte real estate predictions. There's been a lot of work that's gone into this, and they're really excited to be unveiling and revealing some of their thinking, some of the things that they see coming up around the next corner and the next bend, and over the coming months. So I have a very distinguished group of experts from Deloitte. We're going to begin with a short presentation and then move into a panel discussion. But I'm going to invite you all up onto stage to take your places, please. So could I please start by asking you to welcome Mr. Michael Flynn, also Mr. Emiliano Russo, Dr. Marco Macagnano, and Ms. Monica Dama, if you could come and take your seats on stage. And then if you could please, welcome. And then if you could please join me in welcoming Mr. Oliver Morgan and engineer Saud Al-Kouefel, who are going to start by giving us a short insight through a presentation revealing the Deloitte real estate predictions. Big round of applause.
مرحبا بالجميع في اليوم الثالث من منتدى مستقبل عقار. اليوم بيكون فريق
future we will have a team from Deloitte Real Estate. They will focus on 3 parts of presentation, and we're gonna have a presentation on the predictions, the market predictions for the next year, and then we'll have this kind of panel discussions on for the countdown for 2030, and for Riyadh. The presentation will be in English, so and we have simultaneous translations if would you like to have one. So we'll start the presentation with Oliver Morgan, the head of Deloitte Real Estate Consultancy in Middle East. شكرا على الترحيب الحار والسلام عليكم.
It's an absolute pleasure to be back for the 5th edition of the Real Estate Future Forum, and I hope everybody agrees this has been the biggest and the best so far. And I think some really, really high-profile panelists, and then also announcements as well. So very grateful to be here, and thank you to all the organisers. Firstly, I'd like to start and just actually make an announcement that the Middle East within Deloitte has been selected as a global centre of excellence. And I'm not going to say too much more, because what we've done is we've invested very heavily in technology and understanding how cities work, and we're going to showcase a bit of that information today. So firstly, I'm going to lead you through what are our annual real estate predictions, and what we do is we do an initial look back at 2025. I've got a fantastic panel hosted by Monica Dama, one of our advisory partners, who are going to debate the countdown to 2030. We really are on that critical timeline now in terms of delivery, and we've got a fantastic panel to discuss that. And then I think we've got an exceptional highlight, Dr. Marco, who's our global digital real estate leader. We've taken a couple of years worth of big data, looking at how people move around Riyadh. And there was an amazing story in terms of the evolution of the city with the impact of the metro and how mobility patterns and how people are moving towards a 15-minute city. So that's quite a packed agenda for our 45-minute slot. So there'll be a lot to take on board. And then at the end, there'll be a QR code where I want all of you to contribute, please. Our view on the market is, we have our view. We look at the underlying market data. We look at the statistics. We speak to a lot of investors. We speak to a lot of government stakeholders. But at the end of the day, the market is driven by you, the end users, as well. So we've got a survey. That survey will actually be featured in the publication that comes out in February. And it'd be amazing to have all of your views. If you also leave your email address, you'll also receive a copy of the publication as well. So without further ado, just to touch on 2025. So I think we've got a tale of, 2 halves in 2025. We started the year and we actually saw about 1,200 keys being delivered into the hospitality market. So actually we saw a slight dip in terms of the hotel occupancies as the keys were absorbed into the marketplace. Now, over the course of the year, we did see that recover. And overall, I'm taking the Saudi-wide stats here. If you look at the revenue per available room in the kingdom, that actually was up around 4%, so quite a stable rate. If we look at residential and office, a lot of headlines in those sectors. So you actually had records being set in King Abdullah Financial District with rentals reaching above 3,000 dirhams a square metre, 3,000 riyals a square metre, apologies. And if you look at residential as well, up at Diriyah, we had the sale of around about 107 units, the Ritz-Carlton residences, hitting over 40,000 riyals a square metre. So exceptional peaks that have been reached in the market in Riyadh specifically. But in terms of the overall picture, in terms of the residential transaction volumes, when we did this discussion a year ago, we were just coming off the back of a large amount of transactions that were taking place. The market had a huge leap. Some measures were taken just to cool the market slightly. So we've seen a bit more stable growth, but residential reaching around about 9% on an annual basis in terms of increases. And then last but not least, in terms of the retail sector, we saw relatively flat growth. But again, we'll dig into it in a bit when we look at some of the metro data, a lot of opportunities where actually you have the transport links, and that relates to a mall or F&B or other ancillary retail around in communities. And that's starting to have a big impact and effect on the city. As I mentioned before, we're moving towards that 15-minute city journey. So last but not least, I'll just touch on the outlook for 2026. So it's a bit of a privilege to be working in a market where actually the market is opening up to international investment. So I think there is a large amount of supply that we are tracking in terms of residential, for example, that is coming to market. But actually now the demand pool has been opened up with the non-Saudi investment laws. We're anticipating the publication of the maps, but the panel on the first day at the Real Estate Future Forum, very much touched on the need for the larger projects to embrace some of this large-scale investment. So it'd be hotly awaited in terms of the publication of the maps. But for our outlook, we are predicting again around about between 5 and 10% growth still in the residential sales prices in Riyadh. Happy to discuss, and we have our booth in the main showroom to speak to anybody individually, one-on-one, to run through our predictions. But I will hand over to Manika, who will walk us through the countdown to 2030. Thank you.
Thank you, Oliver, and good morning, everyone. I am Manika Dhama, Real Estate Advisory Partner at Deloitte Middle East. I'm delighted to be joined by our esteemed panelists, who are all global leaders in the real estate and infrastructure space. Michael, obviously, who leads our infrastructure and real estate globally. Marco, who's our digital real estate leader, and obviously is going to walk you through a very interesting showcase after the panel. And Emiliano, who joins us, who's based out of Italy, is the global legal leader for the real estate segment. As we count down to 2030, which is obviously a milestone year in Saudi Arabia in terms of the vision, I really wanted to take time today to discuss with all of them, obviously, what we've seen in the investments, regulatory and technology space in the last 12 months, and then obviously look at what trends do we see coming down the road over the next 5 years. So if I can start with you, Michael. In the investment space, and we heard some interesting bits from obviously the BlackRock team yesterday as well on the podium. What do you see in terms of the segments that have been invested in, or the kind of capital that's come in over the last 12 months?
Sure. I think a lot of it's been driven by what's happening globally. I mean, we are living in interesting times. There is volatility in the world. And capital, like everything else, is trying to figure out where it should go. But it is driving a number of things, because people are beginning to think about the sovereign. They're thinking about resilience and security, and that sort of, again, drives where capital goes. So if you're looking at where there's a shift towards building the infrastructure to make sure that it can support the sovereign, that things that might have been left before or there was a reliance on other countries now are being invested in, and the capital is following that. So, getting the logistics and supply chain is a key piece in terms of, you can see there's lots of investment, but investing there to get that up to speed. Security and resilience in terms of making assets more resilient for not only climate issues, but it's around security and cyber and all of the things that can happen. So there's lots of investment happening there. I think and then you go to things like, because there's more digital being used, things like data centers. And for a long while, we all said we could centralize that and we can put it into the cloud and we can do all of that, and it doesn't matter about borders. Except now it matters about borders, and countries are making decisions and locating, and then that drives the demand, because suddenly you have more digital happening in a given location, so you need your own data center, which drives more investment. Yeah. Follow on from that, I mean, what we're also seeing is there is a shortage of housing, particularly on social and affordable, nearly everywhere, and so that's following. And the other bit in terms of just future where success is and investments happening is that, you know, efficiency. So bringing digital into real estate to you know, cleaner energy, more sustainable. Not always because of the climate, that's not the decision. It's actually a cost and efficiency basis in terms of making your real estate more cost effective and more valuable. And so there's a lot of investment happening in that, and all the things that are around it in terms of the energy sources and things that drive that in. So it is very clear that the winners going forward from a city point of view are going to be those that have that efficient, strong, resilient infrastructure in the location that you know, acts as the bedrock for all of the real estate that we built.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, obviously we discussed the whole life cycle costing bit quite a lot. I think a lot of focus ends up being on, you know, upfront capex and how much it's going to cost to actually build, but then you do have to think about how that runs over time. If I can bring you in, Emiliano, on, obviously we spoke about housing, and we know the foreign ownership law has obviously been initiated in Saudi Arabia this year. How do you think that's going to shift, particularly on the residential demand side of things, obviously broader base of buyers, but maybe also institutional investment? I know we've spoken a lot about the hospitality, you know, interest from, say, Europe and others. How do you see that playing out?
Thank you, Monica. We see a huge interest from international real estate platform of asset manager to invest here. The criteria is to have a co-equity investment with European financial equity coming to Saudi, with a co-management in the selection of investment. The preferred asset class we see is the hospitality. The structure of a transaction is to have a national developer building the structural international hotel brand and managing the hotel. The specific core of type of asset is the development asset, which is going to, in the expectation of international investor, gives a higher yield with respect to the yield which an international asset manager can have today in Europe. What we usually suggest is to select an hotel operator which has an integrated approach, like in Europe, where there is an hotel operator managing the hotel, having also a tour operator. In some cases, we have seen that in Europe there are many hotel operators interested to come here, having interested to buy also airplane companies, to have a fully integrated approach in the offering to the market. And we hopefully hope to see also an international Saudi hotel operator here in Saudi expanding also in Europe. So the purpose is to have always bilateral investment in the hospitality sector, which we see is the emerging asset class between Europe and Saudi.
Yeah, and I think if, Marco, we tie in this readiness and that, you know, fast forward to 2030, what do you expect is that non-negotiable digital readiness that, you know, real estate developers or asset managers need to be able to prepare for what's coming?
It's an important question. You know, we definitely like to focus our attention on the asset and building what's right for the right time in the right place. But there's a real growing sensibility around recognizing our assets as living systems. They have to persist over time. They have to be resilient to change. And that can only come with a solid foundation in data, understanding where it's coming from, being able to measure the right KPIs over time, and equate the future risk against current baselines. So getting that data foundation is more important now than ever. And the fact now that we've got incredible AI tools that allow us to do analytics like never before, means that foundation is unpacking and unloading an opportunity to forecast and simulate scenarios that were previously very difficult, if not impossible. In that way, we can ensure that the money that we're putting into the ground today has the best opportunity to achieve its returns in the long term, and ensure that our assets are resilient against those factors that are impossible to control or predict, including the life cycle cost, which so many, unfortunately, might underestimate. And bringing in all those complexities through an opportunity to structure what was previously unstructured data and to clean what was previously very difficult data to manage, now puts us in a real driver's seat to be able to think long-term strategically. And the decisions around making that long-term operational readiness successful happen on day one when you start thinking about conceiving of a project at strategy level, getting your data principles right at the source.
Yeah, and I think if we link up, Michael, that whole investment side of things, so obviously for the readiness to be there in terms of digital, someone's got to put in the capital. Who do you think, what are the category of investors that would be comfortable, looking at the AI space, but with the real estate context in mind, and who might those be? How might they partner with local players?
Yeah, look, I think as Mark was saying, AI has to be embedded in terms of the whole process, right? So when we're talking about it, from the day you think about building something, you've got to start bringing digital and utilizing AI as part of that tool to help you shape, but thinking about how the asset is going to be there for the long term. It's not about just building it, because that's easy, in terms of it's the operations that it's efficient, and as Marco said, it's achieving the business objectives from a profitability point of view, but it's also those efficiencies from a resource, cost, emissions, and everything else that comes with that. So the investors are going to track that, and they're going to insist that not only that AI is embedded in terms of how you operate the asset, but that you've been thinking about this from the very start and building. So I think there's going to be an expectation. It's not going to be digital twins that just are beautiful pictures anymore. It's going to be functional digital twin that starts at the very start and travels with the asset and becomes the control room for the asset, whatever that is, going forward. I think the other bit is the expectation is that there's going to be a connectivity between assets going forward, is that your building does not just sit on its own. It has to be how does it connect and get efficiencies from that wider ecosystem, that systems play that's happening in cities. And particularly if you have investors that own portfolios, and I think you're going to start seeing a connection on those portfolios more to see how you're going to create those efficiencies. So AI is a great tool. It's not the thing. It does drive data center demand, and that's an investment opportunity in itself. But I think from a real estate point of view, it allows you to test it first and see that it works, but also then travel with it and get to deliver the product and business model and efficiencies that you think you can from the very start.
Yeah. And do you think, Emiliano, from a regulatory perspective, anything else needs to shape up in terms of how contracts are signed or how parties engage with each other to be able to obviously participate in these joint projects or think about the complexities that, for instance, data centers, hosting of information, etc., brings in the real estate space?
I actually see that the legal framework in Saudi has made huge steps forward, and especially in the last year, actually, in easing the integration between international investors and Saudi real estate groups. As many of you know, in the last 6 months, a new law on non-Saudi investments in real estate has been approved. On January 22, it entered into force. So from a prohibition framework, we passed towards a permission framework where all the non-Saudi individuals and also legal entities may purchase properties in Saudi. The individuals who are resident must simply file to process their application through the digital platform, Saudi Properties, which is linked to the real estate registry. The individuals non-resident must obtain a digital identity card through their embassies, and then they pass through the digital platform, Saudi Properties, linked, as I said, to the real estate registry. And And also legal entities may purchase, non-Saudi legal entities may purchase properties in Saudi. I would like to mention not only the legal rules, but also the rationale and the value that stays behind this reform, which was mentioned yesterday by His Excellency Ministry of Urban Planning, which is the law wants to attract not only investment, not only capitals, but also families for a long-term staying investment in Saudi. And that's I think something which is very interesting to mention, because it gives the long-term overview and vision of Saudi.
Yeah, and I think in thinking about that longevity and obviously the life cycle, if I can come back to you, Michael, I know we speak a lot with mega projects on funding readiness, right? So if we were to think about that key checklist, what is an institutional investor going to look at from what they can see, and what should they actually prepare for and ensure they have?
Yeah. So look, the challenge is not every investor is going to come in at every stage of projects, as you know. So first of all, it's matching off horses for courses in terms of who comes in. I think when you're looking at the investment readiness, it's being investment ready. It's not, it's got to be validated data. It's got to be a full plan that stacks up and is robust enough to look at sensitivities and movements in the market in terms of income and cost and all of that. So you can say that this is viable, it's profitable, you put in your money, you've got a great likelihood of return. I think all of from a regulatory point of view, from the digital point of view, helps you give that greater comfort to investors coming in. But it's a pack. I mean, the way I sort of from anybody putting forward a project is you've got to think about it as if you're putting in your own dollars or your own money into the project, is what would you expect it to be like in order to take those risks and oftentimes, if you put it in that framework, you realize actually it's not. You're putting something too risky forward. So you've got to reshape it. I think and making it, that affects design. And I think this is where you start. If you start at that digital bit and you're adjusting to get that long-term view, then it helps you shape the business case an awful lot better. I think the other bit is because not everybody comes in at the construction phase. You've got to find investors that will come in, or maybe it's promoters' capital that will do that build, and then can you pre-sell? Can you get some certainty that you have an exit post-construction? Is a useful structure. Not always utilized, but if you have that sort of the strength and robustness of the business case and the investment case going forward, that helps you, gives you more options when you're talking to institutional investors. I think with the recent, the law that's coming in to bring in international investors, even more important, because firstly they're going to have to get used to the market. Well, they've been here and seen it, but you've got to bring them in and give them some robust investment cases to come in. But the other piece is that when are they going to come in? And so if they're coming in when it's constructed, that's fine. But can you leverage that certainty that they're definitely going to come in? The check is going to be there. There's no uncertainty around that, and that might allow you to get the capital for construction a bit easier in the local market. So there's a number of things, and these models are used everywhere around the world. It's just making sure that you bring it into here when you're thinking about international investors as well.
Yeah, and I think that's where the whole, the law is there. Obviously, projects are there for people to look at. I think it's marrying the two and being able to actually bring them together. And I think on that point, Marco, if we were looking ahead to that 5-year horizon all the way to 2030, if you had to think about that one execution delivery lever in digital that you told a project, if you want to accelerate, what you're doing here, I recommend this. What would that be?
I think about the next few years and the AI revolution that we're experiencing, and AI is mentioned in every forum that we visit these days. It's become the new infrastructure. We think about electricity, we think about water. AI is really what we think about powering next generation of experience, of operations. And I feel like, we were thinking about the assets that we're going to be responsible for in 2030 and beyond. We've got self-driving cars, we've got robotics. Why not think about the kind of the self-performing real estate asset? The assets that can react, respond, interact with the people that they're serving, the businesses that make up the spaces within them. And that core AI infrastructure is going to be very, very important to build into the assets of the future. It comes with proximity to data centers, it comes with the right access to fiber infrastructure, it comes with the right power capacity and knowing where to locate them. And we're seeing already a revolution in how to define the new baseline of design in buildings already starting to emerge, where data centers are now becoming intrinsic to what was previously considered maybe just solely mechanical space. So think about these buildings as being responsible for a 10, 20, 30-year journey where technology is changing so rapidly. And there's so much that's going to be happening in these spaces that will rely on these buildings being able to provide the data at the right point at the right time. They're going to need to be built with that future infrastructure in mind, or at least a modular capability that will allow the future technology to slot in as easy as possible with the minimum impact and retrofit.
Yeah. So I think if we look ahead to 2030, and if I come to you, Emiliano, what is it that you think, in addition to obviously the ownership laws and what we are seeing already, what else do you think is expected to happen in the regulatory space, or would the market would benefit from it coming through in the regulatory space?
I think it's a very difficult question to answer, but because there are so many projects, very interesting projects, which are being developed here. I see many asset class. Yesterday we mentioned health facilities, the creation of hospital and enlarging the full medical assistance to all the kingdom. We also mentioned yesterday agri-tech, the introduction of new tool equipment with artificial intelligence to improve quality and quantity and agriculture and to increase national production of food, local production of food, which means the production of food close to the cities. But one new asset class I would mention, which is already growing here is the stadium and sport facilities, which are strongly related to the health of the people. They must be conceived as an holistic experience, a multidisciplinary and multi-purpose facility, not only as a sport venue, but also as a location for hospitality, for a museum, for a pharmacy, for a rehabilitation center, so a place which serves the entire community. And the next events of the World Cup, I think, are very important to complete the 15 projects of stadiums which Saudi is developing, building or renovating, which will be very important for the society.
Yeah, and I think always with hosting mega events, obviously the conversation is about legacy and how those assets are going to be repurposed. So I think with that, Marco, what's your 5-year outlook of the digital landscape, and where do you think that's going to go?
Gee, I wish it was possible to predict 5 years ahead. It seems almost impossible these days. But certainly, I think we're going to be more interconnected. Our experience of our spaces, our assets, our buildings will be less so of an envelope we occupy, but more in a space that enables us to do more. And I think the more that we can think about our buildings as these enabling environments that understand how we work, how we interact, our behavior through these spaces, be it in retail environments, be it in office space, or even just in the metro stations that we occupy, we'll be able to fine-tune these environments over time so that they're always performing at their peak, never reacting, always proactive. At its heart requires a digital and data-centric approach. So I would very much urge everybody in the room to think about the platforms you're implementing in addition to the assets you're building, because that's the lifeblood that's going to keep these assets successful over time and reducing the risk that might come with that future reconfiguration and modernization for a world we cannot properly predict right now.
Yeah, exactly. Without the crystal ball, Michael, what does the investments landscape for Saudi Arabia, given the projects and obviously all of the milestones for the mega events that are due to come, where do you think that's going to go?
Well, I think the platform is there, and so you have the projects, you have investment locally and internationally is now going to come in. You're putting in place all the pieces. I think You know, we talk about essential infrastructure. I mean, one of the things that essential infrastructure that's going to be needed going forward is putting that whole ecosystem together. And it's not actually a physical infrastructure asset. This is about having the public-private, the digital, the AI, the users, building in livability, all of those things, and the strength of that ecosystem, bringing in capital, bringing in the expertise, bringing in construction, doing it on a timely basis, delivering on cost, on time, for all of the things, thinking about legacy, pulling out all that planning, figuring it out from the very start, robust, bringing it to market in all that strength. That whole connectivity of that ecosystem, if you get that right, that is that essential infrastructure to deliver all of the plans, and it will be delivered successfully then.
Yeah. I think if I can close with the three key messages from obviously all that we've discussed, I think integration is a key one, not thinking of projects in silos and being able to link it up together. Legacy comes along strongly. Obviously, we're not building for tomorrow, we are building for generations to come, and being prepared for that. And I think how do you bring in obviously that life cycle element of being proactive, as you said, Marco, and not necessarily reactive. With that, I would really like to thank our panelists today. Obviously, thank you for your time, and we now look forward to the very interesting digital showcase session with Marco. Thank you all.
Thank you, everybody. Okay. Do the picture afterwards. Thank you, Oli. So, at Deloitte, we love a good story, and there's nothing better than a story that's backed with data. And that's where we try to excel in the stories we tell, by thinking about real-life data that's informing everyday realities. I'd like to cycle through to there we go. So here today we're going to discuss the impact of the metro in Riyadh. It's a wonderful story to be truthful, because it's had an immediate impact over the short lifespan of which it's been operational. In 1 year, having serviced, according to the published statistics, around 100 million passenger journeys, with about 25 million journeys that she satisfied within the last quarter, exceeding expectations. It's an incredible story of connectivity, of bringing all the different parts of the city together, and of infrastructure at work. Now, what's interesting when we think about why people are using the metro in such significant volume, 46% of users actually state that they're doing it purely and simply, as you can imagine, to avoid traffic, where around 31% are looking at it from the perspective of cost savings. This is important because we're realizing that the metro is actually satisfying a core need within the population to save costs and save time. But what's also interesting to note is the metro doesn't act as a sole source of outcomes. It's actually supported by an integral, robust network. These feeder systems make the metro work. And they are on the rise significantly in users by those that are maybe within or outside of acceptable distances to the metro, using these buses to bring them to the stations in droves. Now, all of these are really positive statistics because they change the landscape of a city. But what does that mean for real estate? Now, the facts are really interesting here because we've done some analysis on mobility data, on where people are aggregating and living, and also transactional data of land value and transaction through sales in these areas. And we've noted something really interesting. Now, distance really matters here. We've found that within a 500-meter radius of metro stations, over the past 2 years, there's been an increase of 103% in land value. That's significant. When you think about 500 meters to 1 kilometer within a station node, that increase is less, but still quite significant, around 46%. Now, outside of that 1 kilometer radius, the increases, according to the station districts, are quite good, ranging between 12 and 20%. But that top statistic is significant because it's telling us that proximity really matters, and that the station is having a real impact on real estate value. But not just so much as we can see it or we're close, but the fact that we can walk to the station in 5 minutes. That's the criteria that's really driving those volumes higher. Proximity to transit is a key indicator of future real estate strategy in Riyadh, and the facts are in. Now, what's interesting to note is that when we think about a 15-minute city, we're really thinking about the time it takes to get from where I am to what I need to make my life better. It's about travel distance, it's about proximity, and it's about accessibility. But currently, only around 18% of Riyadh residents live within a 15-minute proximity of everything that they would need in their day-to-day lives. So that's really telling as well, because the metro is doing a lot to connect the population, but there's still a significant opportunity to develop in areas where those populations that are in the periphery need to be provided with the services and amenities they require to be within that 15-minute reality. So when we think about the data in a more detailed way, we're noting that while Riyadh has aspirations to become a 15-minute city in its future, and is certainly on a trajectory to get there, it currently is a 45-minute city when you look at the overall distribution of the population. And that's because it's still very road-centric. And also, many of the amenities that the population enjoy today are very much clustered within central locations, meaning that the vast majority have to travel long distances to get what they need. It could be medical care, it could be access to entertainment. And that creates a scenario where not only is it an opportunity for the metro to do more, and hopefully those 100 million passenger rides increase to 200 million by this time next year, but also there's an opportunity to think about those populations within those peripherals as being an attractive market to build for, to cater for, to start to create nodes of 15-minute centricity around the periphery to satisfy the population that's hungry for amenity and hungry for recreation and hungry for services. Central Riyadh has the highest facility concentration, as you would imagine, with offices and malls, while the peripheral areas show limited coverage. And what we're noticing as well is that there are very many potential zones for redevelopment that remain undiscovered and ripe for investigation at this stage. Now, when we look at overall population density, this is a map that's showing us where people are actually living. And 1 year ago, you'll note there's a high degree of high density, dark red area in the central Riyadh location with a few pockets of red zones around the periphery. And in blue, you can see the dots representing the metro line and its relationship to those population densities. 1 year later, just 1 year later, the red dots are starting to cluster around those blue areas on the right-hand side more than ever. This is showing us that people want to live close to connection. Accessibility is key. That is driving demand. It's not about proximity to the center, but about ability to get to the center through access to infrastructure. Now, these red zones are really, really telling because there's more that can be done. And the more that those red zones start to appear on the right-hand side, the more that 15-minute city becomes a reality. Now, when we think about the metro as in terms of popularity, there are about 80 or so stations that can be addressed and studied. We're seeing, of course, there's a significant rise in the number of these over the past year and continuing on a trend of popularity. Now, of course, and I think some of the darker red bars are a little bit difficult to see on the black, but the main central Riyadh stations are, of course, booming in terms of their popularity. This is where people are aggregating towards on a daily basis. This is where the vast majority are concentrating and loading their attention. But you can notice that from the university up in the north to Hassan Biltabas Street and Nasim, all of these are spiking in popularity as residential populations start to grow in these areas as well. And that's why it becomes more and more important to think about what we can do to supplement those populations with better accessibility, more residential development, to make sure that those nodes begin and continue their spike in popularity, making the metro work in an efficient way, allowing the bus feeder routes to do their job, and making sure that this idea around accessibility becomes the new metric around which future development planning and strategy is based. So in closing, our findings around the 15, 30, and 45-minute city reality is, while it's 45 minutes today, there are clusters of 15-minute city realities emerging around Riyadh and its periphery. Think about Riyadh in its future as a hub-and-spoke model, where the majority of activity happens around the center, and pockets of urban activity start to emerge around the outside, connected by the feeder routes of the metro and its bus systems. This will make Riyadh an attractive, more attractive destination and city in activity, and ensure that it is satisfying the main requirements of its citizens who are speaking louder than ever that's what's important to them, more than a destination, more than a great location, is the metric that matters to them is time. It's time and accessibility. What can I do to save that time that I can give to the work I have to do on a daily basis, or the time I have with my families? How can I reduce the friction between where I live, where I work, and then base my decisions around where I live accordingly? And that puts us in a situation where even that last mile in the searing heat of the summer becomes something that many are willing to proactively push through by virtue of having that 5-minute proximity to the station districts and locations. That metro premium is real, and I would recommend that all of you take a significant look at how you can leverage the power of the metro in your future real estate planning as an indicator and an informer of your future real estate potential in driving not only demand, satisfying and meeting that demand, but also manifesting returns on your investments that keep with those significant uplifts that we've noticed through our analysis, making for a resilient and connected future in Riyadh. And what I would also note is, 1 year in with the Riyadh station, it's already outperforming the likes of metro stations such as Dubai, noting a superior coverage of around 19% compared to 13%. So the foundation is really set to do incredible things going forward. It's been a fantastic year, and I think the next 2, 3, 5 years are going to be astronomical in terms of what it means for the city, as well as going to mean to the property values in the vicinities around those stations. Thank you very much.
Go. Let's get live. Thank you, everybody. And I think the most important part is actually now I'm going to ask you to pull your phones out. And thank you for your attention during the 3 sessions. And also thanks to our panelists. And I think a whistle-stop tour of our insights. As I said, a publication is going to be coming out in February. If you would like to contribute, we are looking for your opinion as well in terms of where is the market sitting. So please scan the QR code when it reappears in a second. We'll ask the organisers to leave it up there for a minute or 2. You'll also be able to register to get a full copy of the publication. There'll be a review of 2025, the outlook in terms of 2026 by each of the real estate asset classes that we've touched on today, including industrial and logistics as well, which we'll go into more detail. And there are thought pieces from leaders within our business, including the thought piece on the Riyadh Metro, amongst others. So I would welcome your participation, because I will also include all of the survey results and help get the message out in terms of what an exciting market that we are in globally, and looking forward to what happens during 2026. Thank you, everybody.
A huge round of applause, please, for that amazing cohort from Deloitte. Thank you very much to Michael Flint, to Oliver Morgan, to Emiliano Russo, to Marco Macagnano, to engineer Saud Al-Quaifed, and to Ms. Manika Dama. Sorry, I said that wrong. Engineer Saud Al-Quifel. My apologies. So a big round of applause again to all of them. Those insights were fabulous. Please do participate. I hope you all got that QR code safely stored so you can add your voice to their findings. We are just going to take a couple of moments now to reset the stage and get the room prepared for our incredibly special next guest, who is going to be with us in just a few moments' time. So make sure you grab your seats, you come on in. But we'll be kicking off in probably about 6 or 7 minutes with an amazing session, a conversation with Secretary Hillary Clinton, a first for the RFF stage. So please do get ready for that. We'll be with you in just a few moments. Those of you who would like a seat for this next session, we now have some space up at the front. So please, those gaps. A lot of food for thought, a lot to mull over, a lot to consider, a lot that we can apply from those lessons and those perspectives from Secretary Hillary Clinton. What a fabulous conversation. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for all your hard work. This might also be a wonderful time to thank our team of interpreters and translators who are doing an incredible job, I think you'll agree, switching between English, Arabic, making sure that everybody can participate in these conversations. So can we please have a round of applause for our amazing interpreting and translating team? We really appreciate your incredible efforts. Thank you. It's much appreciated. Okay, I think we're ready to get started with this next session. We have a lot more to get through today. And we're going to hear from him directly on this stage in just a moment. But before we welcome him in person, I would like to take this opportunity, please, to share the video with his inspirational words. So please roll the tape.
The future of real estate is no longer defined by borders. The new foreign ownership frameworks have opened the door not just to investment, but to belonging. In our industry, we often speak in the future tense. But today, I am here to speak from reality. Along the Red Sea's global trade corridor, we are extending an invitation to the world, not to pass through, but to stay, to turn opportunity into a home. At Cake, we have moved beyond the question of what if. We are now answering what's next. This is not a concept. This is a city in motion.
Real opportunity is not to wait for a ribbon-cutting ceremony. It is measured in the pulse of a city that is already awake. Set along more than 42 kilometers of Red Sea coastal line, Cake unfolds with openness and possibility. A coastal way of living defined by rhythm, connection, and meaning. Powered by a deep sea port and a diversified industrial ecosystem anchored by the King Salman automotive cluster. Yet what defines Cake goes far deeper. We stand at the nexus of the Golden Triangle, positioned between the commercial pulse of Jeddah and the holy cities of Mecca and Medina. Cake sits at the heart of a connection unlike any other. Here, connectivity is both physical and spiritual. A place where people remain close to their beliefs while living calm, coastal life of balance and purpose. This is where family put down roots, a place to belong. We know that capital follows talent, and talent thrives where life is enjoyed. We didn't just build infrastructure. We shaped a way of living, a place where workdays end by the sea, not in traffic. From diverse residential communities and world-class education and healthcare to a coastal lifestyle shaped by the sea. This is not a marketing layer. It is a core economic enabler. This is a city that brings together multiple investment horizons, from tourism and hospitality to integrated lifestyle communities and future-ready commercial districts. The path forward is clear, sovereign-enabled, regulatory-ready. We are not asking you to imagine what's possible. We are inviting you to step into what already exists and what's ready to become. Cake, the premier coastal life destination.
Fabulous, so inspiring. And joining us now here on stage for a conversation moderated by Mr. Dorian Rees, could you please give your warmest welcome to Mr. Abdulaziz Al-Nawaiser, the CEO of EEC, master developer of Cake. Welcome. A warm welcome.
Assalamu alaikum. Pleasure to be with you today. I'd like to welcome Royal Highness, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be with you this morning on what is already a very successful event, 5th year running. I wanted to introduce King Abdullah Economic City, but I think your fantastic video that was just played now, pictures mean 1,000 words. I took away a very important statement in that. There was, this is reality. This is not marketing. It is being delivered. This vision has been much in the making. It was a cornerstone of Vision 2030, and King Abdullah Economic City is a trailblazer and a pioneer, being one of the first economic zones for the kingdom. It is my pleasure to introduce the CEO, Mr. Abdulaziz Al-Nuasi. Thank you very much for joining us here today.
Thank you.
I have the pleasure of a fireside chat and a number of questions that I'd like to explore. Thank you very much, Mr. Abdulaziz.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Excellent. Today is a new dawn for the kingdom. We have seen fantastic vision come to reality. There is a real catalyst with the announcement of international purchase opportunity into the kingdom. The ability for the likes of myself and other expats to purchase land in the kingdom is an opportunity to really enhance, attract and retain foreign direct investment. Your role leading King Abdullah Economic City, I see as a potential major benefactor from this. Would you like to explore that and what that means to you and how you implement that vision for King Abdullah Economic City?
Sure. Thank you very much. Actually, first of all, before I answer your question about the new policy, I believe that we shouldn't look at this policy in isolation of the wider reform movement that has been taking place in the kingdom in the past 10 years. So many things have changed in the kingdom, and so many reforms that took place that signaled the kingdom's openness to the world and its desire to be a global player. I give you some examples. If we take, for example, the ease of business indicators, the kingdom was ranked 141st in 2019 by the World Bank. In 2024, only 5 years later, it was ranked 16th by the IMD Global Competitiveness Index. And also it ranked even higher in some categories. For example, the e-government and digital services, the kingdom was ranked 4th globally. This translated, of course, into higher inflow of FDI. For example, in 2024, the FDI inflow reached more than 120 billion, which is more than the Vision 2030 target, and the kingdom ranked 8th actually among the G20 countries. Another example for these reforms is the increased accessibility to the kingdom. For example, the visas are now much easier to get for tourists, for different purposes, for Umrah and other purposes, much easier than in the past. The primary or the residency for the foreigners, this was not available in the past. Even the Saudi nationality was granted to many individuals over the past few years, which was extremely difficult in the past. So this gives you an indication of the changes that are taking place in the country. A third example is the incentives, the government incentives that are provided to multinational companies to have their businesses in Saudi. We heard from His Excellency Minister Al-Falih that the number of companies that had their headquarters in Riyadh increased from 5 companies to 700 companies almost. Another example of the incentives, of course, is what we have also in CAIC is the special economic zones that provide tax cuts and or tax relief, customs relief, and relief from other regulations. So all of that proves that the new policy is only one milestone. It's only one episode in the big series of reforms that are taking place in the country. Definitely, it will have a major impact on the real estate market. It will open the door for a much bigger market segments, diversified market segments, and sizable. And we believe that it will make a significant change. And we are ready at CAIC to capitalize on that.
Indeed. Some may say that you're very fortunate. You have a lot of sunk investment already of extremely high quality, combined with a very advantageous geographical location. You're on the Red Sea, you're very close to Jeddah, but between Mecca and Medina, fantastic location for investment. You also, I guess, across your front door, over 15% of global trade passes. Do you see that there's further opportunity of how you can leverage this change in the law that will really capitalize on attracting more FDI, whilst recognizing your statements that it is but one of the inputs to that success?
Actually, I believe that CAIC will be one of the cities that will benefit from the new policy tremendously. Why CAIC is different? I believe we can attract the 2 billion Muslim community who many of them would love to have their second homes near the holy cities without having to live in Saudi. And the new law allows for that. Why is CAIC different and has the competitive advantage? For several reasons. You mentioned some of them. But the main reason is the location. Not only on the Red Sea, on the beaches, but also in the middle, actually, between the 2 holy cities. And we have also the railway station next to the gate of the city. And the residents can travel to the Holy Mosque within maybe 75 minutes to Mecca, and almost the same time to Medina. Actually, we have existing Muslim residents in the city who go to pray on Friday in one of the Holy Mosques and come back at the same day. This is a big advantage, especially if we know that due to the unique situation of Mecca and Medina, as we heard, that there will be some restrictions on the investments there. It will be just in some locations with some conditions. So in CAIC, I think it will be open. And also, regardless of the restrictions, if you think about the affordability, we know that Mecca and Medina, they are among the most expensive real estate cities, while in CAIC, we are among the least actually in the Red Sea. So we offer products and services and different kinds of offerings at very affordable prices. There are a lot of other actually reasons why we believe that CAIC has an advantage, and we believe that it will benefit from the new policy.
I must admit, I read your CV, and an enviable set of experience, and I saw your time at PIF. No doubt this put you in a very strong position to really understand what investors want, how to go to investors and the other private sector participants to really engage them in the opportunity that Cake presents.
Actually, yes, I led some of the, one or two of the PIF companies, but I did not work in the PIF itself. You are right, and this is a great news that we are celebrating actually, because last month, on December, the PIF increased their ownership in the company in EEC, which is the master developer of Cake, from 25% to more than 55%. This gives, of course, great confidence to the global investors that the company and the city is backed by the, one of the biggest sovereign funds in the world. Of course, add to that transparency and governance and infrastructure that we have. All of this, I think, will add confidence to all the investors.
Interesting. And you've sort of nearly jumped to my next question, which I was going to ask. With the anticipated increase in foreign direct investment into Cake, how are you building confidence with those investors and security to give them comfort around the security of their...
Actually, I believe that global investors already have enough confidence and feeling of security to invest in Saudi Arabia, and this is evident by the FDI inflows and other indicators, and also the credit rating of the country, etc. And Cake is not an exception. Cake is part of the kingdom, and I'm confident that the investors will find it a very suitable place to invest. And as I said before, we have all the ingredients to attract foreign investors. We already have actually foreign investors investing in Cake. If we think about, for example, the incentives that is provided in the special economic zone, which is the largest special economic zone in the region, of more than of around 60 million square meters. And it's supported by King Abdullah Port, which is one of the fastest growing ports in the world. And actually, the World Bank has awarded it the most efficient port in the world a few years ago. And also it's anchored by King Salman Automotive Cluster, which is a home for the car manufacturing. This is in the industrial part. In the non-industrial part also, we have some partnerships. For example, we have the Rexus Morjana Resort, which is opening actually next month. It is one of its kind in Saudi. It's the only all-inclusive resort in Saudi, and it's a partnership actually between EEC, Emaar, the economic city, and TDF, which is the Tourism Development Fund, the government fund, and the Turkish company. We have also other examples in the city. We feel that investors, they like the city, they see that its readiness. As you mentioned before, this is not an investment in a promise, this is an investment in reality.
Yes.
And we are not thinking of starting a new city. We are just thinking about how to advance and develop it and to cater for the huge expected demand that we are expecting in the future.
And those investments really build momentum, don't they? Doing more complex transactions like that with the private sector, coming together in more innovative deal solutions, from my experience, really builds that momentum in the market, that they see that this is an economic city, that you can do a deal, that they have a partner on the other side that really wants to find a solution to ensure that get their investment in, maximize incentives, and really create an environment that is something that provides long-term confidence for the investors over time.
Absolutely. If we talk about the private sector, it is not actually an add-on at Cake. It is the engine. Cake is I think, as far as I know, is the only city of this size, of 185 million square meters, which is larger actually than Washington, D.C.
Amazing.
It is the only city of this size that is developed by private sector. Also, if you look at the port, which sits at around 17 million square meters, with expected 25 million TEUs or containers. It is also, as far as we know, the only port in the world that is owned, operated by the private sector. So, of course, we have EGZA, the Authority for the Economic Cities, that is providing the regulation. But the private sector is an integral part of the city, and we have all the intention, of course, to enable the investors, either domestic or international, to succeed in our city. And we are flexible in terms of the partnership models. We can enter into partnership, like the example I gave for Rex's Resort.
Yes.
We are also happy to, as I said, sell or lease the lands for very affordable prices compared to the other cities in the kingdom. And we have ready infrastructure that we can start with and to continue building the city as well. The transparency, the regulation, as I said, the incentives that is provided not only for the industrial valley, but also for the non-industrial. There are a lot of incentives for companies who want to build hospitality projects. So we are welcoming the world, and we just approved actually our real estate strategy last month, which will be focusing on a special zone of around 7 million square meters at the beginning as phase one. And the products that are targeted for this strategy include residential, resorts, hospitality, etc. And all of the products types, we believe that they will be suitable for the new segment of the market internationally. The only change that will happen, I think, in our strategy is the marketing strategy. Because we are going to target international marketing, to have also some partnerships with international brokers. So this is our mission actually in 2026.
Because I was going to ask, how are you going to change your long-term vision? You're already doing that. It sounds like you had anticipated these changes and you're already positioning product that is in line with the international market's expectations.
Definitely. Actually, everybody was hoping that, was waiting for this policy.
Yes.
Because it does not change our strategy, but it will accelerate its achievement. We believe that we can achieve our targets much sooner than expected because of this policy. And of course, all the cities in the country will benefit from it, but I believe that Cake is positioned to, because of the reasons I mentioned, the location, also the complementary offerings that we have, not only the location between the two holy cities, but also the touristic features of the city and the affordability and the less crowded place and so many other features that will attract also not only the Muslim community, but also even the non-Muslims. The law allows for them to invest and buy homes in Saudi. And we believe also that Cake will be a good place for them.
Now this, as we see outside, it is a very competitive market, real estate development. I wonder if you'd indulge us in, having done this for an extended period of time and being one of the first major economic zones, and really, you're not an economic zone, you are a city. Are there any lessons learned from your experience with Cake that you would be willing to convey to the audience, considering you being ahead of the curve, I would describe it as?
I can say that cake is it's not considered an industrial destination. Maybe the title of this is called the destination of destinations. Why we call it this? It's not only industrial destination, it's not only logistics destination, it's not only tourism or entertainment or sports destination or commercial or residential, it's all of that. So this will position cake, I believe, in a very good position to benefit from the law. And we have a lot of great success stories in the city with different investors. And important landmark investments also are taking place. Some of the factories that are well known will open this year and the next year as well. So the city is thriving, it's ready, and we hope that within 5 to 10 years it will be totally different. Although we have a good start now, but I believe that it will be more prosperous in the future.
And it sounds like you're being very agile, nimble, and very open to a broad array of partnering arrangements of co-investment with investors to really maximize that attraction.
Absolutely. Actually, the investors, because we offer that flexibility, we don't dictate that we only sell or lease the lands, etc. We leave it to the investors to choose which partnership model they like. And this signals our confidence actually in the city and the growth of it, to show that we have skin in the game.
Yes.
And we take some of the risks by being a partner in these projects. And we find the investors, they like that very much. From one side, it reduces their capital investment needs. From another side, they feel more comfortable that the master developer of the city is participating in the project.
Yes.
And we do that in multiple projects, not only one or two or selected projects.
Interesting. And in a development of this scale, we've heard a lot today about digital enablement, the ability to leverage digital tools. You mentioned the high efficiency of the port. Would you be able to touch on some of the digital enablement that you have implemented within CAKE to the benefit of both investors, developers, and the community at large?
Yes, actually, the city has is in a movement also to be a smart city as well, benefiting from all the new technologies, the AI, in the facility management, for example, in the property management, in the city operation in general, that will add to the security of the city as well, and also the ease of doing business in it. So it is part of our strategy actually to invest in the technology heavily, and in whatever enablers that will make the investors and the residents alike finding their needs are met in the city.
I guess a lot of what I've heard is that that digital extension of the communities can really build that awareness of a part of the city, the ability to optimize waste, electricity, the location of data centers, to really create what is a smart city. There is that opportunity, and it's fantastic to hear that you're embracing that as a smart city.
Not only that, actually, but also we are welcoming the green investments and encouraging sustainability actually in the developments. Some of the projects that we are considering now will use the solar energy instead of electricity. And we keep this in mind to have more sustainable projects, both residential and hospitality projects.
Interesting. And one final question from me. Why is CAKE the destination of destinations for the kingdom?
I think I answered that before, because it is not only a as I said, industrial destination or residential destination or touristic or entertainment. It is all of that, and it has all what it takes. It is very affordable. This is an important part that maybe gives it a very big competitive advantage, because we know that some of the projects as well on the Red Sea are very luxurious and quite expensive for some segments of the markets. We're not saying that cake is cheap, of course, but it is highly affordable for investors and visitors as well, and residents. So we believe that it provides all the needs, and it will also provide all the needs for any targeted investor and visitor to the city.
And so well connected, coming full circle back to that strategic geographical location that you benefit from, between Mecca and Medina, 1 hour from Jeddah Airport, the fantastic connectivity that Jeddah provides, providing you with a fantastic opportunity to really capitalize on this change in the law and attract even more foreign investment to Cape.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abdulaziz. It's been a pleasure to speak with you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Durian. مستمرين معكم في يومنا الثالث.
For the third and the final day of RFF to the next panel discussion. Gotafan projects, a role example in real estate evolution and the future development. This session moderated by Mr. Hassan and hosting Sheikh Nasser bin Abdurrahman Al-Thani. Good morning. I would like to welcome the Sheikh Nasser Al-Thani, Chairman and MD of Gotafan Projects. I think please try to get closer and approach the mic to discuss Gotafan Projects. How was the idea born? The idea and the notion behind the creation of this company, and the key principle and the concept, and what was the strategy and the approach behind building this company. First of all, good morning to you all. Gotafan company started from the creating Aqua City, and it's inspired by the private sector, and designed and developed by financial institutions and organization. And the study, when the study conducted 12/11, there was no feasibility study, and this idea moved from financial institutions to other institutions, thoroughly studied, and this project and we had a company at that time, Qatari for hospitality, running the hospitality asset management, in addition to tourist asset management. So we studied the operational aspects and the real estate market requirements, and the teamwork transformed this project from to a economically viable and selecting the right locations to support the utilities and amenities. So we established another attraction tourism attraction to the north of Lucille, and the project was completed at a record time, despite the considerable challenges that you could imagine, including COVID and World Cup, and I think the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia gonna face with the Giga and the flagship events. We had a pipeline of projects that should be completed, and we're under various pressures from the logistics, and we started to run the project in 2023, and we created a city for the fans and entertainment and the recreational area, and the Aqua City was in full operation at that time, and right now we are working Qatari outlet market, which will be the largest in the Middle East, and we cooperated with the developers in developing additional building and amenities, and it will be the first the largest real estate development destination. So in Kutaifan, do you have a specific solution, a specific problem in the market at the time? It's not a problem. Yes, Kutaifan project represents a new generation of real estate development that goes beyond traditional residential and commercial models. As a matter developer of Kutaifan North Island, north of Lucille, and we studied the project in the broader sense, and to exit by selling some parcels of land. And for the project itself, the project complements the tourism map, the Qatari tourism map, and provide a niche service, which is marine entertainment. Qatar is a peninsula, but we didn't have at that time marine and integrated aquatic destination. So we were lucky and fortunate enough to select the optimal and the perfect location to benefit from the surrounding area. And our product is well received in the market in terms of the number of tourists and satisfaction of the public. And right now we have Kutaifan is working with other key players. So what's distinguish Kutaifan and making stand out Kutaifan is a relatively new company compared to other traditional developers such as Lu'lu'a or Barwa. So they started a long time ago before creating our company. But as I said, we became a part of the map, and we had a different business model in terms of the teamwork, which didn't exceed 40 individuals. Right now, 35 individuals managing the project. This doesn't mean that this doesn't mean that the previous practices of other key players were wrong, but we try to take a different approach to reduce cost and and just to enhance the competitiveness in the markets, because we have a niche products, we have a niche project in the market. This kind of synergy and integration with the other key players in the industry supported our success. One of the other examples, we have presence in Lusail North, and we had schools in our master plan and public utilities such as the national parks, and Lusail allocated two parcels of land for schools, and we changed this kind of the school allocated land into a commercial uses. So we not compete. We try to provide services for the end user. So moving from incorporation, the idea behind the project, looking into the current phase and what you have achieved. Kutufan Island is one of the projects that you have worked. The first project, yes, as a company, yes, this project. How it was translated from a model into tangible project on the ground. First of all, I express my deep thanks and gratitude to our team, and they are the key driver and the catalyst for success from the very beginning of the project. And thanks to God in our company, we are so proud that we made this kind of achievements despite the difficulties. As Kutufan project exemplifies the future of urban development through smart infrastructure and digital integration, sustainable design principles, and efficient land use and connectivity. And these elements respond to the global challenges such as climate change and the population growth and resource efficiency. In terms of feasibility and other financial aspects, the project, thanks to God's was within the budget of budget 2016-2017, and this is a good evidence of the ability of the team to study the project in a broader and setting the financial resources and allocations and human resources and administrative resources, and this project was achieved without going beyond the budget. And it's well funded by banks, and the selection of the right capital is one of the key driver, without any kind of exaggeration in over or under capital. These are the key reasons behind the development. After that, the partnership fostered with the operations. So this is one of the key aspect of success. CAC Rexis, one of the key partners in running the hotel and the Aqua City. It was acquired by Accor, one of the largest hospitality operator, and they operationalize one key of two of the key assets, with the other partnerships that we cemented with our alliances, and we look forward to the success in the near future. Behind the scene, we were discussing. You had a butter and the customers or the clients. So what is the difference? Taiwan today is not a developer of one utility and one sector, because our company was built and run at the basis and at the foundation, creating destinations, tourism destination, and so we are the key partners, the operators, Lucille and the القطرية, and for the end users, our clients, the biggest players in real estate development, such as Dar Global, and started from Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. After being listed in the UK capital market, and they cooperated with us in Qatar and Trump Gulf courses in Dubai. We have major development partners, including GMG Holding Group and Zaha Hadid Architects, partnering with the Kotafani projects as the development partner on mixed-use residential and urban buildings. And Zaha Hadid Architect, international architect firm, collaborates with the Kotafani projects via MOU and JMJ to design multi-use iconic structures on the island, and bringing global architectural prestige to the development. Sheikh Nasser, I would like to ask about the challenges that you have faced at the execution, as you stated that during the pandemic, you were under huge pressure during the World Cup. So what are the key challenges? And this is our this was the construction delays because of COVID-19 and supply chain disruptions. The global lockdowns caused shortages of construction materials and delayed shipments. Reliance on international suppliers led to schedule slippage and cost escalation, and on-site work slowed due to health restrictions and reduced labor capacities, and strict health protocols, limited workforce density on construction site, travel restrictions affected skilled international labor availability. Developers had to invest heavily in health, safety, and accommodation measures. And in addition to financial investment uncertainty, global economic instability reduced investors' confidence. And when we overcome the COVID, World Cup was at a specific date in a specific place. So a lot of we have this kind of tight deadlines and delivery pressures. Mega events create negotiable deadlines, and we face pressures to complete infrastructure and the key assets on time, and any delay risked reputational damage at global level. So so try to provide the easy access to the location and the financial resources to the developers. So the owner should cooperate with us to reach the desired outcomes. as Kutafan, we were not able this is we set priorities for the projects under the sovereign entities, and we were able, as Kutaifan, we were able to find alternative solutions such as entertainment area for fans and pavilions and tents. We were able to turn them into a unique experience, and we showcased about 250 people living in campus, other entities offered them to take them to the hotels and the hospitality, but they refused, and they insist to stay in campus and tents. So people love this kind of unique experience. Such kind of techniques and methods that we apply to provide alternative solutions, and the ultimate goal of the project is the project is a tourism project, and tourist. We adopted the approach. Tourist centric methodology. So what are the key lessons from such kind of challenges that you would like to communicate to the developers in this room? The lessons learned, the prior planning and setting realistic goals to be achieved, actionable goals, setting realistic and actionable, and allocations, the sufficient resources and budget not to reduce and find future solutions. One of the key success elements and factors which help to reach our ultimate goal. At the same time, in our sector, we are partners without any kind of competition between contractor, developers, and owners. We should cooperate even with the investors. We should try to find to reach win-win situations and mutual satisfactory solution. The ultimate goal is to achieve or to work on the combination of tourism destination and tourism projects. We should have clear objectives and the synergy and the cooperation with the relative partners. And I think my colleagues have faced the same challenges, and I hope that they were able to overcome and remove. Regarding the future and looking ahead and moving ahead, do you contemplate or study going beyond the national borders? For us, the first year for us, we can say that we completed the project from the economic standpoint and the operational standpoint. Could I find a project for us? For me personally, I feel proud because we are successful by all measures that we have set for ourselves. And thanks to God, we have completed the project, and the experience accumulated by our team cannot be underestimated, and it would be leveraged. And we started to look into to study different markets, national markets and the global markets. We are studying projects to be developed nationwide, and the Qatar, as you know, needs this kind of projects. We focus on high quality projects, not niche projects. It's not just to meet the demand in the market. For the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, it's one of the strongest markets, emerging markets. that we can see a growing demand. At the same time, the direction to develop utilities and tourism fully aligned with our approach and our policies as a company, as our mandate or our mandate is to develop healthcare, educational, cultural destinations. Have you contemplated and to enter the Saudi market? For us, the Saudi market is a new market for us. And the mechanism and the execution tools in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is different from Qatar. So we started with the cityscape to do a market survey and a market analysis and a market study. And from this forum, we sit with the consultant developers and other stakeholders to study the Saudi market, real estate market in depth. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Middle East is a promising area, and we have an added value. And our goal is to add to the real estate map for the countries that we are operating in. So this is our policy and direction. We will offer housing units, administrative, office, commercial, and residential, but it should have this kind of character to have added value. So what are the key points that you can identify entry any markets? The key challenges is the different mechanisms of the markets and diverse market dynamics. Real estate has key basics since all times. However, how to sort out projects, the selection and the selection of designs fully aligned and perfectly fit the project environment and as such, for us, it should be taken into consideration. And partnership is the most effective tool. The future of the features of the future development over the next 5 years. As real estate, as a final product. To provide a product satisfying the needs of the end users through the social media and the new technologies, AI. So what I have observed through my discussions with the like-minded developers. If we look into the market today, you might think about building residential compounds for some specific segments. You can find developers speaking the same language, but the excellence in the service and the product. So to distinguish and to stand out, you can stand out by providing excellent services. We are talking about sustainability and design. And transform the real estate into destination, service destination, which can provide experience to the visitors. So as such things, we should set our sight on to innovate. for your position right now at the map, at the real estate development map in the region, and what you are heading for and aspiring for at the regional level and at GCC level. As I stated at the very beginning, we work as we act as partners, and when we approach any project, we try to leave our print and mark in raising the quality of life, or raising the quality of services, and tap the potentials. And we were able to create a teamwork which can take the project from concepts into reality, and we managed to do as such. So the services are available, and the experience and the potentials and the sources, not only financial resources, or in even the relationship. I have a background in the hospitality sector since 11 to 1121, and I personally speaking, I have this kind of accumulated experience. So we have extensive experience in real estate development and across diverse sectors such as hospitality and tourism. And one of the key challenges is the selection process of and the mechanism of selecting the right operator. So and how to run aqua city. So we did this kind of bidding to and we received bidders, and we selected the highly qualified one. And because this kind of asset needs top niche experience and subject matter experience to run this kind of a new asset. So the experience accumulated in tourism and operation and the commercial sector, we were able to set mechanism and sign agreements. We are fully satisfied, and I think right now we have full understanding of the markets, and we can export our knowledge to. We can export our knowledge across the border. So I'm asking about the importance of teamwork for real estate development. Teamwork is the essence and the key foundation of any development. And you are not the muscle building the project as a developer. The thinking, you have the thinking, study, theory, and the minds can run such kind of projects. This is they are the real fuel and the catalyst behind the success of any project, to have a teamwork, work in synergy, and has a shared vision for completing the project. I think this is one of the key vital tools and effective tools. Right now we are at RFF. What is the closing and the final thoughts that you would like to communicate and convey to our audience? As Kitafan, as I stated, we look forward to penetrating international markets in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and other regional markets, and studying projects economically viable, and we are not interested in creating cost centers, but creating projects to transform projects non-viable into viable economically, and to enhance the financial performance at least, and to develop destinations, tourism destination and other destinations with our relation with the markets today. As I said, our project included diverse sectors, schools, hospitals, shopping mall, and retail, and the luxury and the luxuries and the luxury sectors. And we cultivated relationship with the developers, with the various stakeholders, and in different countries. So having such kind of network can drive and they can drive and help us to find to penetrate and venture new markets, and to provide niche services, meeting the needs of end users. I'm not in a position to give advice because I think that in this room is blessed with the accumulated experiences, cooperation and synergy, and it's a competition. It's not a competition, but at the end of the day, we need to have this kind of integration. We have this kind of integration, and we are working in the same field. So cooperation with and synergy with the investors, and the positive outlook and aptitude, I think one of the key factors of success. I would like to thank Sheikh Nasser bin Abdul Rahman Al-Thani, Chairman and MD of the Katifan projects. Thank you. Thank you for being.
Thank you for moderating the session and for our guest speaker as well. Would like to welcome you again to the Real Estate Future Forum, a technical panel discussion about AI and data across the real estate sector. We will have Engineer Rayyan Al-Aql, the CEO of NHC Innovation, to be moderated by Hamid Mahir.
It's a real pleasure and honor to be here.
يسرني السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسرني.
And how to ride the AI wave. We at BCG believe the AI wave is accelerating, and nations, corporates, and people need to get ready, build their muscles to be able to surf these waves. When we look at the AI capabilities and we compare them to average human being capabilities, be it in handwriting recognition to language understanding, we can see that the pace at which AI capabilities is reaching human capabilities and even surpassing it is actually accelerating. It took 16 years for AI handwriting to reach 100% of human capabilities in handwriting recognition. It only took less than 1 year for reading comprehension, the red one, the red line you can see here, to actually surpass human capabilities. So the AI wave is here, and behind this AI wave, you have technological breakthrough, you have R&D, and the very interesting point is that Now, AI is being really injected into research and creating a compound effect in the speed of innovation. The second element is that we see that this AI wave is peculiar compared to the previous technological breakthrough, be it the internet revolution or the smartphone revolution, for example. We see that in less than 3 years, we have reached 60% of adoption rate in the US by the mass market usage for AI, whereas it took 8 years for home internet and 11 years for home internet to reach 60%. So again, this pace is really important. The wave we are talking about is going faster and faster. The second peculiar element about this revolution is that unlike the dot-com revolution, we see startups, AI-first startups, reaching a high level of revenue and high level of profit in a very short period of time. During the internet revolution and the digital revolution, disruptors that we have seen like Amazon, Uber, Netflix were burning money for a long period of time. Here, with Lovable, we reach $100 million of average recurring revenue in less than 12 months with only 40 people. So these companies, these startups, these AI-first startups have a real different profile from what we have seen from the previous startups. It means that the cards are being reshuffled, and we need to get ready for that. Now, let's see how classic corporates are reacting to this wave. We have conducted a survey for every year for the past 7 years to understand how corporates are gaining maturity in adopting AI and making profit out of AI, building competitive advantage. We have seen in 2024, for example, that 25% of corporates are at the very early stage stagnating. They are talking about AI, but not taking action. 49% start to develop foundational capability, and they start to experiment. They don't make profit, they don't have impact at scale yet. 22% are defining their strategy and start to invest to really get impact, profit, dollars in the pocket out of their investment. And 4% are what we call future built, meaning that they are at the forefront of AI innovation, meaning that they are making profit from their investment and they are building competitive advantage that is sustainable. What we see, because that was the 2024 survey, that the same companies like Microsoft, IBM, Walmart, Genpact, the same companies are now 5% feature built. So we see a 1% increase in this group. But interestingly enough, the group of stagnating company is shrinking very fast. It moves from 25% to 14%. And we see more and more companies now investing in experimentation, but even more so in scaling AI, defining their strategy, and trying to integrate AI in the day-to-day operations. And now, those feature built, those AI champions, AI leaders, what is their secret recipe? First, when we look at AI and Gen AI and agentic, there are 3 different ways to invest. The first one, which is very important, is to deploy AI in everyday tasks, meaning giving to all your employees, when you are a corporation or an administration, all your employee needs to have access to the AI tools, exactly like we deployed Microsoft Office, for example, in the 2000s in the administration and in the corporation. And that's really important to understand because in any case, when we look at the adoption rate of Gen AI tool that I have shown earlier, if you don't give to your employee those tools, 2 things will happen. They're going to use them themselves, like they use WhatsApp to communicate even for corporate affairs and for the internal processes, but also they will lose productivity compared to others. So leveraging the tools for meetings, for writing emails, for creating presentation, all those elements are very important and needs to be managed. You need to get fast adoption for the AI tool to gain productivity day to day. The second element is more profound, is to take a function and to reshape it. Think about the outcome of the finance function, or think about the outcome of a design department. How to rethink the whole organization and the whole process that are behind this function, leveraging agent to reshape completely the workflows. That is reshape. And the third one is what we call invent. Leverage AI and Gen AI and agentic to reinvent new business model from scratch, like the AI-first startup we have seen earlier. What we see is that the AI leaders, the future-built organization, are investing 80% of their effort into reshape and invent. They have already deployed AI in day-to-day tasks. They have already given AI access to all their employees. And that's very important. The second element which is important is that those companies, those AI leaders, are widening the gap and deliver concrete results already. For example, Inai Tech is an AI software company, have replaced 80% of its staff. Klarna AI have built agents that are doing the work of 700 people. Shopify has declared that they are not hiring unless AI can do the job. So this shift into mindset is really important. And developers are 55% faster with AI, and this at BCGX we have experimented firsthand. We have generative engineering framework that is able to create disproportionate productivity gains for developers. This was for corporate. What we see also from our study is that nations are racing too. And when we look at the AI pioneer, like China, the US, Singapore, Canada, they are investing disproportionate amount of capital and resources into building infrastructure for AI, talents for AI, and injecting capital into their corporation to transform them, but also injecting capital into startups to create that competitive advantage. We see also that we have AI emergent countries that are fighting back to win the race. And of course, Saudi is one of them, the Kingdom of Saudi is one of them, putting a very ambitious vision of AI and investing significant resource and capital into it. The reality is that AI is reshuffling the cards. Corporates and nations are investing into this race to win it. So now, what are the lessons from how to win and how to ride the AI wave? The first one that we have seen is that setting up a clear North Star is absolutely important, either for nations, for corporations, and for administration. You need to set an aspirational ambition and then measurable targets. The second one is about talent. And I'm talking about not only AI producer, talent who will produce AI, but also talent who will consume AI, augmented workforce. So we need to invest into creating the talent that will build the AI system tomorrow, but we also need to invest to make sure everyone has access and adopt AI tools to increase its own productivity. Let me give you the example of my plumber. I have a plumber in my home country in Morocco. He's a very nice guy, but the guy was only able to repair leaks and getting a very low salary from it. We tried an experiment with him. I gave him access to AI tool, and I wanted to repair my AC air conditioning unit from Hitachi, by the way. So I took the overhaul and I put it into the agent, the GenAI tool. And he had been able to follow step by step the overall to repair the air conditioning unit. So he was able in 1 hour to make 5 times what he was making before. That's very important. Giving access to AI tool increase the hourly productivity of your employee and of your citizen. Very important to keep that in mind. The third one is to leverage the power of open source collaboration. We have seen that the most advanced technological breakthrough are available in the open source world. We also need to not only leverage what is coming from the big technological company, but also to push our employee, our tech experts to themselves produce AI, not only consume AI. And that's a very important shift, and open source allows for that kind of framework. The fourth one is to focus on impact. We have seen so many times organizations investing in thousands of proof of concept, and then at the end, having all those efforts evaporated. We believe that we need to focus on impact and where it matters the most, where it will move the needles, either for the user or for the internal organization in terms of financial return. It means also that if we take the real estate sector, that prioritization is really important. And having this prioritization in mind will give a lot of traction to the AI transformation. And last, the energy. The energy is one of the key levers to win the AI race sustainably in the future. So leveraging affordable power as a competitive advantage allows a nation, and we see more and more corporations, develop the infrastructure that will actually fuel the AI revolution. I've been talking about the AI wave, but when we look at the real estate sector in the Kingdom of Saudi, we cannot talk about technology without talking about NHCI. NHCI is the technical and digital arm of NHC and focus on digitizing and bringing AI into real estate and municipal solutions. NHCI has developed more than 13 platforms, has 35 million users, and more than 3.5 billion visits already. And they offer more than 600 digital services. And behind NHCI, let me welcome on stage Engineer Ryan Al-Aql, who is the CEO of NHC Innovation and the leading force behind Saudi real estate digitization. Engineer Al-Aql, thank you so much for taking the time today. I would like to ask you a few questions around NHCI and your vision. What NHCI achievements are you most proud about today?
Assalamu alaikum, shukran jazilan. Thanks for you, thanks for the audience, and most welcome to this event. It's keep increasing year on year, and its impact, I'm sure that will be getting more mature over the years. As the numbers that you just display in the screens, we have exceeding the 13 platforms that is integrated with each other, complementing each other. Some of them are on regulating part, and majority working on the smart cities, including around 600 services that is launched in these platforms. What we have accomplished is we moved to the hyperscaler model, where And I'll give you 3 examples of those AI cases that have been accomplished. One is Baladi Lens, where it used to be a classic inspector taking picture of the streets violations and utilize these pictures for that fees or the model that we work on is maximizing the use, reduce and minimize the redundancy, where the same pictures being utilized by Baladi Lens, Baladi navigation, and also white lands purposes. So this action wouldn't be able to conduct this without really adapting, and as you said, that we're really adapting the AI usage and maximizing the benefits out of the outcome. The second thing is the recommendation engine that we have implemented. At the early stages where we implement this technology, the benchmark and the similar function of the platforms usually expect to have convergence for real estate recommendation from 30 to 40%, while today we have reached 80% of the convergence from these recommendations. Why is that? Due to the position of NHC and having the majority of the supply, especially for the off-plan, is coming from NHC, so I'm exposed to the supply side. I know a lot about the demand side, where we have these 13 platforms, so we know the behavior of those people, so that's enrich and increase our percentage of convergence to up to 80%. These 2 cases positioned us in really very good adaptation for the AI cases.
That's amazing. Thank you. Thank you so much. Can you talk to us about the NHCI talents and how do they contribute to this? How you have built up the talents in your organization to be able to deliver those use cases?
Well, a couple of part of the even NHCI AI strategy that is accomplished is or delivered. 25% of these stuff is related to internal usage for AI that enhance people and optimizing their time, effort, and reducing the fraction that is used for the day-to-day activity. In addition to that, we are working heavily in having this on-job training for the leaders in AI and data companies to collaborate with them and having our team practiced in different AI technology.
And how do you collaborate externally with the municipalities, but also with external stakeholders? All the product that you develop, how do they integrate into the ecosystem?
We are in a position where NHC is a real estate company where it could involve in early stages in preparing these smart cities, making these cities could adapt the smart tools that are going to be robots, autonomous driving, and so preparing the infrastructure in terms of roads, sidewalks, and also the houses. So this will be adapted by, as an NHC, a real estate company, armed by a technology company with innovation. Those 2 combinations is really putting us in a good position, in very nice situation, where we could interfere in early stages for the infrastructure, reducing the cost at the early stages with the houses or with the communities, in order to adapt these technology in the future.
Thank you. So tell us more about the prioritized use case in the future. What do you have in mind? I mean, we heard about autonomous driving here, so we are a bit excited about what's coming up. What are the priority and for the real estate market that are the most impressive to you that are coming up?
Well, the beauty of real estate is, the beauty of what we are doing is we are working on real estate and in technology. Both subjects are really exciting for people. Everything that is reduce or minimize the fraction in the transaction is really impressive. So even in the real estate, if we take a couple of actions that is common in every real estate transaction, the evaluation, recommendation, eligibility, even in mortgage, the prediction of when to buy, what to buy, all these are AI cases. That's not a sort of demonstration or pilot or something that is will be applied shortly and then launched out. These are the really whatever case that is reduce or minimize the fraction is really impressive for us.
Amazing. And can you tell us about the critical enabler behind the AI revolution you're driving, the infrastructure, the data centers, the hyperscaler that you leverage, and how do you strategize to build up this capability to support the AI revolution for real estate sector?
It's been announced by the CEO and of NHC and the chairman of NHC Innovation, Mohammed Al-Bouti, that we are building Khuzam Valley. It's a data center that is going to be established in Riyadh and will host all these AI data center. Why we are going to this? It's mainly required maybe 4 competency, and all these competencies already with NHC. Land, which we have, the power and capacity, we could reach up to 300 megawatt with our own capacity. The know-how that we do have, and we have international partner, we have a joint venture with Naver Cloud and establishing Naver Innovation Company, and they have one of the biggest data center in Asia. The fourth one is the 13 platform that we are already running, which is sort of take-off clients already there. So we are moving to that direction in enabling AI in the kingdom, inshallah.
Thank you so much, Engineer Ryan and Aqil. Thank you so much for answering all these questions and providing us with your insights.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Shukran.
Shukran, merci, thank you. Really appreciate you being on stage with us again. Thank you so much. That was a fascinating insight into those trends around data, around AI, around all the big technological shifts. So lots of food for thought there. Next, we're going to be pivoting a little bit into a different topic, because this one is going to be very close to home for a lot of people in this room. And whether you are a man or a woman, there is an awful lot to learn from what we're about to hear on this stage. I think we can all learn from insights that come from people who have different perspectives. So please, once again, make sure you open your hearts and minds, because we have 3 brilliant speakers for you. 2 amazing panelists from the Boston Consulting Group, and we're going to be joined by Ms. Ray Obaigovo, who is going to be our wonderful moderator for this session. So I'm going to hand over to Ray. Very, very much looking forward to this conversation. I think it's going to be so insightful.
Good afternoon. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for the warm welcome. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. My name is Ray Obaigbo, your moderator for this session. This is Paving the way, empowering women in real estate. And it's more than just a slogan. It is a performance strategy for an industry, that's the real estate industry, that is under stress, right? That we're talking capital repricing, climate adaptation, housing affordability, talent scarcity, and public trust deficit in the real estate space. According to the 2025 UN Gender Snapshot, it is estimated that it will still take another 140 years for women to be represented equally in positions of power and leadership in the workspace, unless we accelerate as women and men to accelerate policies in the workplace and in leadership. So among the UN Sustainable Development Goals, that's SDG, women's empowerment is primarily driven by SDG 5, gender equality, which aims to achieve gender equality and empowerment for all women and girls. So today's conversation is with two practitioners who work where institutional habits get challenged. That is Lourdes Perez, a principal of BCG, Boston Consulting Group, that's focused on cities, infrastructure, and real estate, and Inez Mateo, a partner and core member of BCG's real estate practice. She's also a parent of 4, which means that she has lived leadership realities that some institutions might pretend don't exist. So we will interrogate leadership, leadership pipelines, capability development, and inclusive government as structural levers. So I'm going to start with you personally, Inez. What drew you into real estate? Because I know you're more into the structural development aspect. And what moments shaped your path? And why does women's empowerment in the sector matter to you?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be here with all of you. So I think what drew me into real estate was really the impact, right? I think working on something that is very tangible and creates impact, it's very important for me because we spend a lot of time at the end of our lives doing work, right? And real estate is clearly socially, economically one of the industries that generates more impact and value. Mm-hmm. Also, maybe to give you a very tangible example, I supported one of the companies here in the Kingdom for some years on a large transformation. Okay. And I remember when they opened their first asset and we went and we walked in and we saw how all that work actually translated into how people were experiencing the asset. That for me was very rewarding. So this is one of the main things that attracts me and keeps me in the sector. Okay. And then to the point around why empowering women, I feel it's very important on the sector, right? Personally, as you said, I have 4 kids, 2 of them girls. So I also want them to see that women can be in leadership positions, not only on real estate, right? They are quite small, they don't fully understand what real estate is, but on any industry that drives impact, creates value. I think it's very important to show our girls that they can be there, making a change, right, together with the industry. And then also professionally, I mean, at the end, we see it on our day-to-day, it's still a very male-dominated industry, especially on leadership positions, on delivery roles, and there are certain teams still very male-dominated, right? And I truly believe that bringing women and other minorities at the end of the day, but bringing different perspectives adds value, and that ultimately translates into outcomes for the industry and the companies, right? So that is why I also truly believe that this is the right thing to push for.
Fascinating. Thank you very much. Lourdes, could you also share your insight on what inspired you in real estate?
Of course. Hello, everyone. My trip to real estate was not linear. I touched in a lot of different sectors, and the thing that really called me to real estate was when I realized that the decisions that are taken at any level, at the government, at the board rooms, it really what shapes our life to life. Even if we don't realize it's what shapes our buildings, our cities, the places we spend time. So it has a real tangible effect on society and how we live our day-to-day. That's when I thought less as a sector and more about a responsibility on real estate. It's something that I can help shape, that I can have a real impact, and where I can feel proud of my work. Why women empowerment is important in the sector is because at the end, women is half of the population interacting on this environment. And if we lose that half, we lose the decision makers that can shape the environment also to the needs of the women, the families, and the citizens in general.
I think both of you have identified key things, talking about impact and also talking about representation, since 50% of the population is women. So this is going to take me to my next question. From what you've seen, what are the biggest barriers women face in real estate? What are those invisible rules, invisible lines that show up most clearly that we have to get across in real estate? We're talking development, brokerage, procurement. Let me direct the question to you, Inez.
No, look, I mean, I think there are multiple barriers, and at the end it's a mix of industry constraints, but also some behaviors or cultural elements to it. I think it's a combination of both. Maybe if I could highlight three, I think one, as I said before, because it's a male-dominated industry, I think for girls that are finishing their studies, women, it's not a very straightforward decision to join real estate as an industry, right? At the end, your friends are not there, your sisters, the woman you look up to, they are not there. So it's not super straightforward, okay, let me apply for this position on real estate, right? So I think there's some work to be done on how we attract women from the early stages when they finish their studies to join at the entry-level positions of an organization, and maybe we can discuss later how to do that, right? But I think this is one of the barriers we have today.
Yes.
Another barrier is that it's an industry that is very relationship-driven.
It is.
A lot of the decisions are taken in these informal networks, when you close deals, when you maybe negotiate contracts, and if you are not part of those networks, at the end you are missing a big element of the decision-making process, and that could impact your career, right? And again, there I think it's a mix of those informal networks that many times are male-dominated, could think of how to open up more to women, but at the same time it's also our responsibility to push ourselves and get into these networks, right? Yes. So I think it's on both ways. And maybe a third barrier is also the nature of the job, right? Especially on delivery roles. It's very demanding from a time perspective, you need to be on site, you need to travel, you need to work under a lot of pressure, and that not always work with our family situations if you want to at the same time take care of your family. So there again, I think it's a dual responsibility of organizations to see how they can support more women, but at the same time, women need to understand that it's part of the job. It's a demanding job, but if you want to pursue a career there, you will need to have a support system around you that will enable you to take care of your family, but at the same time enable you to pursue this career, right? Yes. So I think it's a twofold, but I would say these three for sure are barriers today.
So some of the barriers that you've identified, I'm sure it resonates with a lot of women in the audience right now, where we talk about how demanding real estate can be, what it entails to juggle family and career, where some women find themselves having to choose between prioritizing family or their career. So I'm going to direct the question to yourself, because I know with women, the experience is very different for all of us when it comes to situations and race as well, or experiences and exposures. So with you, Lourdes, what do you think are the hurdles that women have to overcome in your own experience, aside from what she's shared, or if you agree with some of the things that she shared?
I think building in what Inez said, there is one of the key things she mentioned is about these informal circles that exist, and one way to break them is through a sponsorship and mentorship. But the important thing about that is that you also need to make yourself visible to attract the right sponsors and mentors. That means that you need to stretch yourself, you need to put the effort on going to complex projects, to take challenges, to go outside of your comfort zone. But also, you need to be the one that speaks up, the one that shows and that are there when it matters. And that, again, brings us to the time commitment and the stress that that puts in other parts of your life, and you need to make a choice on that.
You need to make a choice, sure. You've mentioned the fact that access is very important because there are certain situations that circles, as you had mentioned, that for a woman to get through, it's almost like a boys club kind of thing where you are the only woman in a space and you have to find your voice. And it takes a lot of courage to actually find your voice in the midst of, when you're standing out. Okay, so where do you see the clearest performance upside from having more women in leadership, right? And delivery terms, delivery teams, and why does this matter to the sector and to the society, not only to women? That is, why does it count that women are represented in leadership positions, that there's inclusion, gender inclusion in leadership positions? I think I can get...
I think one of the more clear things is that the more diverse a team is, the better decision maker and the better outcomes it has. So right now, if you don't have women represented in a team at a working level, but also at a leadership position, you are losing part of that richness. So you are making worse decisions, you are being less efficient, and at the end that results on maybe your asset is less attractive, or you are delayed. Why? Because you don't have enough people looking into it from different angles to bring the different perspective and make it more cohesive and whole.
And then there are some things that you might overlook that some of the gender would have experienced. I think during the last session when one of the speakers had mentioned that there were some minor suggestions that they had overlooked because it wasn't their experience. So yes, inclusion is very necessary. I will redirect that question to you as well.
Yeah,
Ines?
no, I'm fully aligned with that point. I think that is the most tangible outcome. I think another relevant point is, as you said at the beginning, this is also a hot topic, right? And at the end of the day, it's a worldwide goal that we are all pushing towards. So if you also want to have trust from your stakeholders, from the communities, you also need to show this diversity, right? Because it drives outcomes, but also because it shows that you care. Yes. And this is also something that it's a very tangible outcome if at the end it translates into opportunities with other stakeholders and the communities, right? So I think I see a very tangible outcome there too, yeah.
And there are some things that you see and you can almost tell that a woman was on board when that conversation was happening because you feel included in the decision making of that. Okay, so this is going to take me to my next question. What advice would you give to women just entering the sector, the real estate sector? And practically, how do you distinguish? Because I know you had mentioned, Lourdes, you had mentioned mentorship and sponsorship. A lot of women here have had experiences with mentors who have been able to guide them and also with sponsors who have been able to introduce them into spaces that they wanted to be or they had to be in. So what would your advice be to give to women entering the sector? How do you distinguish between mentorship and sponsorship in a way that actually accelerates a woman's career? Lourdes?
So I think it's key to have mentors and sponsors. I think it's very difficult to progress, not in this field, but in any field as men or women, without these kind of figures in your career. Now, you have to find the right ones for you. You need a mentor that helps you develop your skills, technical skills, but also soft skills. You need to help them hone your judgment in the field. Your sponsor has a different role. Your sponsor needs to open doors for you, needs to put your name forward when there is a position open. And there is also an important role for yourself. You need to make yourself that person, as we mentioned before, right? So altogether, I think is the key area for success.
Okay. Ines, could you provide your answers?
Yeah, I think also if I would have to give an advice to someone that is starting in the industry would be work on two things. One, build strong technical skills. From the beginning, pick a core topic, being development, project execution, asset management, and go deep into that, because that will first help you build confidence, and also your contribution will be very clear, right? So I think that will be the first advice I would be. But then also complement that with the soft skills to ensure that you are pushing for execution, right? I think at the end, if you want to go into more leadership roles, execution is key. And maybe some of these soft skills around communications, negotiations, stakeholder management, even working under pressure, sometimes they might be not super natural even for some women, but you can train on those, right? So identify the key skills, train them, and set up yourself for success when you join the real estate sector. And maybe one more thing that I think it's also sometimes things we do is don't shy out from the relevant discussions, the relevant positions. When you see an opportunity, embrace it, right? Because sometimes I feel we have this imposter syndrome, and we are the ones that we ourselves say no to joining a key meeting or taking a core responsibility because we feel we are not capable. But there is where you will learn, where decisions will be made. So I think you need to also try to push yourselves and go into those when you have the opportunity.
So you avoid closing yourself out by saying, oh, it might be no, when it may not be the situation. And I think that ties into your response with regards to sponsorship and mentorship, because mentorship would help with building soft skills, and sponsorship would often help when you want to build on the technical skills. Okay, so this will take us to the next question. Zooming into core delivery roles. If you want more women in these roles, what works best to attract and retain women? And what structural shifts needs to happen in operating models, model terms, that is processes, roles, tools, decision making, decision rights, to make it stick?
Yeah, I think this connects very well to the barrier I mentioned before, right? Like, again, because a lot of women doesn't see themselves represented in the industry, it's not their first choice when they finish their studies, it's not really a career option for them. So I think as part of this industry is their responsibility to try to hire these women. And for that, I think there are two things that are important. One, make sure that we are not biased. I think all of us, we are biased sometimes. So some self-reflection is also nice to have. Are you biased? Are you using different standards, or do you completely use the same standards for everyone, right? I think that's a self-reflection we can all do. But then what I will encourage the industry to do, those here in the room that have also power to hire this woman, try to actively hire some woman. And that doesn't mean, I'm not in favor of these quotas or targets, right? That doesn't mean hiring someone that is not capable. Of course, maintain your standards. But if you want to have a diverse team, you might need to go and try to find some woman that will fit, and that might require an extra effort at the beginning. But when you start having more diverse team, that also has a call effect, because other people see themselves represented, right? So I think I would encourage more the industry to try and find these women at early stages, because that will help building the pyramid ultimately.
So it takes inclusion, gender inclusion, beyond it being just a cosmetic phase to it being impactful in the industry. So what about yourself, Liges?
Yeah, I think building on that, it's important that you don't feel woman positioned just to tick a box. That actually hurts women, right? It's counterproductive, because you just put figureheads there that maybe have little to no real contribution. What you need to do is attract your talent and grow it to make sure that they are ready for the leadership positions on the future. And to do that, you have many ways, like from attraction that Ines has mentioned already, but also you have you can fund the right training and empowerment tools for women, but also make them participate on the different actions that happen within the company itself, and put them there so they can see and grow and learn.
And they can use their voice, and you empower them to use their voices in those spaces that they are in. Now, fast forward into the future, right? Women have successfully entered the real estate sector, some sectors of the real estate space. How can women turn individual success into broader influence, right? And what does a credible capability pathway look like that helps the next generation? Because I'm going to address this question to you first, because you said you have two daughters. That helps the next generation move from early roles into senior leadership in real estate sector?
I mean, I think already if you have individual success and you have achieved a quite senior leadership position, making that visible already helps, right? Because again, when others will see you as a role model, they can see themselves represented, they believe they can get there, they see it as a career opportunity for them. So I think that it's a first starting point. But I think you can do much more than your individual success, right? I'm building on sponsorship. I truly believe sponsorship is key. I'm here because of the sponsors I had, which, by the way, they are all male sponsors. I encourage all the male in the room to try to sponsor some woman within their companies. But I truly believe that as a leader, you can sponsor. And again, that means backing up their names in meeting rooms, helping them grow, right? So that, I think, is how you can also contribute for more women to be in leadership positions on real estate beyond your individual success. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. I think you need to reinvest back into the woman what other people that might have been men or women have invested in you, and also act as that role model that shapes the industry and that other people that are in the industry below want to become, offering yourself out there.
So being a role model is very key as a woman in spaces that you know that, especially when you had to overcome certain invisible lines and hurdles. And now that you're in the room, you need to be able to open the door to let in more women, mentor them or sponsor them on where they have to go to, what they have to do to be in the room, and how they get to use their voices while they're in the room. So we just have another question. What role can the government, the public and private partnerships play to scale women's participation in real estate, especially here in the Kingdom? And what are the 1 to 2 practical levers that have the biggest impact?
So let's start from the government, and I will leave to Ines the private sector.
Yes.
I think the government has a role on shaping the policies that make this participation possible, from inclusive workspaces to other policies to help women transition in and out of a working career. It's key that the government has done, and the Kingdom has done a very big steps on this area. In line with Vision 2030, a lot of tools are there available for the sector to take on and to make this happen.
Okay. What about yourself, Ines?
I think if I need to also identify a practical lever, and as I mentioned before, what I have seen that works well beyond targets or quotas that sometimes end up being a number and putting women in boxes just for the sake of doing that. But what I think works really well is measuring and publishing metrics so that everyone is aware of what's going on, right? And let me nail down on that. So if you start tracking not only the headcount, but across the pyramid, where you have women, are they on decision-making roles, and how is that progressing? And it can be a very simple set of metrics, but you publish that. You make everyone kind of accountable, right? Because when a problem is visible, it's more difficult to ignore it. Mm-hmm. So I think it's really about being intentional. I think nowadays companies, they need to acknowledge that this is a challenge, and how they can support on this channel. It's also measuring this, making it public, and then being also truth about where is the data, where are the drop-offs, what matters, and then trying to address those. But I think at least by start measuring something and publishing, the problem becomes more visible, and we are also all more aware and making it our problem, right? I think that's important.
Thank you very much. This session has been very insightful. So today's, the topic today might be described as something that's a bit uncomfortable for some, but I feel it's been useful and necessary for women who want to be in the space. Empowerment is not just a celebration, it is a redesign within the industry to access deals, to be able to grow as women, and to make real inclusion. Real inclusion is measurable. Who sits in the committees, who sits on board.
Okay.
And who owns the client. It's very important that we ask these real questions, because at the end of the day, true inclusion should be the standard. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to the panelists.
Thank you very
for
much.
your rapt attention, and thank you to the organizers of this. It's been a fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ray, Ines, Lourdes. Really great to have you with us. Big round of applause as they leave the stage. That was such a wonderful conversation. We're making a little tiny tweak to our agenda, just switching 2 sessions around. So we're going to come back in a moment for the future of urban development. But first of all, we're going to move straight to the future of hospitality real estate, looking at those trends and innovations. So to moderate this session, would you please welcome the lovely Alyssa Bankowska to stage.
Thank you so much, Miriam.
Thank you, looking forward to it.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Alyssa Bankowska. I'm the president of the FIAPSI Ukraine. That is the part of the Global Real Estate Federation, FIAPSI. I'm the founder of Hub of Innovations for Cities, Synchrospace, and the co-founder of the spatial development agency, Voice of Space, where we work with the developers, where we work with the institutions, philanthropies, cities, and we create what we call impact spaces. And this, in my work, I focus on how real estate moves beyond assets to become the environment that really shape behavior, emotions, encourage people to some actions, and actually create legacy and the long-term value. And in this case, I'm very happy to have this conversation today with a focus on the hospitality real estate. And I'm very happy to invite our wonderful speaker, Dunya Jaulani, the partner for infrastructure and real estate at Deloitte Middle East. Dunya, please welcome on the stage and take your seat. Dunya advises governments, developers, and investors on large-scale infrastructure, real estate, and hospitality projects across the region, with a strong focus on destination creation, strategy, and long-term impact. And I'm very pleased to have her with us and to have this opportunity to really explore how the hospitality real estate is evolving from assets to experiences, from buildings to destinations. When we talk about hospitality now, we don't speak anymore about the rooms, keys, or amenities. Actually, we speak about how the space shape emotion, memory, and identity. And I think that Saudi Arabia is becoming now the most interesting place in the world to really observe this shift in reality, in real time. In our work with impact spaces, we see that the most successful destinations are not longer asset-led, they are experience-led. And I think that this is something that we can see in all the industry. On the first day of the Real Estate Future Forum, we had a wonderful presentation from the world president of FIAPSI, Antonio Campagnoli, about the Metro Park, the happiness hub for the metro stations in Riyadh. And he landed a very powerful idea that actually infrastructure moves from connectors to being the destination itself. And I think this is also very relevant to the hospitality industry. And that's why I'm going to ask the first question to you, Dunya, from your perspective. How is hospitality shifting from being asset-led to experience-led? And what does that change demand from developers now? We cannot hear you, I think. No, I think the sound. Maybe try
Hello?
to. Yeah,
Perfect. First of all, thank you, Alyssa, and Masal Khair, everyone. It's great to be here on the Real Estate Future Forum stage. And I think, Alyssa, you really hit the nail on the head. There's been a global shift, not just regionally, but globally. The focus has shifted from, like you said, like rooms and real estate assets, and very much to kind of mixed-use destinations and experiences. And I always like to say for hospitality specifically, like all of the other asset classes, is it really sits at the intersection of real estate, experience, and emotion. Like you said, right? As a traveler, you want to walk away with with an experience, with a feeling, as opposed to just saying, this is a room that I visited in this city. And what we're seeing is specifically post-pandemic, travelers are reassessing why they travel as opposed to just where they travel to. And so this has really, like you said, shifted the focus and impacted also design philosophy, what developers are focusing on. And the shift now is very much towards creating resort ecosystems and mixed-use destinations as opposed to, just a hotel standalone asset.
Thank you so much. Featuring the technologies, and when we put in the core the experience, I think that technologies become the enablers, not the features, not add-ons, but real enablers of the experience. Could you please share from your perspective, from your experience, how is technology shaping hotel and resort development?
Of course, I think we definitely can't talk about the evolution in the hospitality market without talking about technology and AI and the way that it impacts it. And I think we can look at it from two different lenses, the lens of the guest or the traveler, and then the guest of the owner or the developer, right? So in terms of the traveler or the guest, the focus is now very much on creating a seamless journey. And when I say journey, I mean before, during, and after the trip, right? So it's about integrating technology in a way that's not really visible to the visitor. So it's not, please download this app, please do this thing, but it's creating a seamless, more efficient journey for the traveler to make it easier and more exciting. So for example, we can see that the majority of travelers now are checking reviews online, they're checking social media, right? They're looking for, they want to experience almost the destination before they've made it to the city. And so it's kind of enabling that kind of infrastructure, and hotels using that technology again to create that seamless customer journey. From an owner and developer perspective or an investor perspective, it's about building hotels. Really, I think if you think about any sector or any industry, one of the most valuable assets you have is data, right? So it's basically harnessing that data, either using that data in real time or using it as a forecasting tool to help manage operations more efficiently, to help pricing, adaptability, to help managing, your ADR, your occupancy, and using those forecasting tools to make sure that process is as efficient as possible. So I would say both from a guest perspective and from an owner and developer perspective, technology is more important than ever. And it's really important that developers and investors who are building today are ensuring that they're building in the right capability into their assets.
Great. Thank you so much for sharing. Maybe you can also share from your experience some specific, some concrete objects, some projects that you consult that you can show as an example of such implementation of the seamless technologies, as you say.
Of course, I would say for the majority of our clients, look, it's again looking at it from two different perspectives. Either you're supporting a government or government a related entity at a more macro level about creating that customer journey, right? So the first step is understanding what that customer journey looks like, where the customer really first starts researching the destination, and then how that kind of plays out along the kind of the life cycle of the trip, right? So for example, does the guest, when arriving into the hotel, understand what exciting things there are to do around the hotel, or what they can learn about the local culture, or where they can experience the local food? So it's about understanding that journey and making sure that it's enabled through technology. I would say with the more private clients that we work with again, with developers or investors, the focus is very much one on how to harness and understand, or first of all, consolidate the data all in one place, right? Because in the region especially, we've gone through this journey where some of our clients went from owning one hotel asset to an entire portfolio of assets almost overnight, right? So from an asset management perspective, how do you build that capability? How do you ensure that you have the right visibility and the right data on a day-to-day basis to understand how your assets are operating? And then again, how to use that data, both from a forecasting and, current understanding perspective, to whether it is improve operations or use that from like a pricing perspective and that sort of thing. So we've definitely seen and supported on both journeys and ends of the life cycle, and they're both, I would say, equally important in terms of creating a healthy ecosystem.
Thank you so much. The next hot topic is sustainability. Actually, this is the topic that is the main focus for all the conferences and all the conversations for years for now. But I think that at this stage we already came to the, I would say, critical mass when there is already the demand from society for sustainable spaces. And this is something different that also influence the perception of the spaces that are sustainable by this audience that are there. So that's why my question is how, from your point of view, sustainability is actually changing the projects, the hospitality projects that you work with?
I think, like you said, sustainability is definitely becoming a bigger area of focus. I think there's one major shift that we're seeing right now. Initially, sustainability was more about compliance, right? It was about having the right metrics in place and holding operators or owners accountable for whether it's waste or energy or, you know, operational efficiency, that sort of thing. I think the most exciting shift that's happening in sustainability at the moment is that it's shifted from compliance-led metrics, so looking at energy or waste in isolation, for example, towards regenerative tourism. And to me, I think this is a topic that I find incredibly exciting, right? It's not just about, again, looking at one of those areas in isolation, but creating a circular environment, if you like, a circular, sustainable environment. And I think what's more exciting than Saudi being, you know, one of the projects pioneering regenerative tourism globally, I would say with Red Sea Global, not just looking at sustaining current environmental, you know, or minimizing environmental impact, but actually enhancing the environment and, you know, leading with a number of regenerative policies, including, you know, protecting biodiversity and helping rebuild the coral reef. And to me, I think that's probably the most exciting shift from a sustainable perspective. Again, going from compliance-led, you know, discussions and metrics to now focusing on regenerative tourism and what that really means for the environment.
Yeah, because it came from the regulations, from the top-down, actually, vision that now became also this massive social request that it's not possible to do in another way.
100%, exactly. And I think, again, because of this shift, historically what happened was operators and owners felt like it was quite difficult because they have these policies that they need to abide to, which suddenly felt, you know, quite onerous. Whereas now sustainability, or the question around the sustainability and the discussion around sustainability, is also how to capitalize and protect and enhance and integrate into hospitality assets or tourism assets local culture. So for Saudi in particular, that becomes less a constraint and more a differentiator, actually, because you're capitalizing on, you know, the nature and the breadth of the offering here, as opposed to, again, focusing on very specific metrics.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. You know, we're living in a very much changing world. The world where we can see all the changes in very speedy way. And even in these conditions, we still continue to discuss one topic that was caused by the great disruption of all our world. The pandemic, COVID-19, that was already 6-7 years ago, right? But at the same time, even in such fastly changing world, we still have the changes that we continue to implement in all the industry, because this shift, it caused the changes in all our way of living and way of doing a lot of things. So my question is, how have traveler expectations changed since the pandemic, and how does that affect real estate decisions? And do you think that this topic is still relevant to discuss and to put on the table for such conversation?
I think, like you said, it's probably a topic that people are maybe sick of, you know, hearing about or talking about, but it is very much relevant because it brings up the question of creating assets and destinations that are adaptable, right, and that are capable of changing on short notice. Like we saw with the pandemic, we went from, you know, everything being okay and obviously not having to build or cater to that type of situation to suddenly overnight something that probably impacted the hospitality market more than any other sector. So is it relevant? It's still relevant. It's very much still relevant because it's a topic that developers and investors need to keep in mind when they're building, that they need to build for the future. But like you said, it has also impacted travelers' preferences. So again, we touched on this earlier, but travelers post the pandemic are very much focused on why they travel, and they're looking for local and authentic experiences more than anything. So we've gone from maybe a traditional luxury hotel or, a certain type of hotel to guests want to know that they're traveling to a destination where they get access to local food, they can experience the local heritage, maybe there's the farm to table experience. We're also seeing a significant increase in the rise for wellness related facilities in hotels as well. So really what this has resulted in, it's created the rise of hybrid hotel or hospitality models. So hotel assets that combine, or move away from kind of traditional assets to assets that cater to your digital nomads, to people who want to work remotely, people who are interested in wellness. So again, from a developer perspective, it's about building to cater to those needs, but also forecasting to understand what the needs of the future look like.
Yes, I would love to continue this topic about future-proofing. Because, I love in our industry that actually we are materializing something that does not exist. In every development project, this is something that we just dream, we plan, and after we make it real. And it means that every time when we develop any project, especially hospitality projects, we should think about the future-proof solutions, the solution that will be used for the next decades and will be used also by the next generations, maybe. So in your practice, in your work, could you please share what does it mean for you to build, to develop the projects with the future-proof solutions?
Again, I think, like you said, this is a really important topic because future-proofing of assets is critical. You need to be building not for day one of operations, but building for the future. I think one of the most interesting things that I've seen in my job is we did a forecasting. We basically built an AI forecasting tool or data analytics tool with Google to study tourism outflows or inflows globally. And what we saw is historically, global traveler numbers double every 15 years, and we expect that trend to continue. That's incredible, right? In terms of scale. So then what that means for developers and investors is really understanding what those source markets will look like, right? So I'll give you one example. We know that the Indian middle class, for example, is rapidly increasing in size, right? So that's access to passports, and that's resulting in a significant increase in international travel. So based on the tool, actually, that we have, we can see certain source markets consolidating, and that by 2040, if I remember correctly, American, Chinese, and Indian travelers making up over 30% of total international outflows. So then as a developer and investor, when you're building an asset or when you're building as part of a tourism ecosystem, are you catering to the requirements of these source markets, right? It's incredibly important to keep those in mind because, again, the majority of these travelers are only using online channels to search destinations and hospitality assets. Are those easily accessible in their languages, right? A lot of these Indian travelers, for example, don't access English channels. They're accessing through local channels, right? So again, I think as a developer and an investor, it's incredibly important to invest in data and forecasting tools or working with the right parties to ensure that you understand what the future will potentially look like in order to be able to build your assets in line with that demand.
That's super interesting. Thank you so much. We have all this conversation during the Real Estate Future Forum. That is the really top real estate event in the world, I can say. And it's not occasional that we have such kind of real estate forum in Riyadh, in Saudi Arabia. Because all the conditions here, we really can observe the transformative projects around, very future-proof projects. And my question to you, because you're responsible for this region and you have this experience and deep knowledge about the context here. So what makes, from your point of view, Saudi Arabia such a unique context for hospitality real estate right now?
Thank you. I think, like you said, this is probably the single fastest growing hospitality and tourism destination in the world. So we're seeing an incredible growth and an incredible evolution. And here, you know, hospitality in Saudi Arabia is not just about developing rooms and developing assets. It's about nation building and global storytelling, and that's what makes it so interesting, right? And I think Saudi Arabia as a destination is, you know, has over 15 UNESCO heritage sites, has an incredible breadth of nature, to also mountains, beach. So just in terms of offering what you can provide here from a tourism and hospitality perspective is just incredible. And I think also the really interesting and fascinating, or maybe impressive part, is really the government and government-related entities coming together with, you know, state-backed capital, with private developers, with the international players to make that story a reality. And I think that's probably the most interesting thing about the evolution of the market here. Again, very much not focused on just developing assets, but nation building and global storytelling.
Thank you. You know, I would like now to ask you to zoom out and looking ahead. You know, we speak a lot about forecasts and thinking future. You mentioned it a lot of time about your projects, and this is very inspiring, the approach that you have in all your work with development projects in hospitality industry. And my question is, looking ahead, what do you think will define successful hospitality real estate over the next decade?
Wow, what an interesting question. I guess a number of areas, really. I think one of them is, like we touched upon, making sure that sustainability and technology are really integrated into development projects and ensuring alignment, again, future-proofing from that perspective. The other thing is really seeing a more inclusive, I would say, hospitality offering. And when I say inclusive, that touches on everything from, you know, physical capability to social, geographic, economic, you know, inclusivity. So, for example, ensuring that not only do we have luxury hotels that, you know, cater to high net worth individuals or a certain, you know, type of traveler, but also, you know, middle, you know, like not just upper class and luxury, but across really various segments that cater to different markets as well is really important. So I would say inclusive hospitality and tourism ecosystems that have technology and sustainability properly integrated into their offering.
Yeah. Thank you so much for this vision and for defining this way how to develop the real estate hospitality industry. You know, Saudi Arabia isn't just creating the hotel infrastructure, it's creating real destinations that the world hasn't seen before. And this is a wonderful opportunity to work in this region. And I'm very thankful for you for this conversation. We are hearing today that we are in the real shift in the industry, where the future of hospitality, of real estate, isn't about buildings, it's about the new experience and what people feel in these destinations and how they come back to have the same experience here. And thank you so much for your input in development of this industry. And I'm very thankful for this conversation, and I would like to invite everybody to explore this topic more with our speaker, with Dunya Foulani from Deloitte, to your booth. And I think that this will be a wonderful occasion also to go deeper in this topic. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anissa.
Thank you. Dunya, what a fascinating insight you brought. Alyssa, glorious moderation. Thank you so much, both of you, for being with us on stage. That was wonderful. Thank you. Shukran. Thank you. Okay, we're just going to get rid of one of these chairs. So if my lovely stage team can leap into action, that would be fantastic. Thank you so much. And I will begin my introduction to the next moderator so we can keep the momentum moving nicely because we've just switched those two sessions round. So next we're going to be looking at the future of urban development, those new horizons when it comes to urban development. So I would love to welcome onto this stage Mr. Roland Igbinova, who will introduce his guest. Dr. Roland. I love you still got your sunnies on. I mean, you're such a rock star. You are such a rock star. Fantastic. So Rockstar Roland on stage, everybody. Big round of applause.
Okay, great. We're going to jump into the session right away. I have with me engineer Hatta Tasaji, who's the CEO of Al-Balad Al-Amin. Al-Balad Al-Amin is a government entity who is responsible for the development of Makkah City. So please, ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, please help me welcome engineer Tasiji, please. Thank you very much. So we'll get straight right into it, right? Now, it's very interesting. We're going to be talking about Makkah City, right? And the way Saudi Arabia is right now, development is not longer defined by just asset value, and how massive the assets are, right? But right now, you are looking at a productive city. You are looking at an inclusive city. How economically viable is that city, right? So I want you to just paint a picture, looking at the Vision 2030 and looking at also Saudi Arabian cities and what's basically happening around the city, especially now that the city is sort of the fulcrum for development across the region.
Okay. First of all, thank you for hosting me in this great venue with great leaders and transformers of Saudi Arabia. I know there is a lot of audience here have participations in the development program of Saudi Arabia. Today we are lucky in living in this era because we have now a great story that we can tell the generations. Today, with the Vision 2030, we have clear targets. One of them is to have 3 cities minimum at the top 100 livable cities by 2030. So this is a big achievement. Today we are progressing. Jeddah and Riyadh now very close to reach that targets today. We hope that the 3rd city is coming closer. So this is one of the main transformations that we have. The green cities by 2030, we are planning to plant more than 10 billion trees around the country. These huge targets are not coming from the sky. It's already progressing. There is a plan behind it. By 2060, as per the statement of His Royal Highness, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, that we want zero carbon country by 2060. These are big plans that we are all working together, hand in hand, private sector, government sectors, and we hope that we can live to see these achievements.
Oh, great. I think it's already underway. I mean, I understand that Mecca globally is 39 in the IMD report, right? I'm correct, right? 39, correct. Yeah, in terms of sustainability and how you're doing all of the climate.
As a smart city.
As a smart city, yes. So, I mean, I think you guys are on that part, right?
So what we see now is Mecca, we are trying to digitalize most of the services. What we believe is that it's about the quality of the development. It's not about the development anymore. Maybe the mindset now changing from building buildings into building lifestyles. So the aim now is to have more services, more technology that make the journey of any resident or visitor an experience. So here comes the innovation, here comes the technology, and as you mentioned, now today Mecca at the 39 ranked as per the IMD ranking cities. So this is one of the mandates that all the parties are working on. Today at Al-Balad Al-Amin, we are also working to digitalize the F&B services in Mecca. So most of the providers, the suppliers, everything has to come under system, under supervision. So this improves the lifestyle, this improves the quality of life, and that's the aim for everybody.
I mean, just listening to you, right, I'm going to say, looking at the quantum of religious tourism, right? And how you have done what you're doing, and at your company, helping with the development of the city, right? What strategically differentiates Mecca, right, from other cities within Saudi Arabia? And if you like, you might want to, take an extension to other global cities.
So Mecca is a unique city. It's a target for 2 billion Muslims around the world. So it has its own uniqueness, every city has its own identity. Mecca, it has own identity. It's one of the historic. So when you look at the hospitality sector, you have a huge demand to serve all these visitors. This year, it has been announced that we had last year 18 million visitors. The target is to increase this number to 30 million by 2030. So this requires a huge investment in the infrastructure, how to scale up the emphasis on the services that you're going to provide. Again, Mecca, this is the third largest city in terms of population among Saudi Arabia.
Okay.
So they have already 2.5 million residents who lives there. So it requires an improvement of most of the sectors. We can see the logistics sectors. We're working with many projects now to improve the logistics city. We are developing now a city for food, and we call it Food City. This will be a unique model where it will be something globally can be recognized, because we are going to combine all the providers under one umbrella. Balad Al-Amin leading this exercise now. It's a very unique. We're working with top lead consultants to come up with new ideas, innovative thoughts, how we can bring everybody together under that umbrella. So these are examples of things that we're working in Mecca, how to improve the quality and how to improve the services there.
I'm smiling because with the kind of description that you have given, you would agree with me that it is safe for me to say that Mecca City is almost like is a complex city, right?
Correct.
Now, if you're looking at such a city, the question then becomes, in terms of governance, right? How are you able to enable all of the levers and tweaking just so that there's some sort of coordination in developing that city? So I'm concerned about the governance. How are you guys helping to do that?
So I think now the key word is coordination, and this is what is the key word for success last year for Hajj season. I think there is a big now coordination between RCMC, between the municipality, between Al-Balad Al-Amin, or the related party between private and government sectors. So we have multi-meetings where you do a regular talks, thoughts, workshops, to make sure that we all align together. So we drive a vision, and everybody have his own goals. Kidana, for example, they lead all the development when it comes to Mina, Arafah, Muzdalifa, which is the holistic places in Mecca. We, Al-Balad Al-Amin, take care of all the city development for real estate and services as well. The RCMC, they put the master plan of the city. So there is a coordination between all the parties, and we can see that in the change that Mecca has witnessed in the last year. So anyone will visit today Mecca, and last year he will see a big difference now, and maybe the people who have live in Mecca understand the transformation that we are going through today.
Okay, so another interesting thing, because I know that when you have development of this scale and you have several units coordinating the city, so the issue then become moving from all of strategy to execution, right? So the question is then, in terms of alignment, right, what's basically happening with all of these different cities that you have mentioned? I understand that you said there's a lot of coordination, right? Now, I'm asking this to sort of have a sense or gauge whether for the Vision 2030, the development plans for Mecca City is going to happen, or with what's happening with the complexities is sort of slowing down. You think that there will be a slowdown in the delivery that you have in the vision?
See, the beauty of Mecca is driven by demand. So
Correct.
it's not a project that we see a real demand in Mecca in different sectors. And I have numbers in each sector, how we can see, and we did a gap analysis in all sectors. So we can see there's a gap in the healthcare. So we are inviting all the healthcare investors to come and fill that gap. In the residential, in the labor camps, because of the huge developments that we have, we require many projects. Now we just launched a project that will be catering that segment. So we are doing labor camp, and we're inviting many investors and developers to work in that sectors. We just awarded now Car City. So this is all scalable project, but there is a huge demand that fills that gap. Commercial, there is a lot of gap in the retail sectors, which we can see in the pipeline. We signed a couple of mandates with leaders, developers in that sectors. So I think this is the beauty of Mecca, is that it's driven by demand. There is increase in the number of the visitors. Even the residents themselves, the target they are going to, or the expectation is to grow from 2.5 to 3 million residents. Again, the geographic allocation of Mecca allows Mecca to be also visited from different neighbors or cities. So for example, Taif, Jeddah, the connectivity with Al-Medina through the train system. So all this gives Mecca an advantage, an edge to investors. Now the new regulations of allowing the non-Saudis, Muslims, to come and buy in Mecca, which will be very announced soon. This all gives motivation to the investors to come and invest Mecca and make it an attractive city to come.
Okay, thank you very much. I mean, I'm looking at your colleague. I know that you have a flight to catch, so I'm just trying to skim through some of the very important things that our audience should get to understand, right? And it brings me to this last part, so you don't miss your flight, right?
No worries.
So now, because of the work that you do, right, as CEO at Abad, right? So how would you say, in terms of investment opportunities, I know that you have touched on a bit of them, right? And you have talked about how the enactment for the law for non-Saudi Muslims to be able to invest in Saudi, right? So I'm looking at, in what specific areas are you looking at this sort of urban investments, right? And how does it bridge the gap between the public and the private sector? Are you looking at only government investment, or you're also looking at private sector investments? Yeah.
Okay. So this announcement will become in details once they declare it fully. And they were mentioning it will be coming very soon this year. The effectiveness has started 22nd of January. So that's give the kickoff start to go for the project. Let me take it from a different angle. Today, let me give you the big projects that are taking place in Mecca, and that will be one of the considered projects that to look at. So we have Bawabat al-Malik Salman. This is this is the largest development among the world. This is a huge development that will be starting very soon in Mecca. We have one of the largest development under 7, which is an entertainment projects catering to give more luxury of life and quality for the visitors and the residents. We have mega projects by Roshan, by Sumu, by Dakhir, Jabal Umar, Masar. These are projects that we are proud to see it in Mecca, because today these projects are going to be target for everybody. Now the regulation will determine exactly which project, how the regulation, the government, it will come later on the detailed descriptions. But at this stage we are very optimistic that most of these projects will see life very soon.
Okay, great. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry that's about all we can take with Engineer Hatan and Tasiji, CEO of Abalad Alamein Development Company. Please, a round of applause for my guests, please.
Thank you so much.
شكرا جزيلا. السادة والسيدات، جلسة حوارية جديدة محورها حول
discussion about the human or the humanized projects in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia across the globe by Her Royal Highness Princess Lamia, the General Secretary of Al Walid Humanitarian Foundation. Please, the floor is yours. الأمور تسير على قدم وساق، كل شيء تمام. سيداتي سادتي الزملاء الحضور،
here in Riyadh. Today our focus is going to be around the intersection of philanthropy and real estate and social impact, specifically looking at the Sustainable Urban Development Agenda. My name is Haidar Ammar. I'm a managing director and partner with the Boston Consulting Group. I lead our social impact practice in the Middle East, working with philanthropies, government, multilateral institutions on advancing the social impact agenda all around the world, specifically for the most vulnerable segment of the society. And today, I do have the pleasure and honor to be sitting here with Her Royal Highness, Princess Labia bint Majid Al Saud, the Secretary General and member of the Board of Trustees for Al Walid Philanthropies. I'm not going to mention all her roles, but part of her roles because they are long and many. But in her role as the Secretary General at Al Walid Philanthropy, she leads the global philanthropic strategy across key areas, including youth and women empowerment, the humanitarian effort and humanitarian response, community development, culture, and social impact amongst many. And that happens with partnership with a number of international organizations. In addition, she has many roles that are at the international mandate level, and the few that I will actually mention. You are the UN Habitat Global Ambassador for the Arab State.
Yes.
You are also a global champion for gender equality with UN Women.
Yes.
And you are also a member of UNICEF's and a global champion on a committee as well.
Yes.
Through your leadership, we have seen you've built long-term and sustainable multi-sector partnership with a lot of organizations to deliver a great social impact all around the world and translate those into practical initiatives that will actually make the livelihood of many communities better, especially the vulnerable ones. We want to thank you for taking the time, for having the chat, and we hope, and I'm sure, that everybody will enjoy your insight and conversation. So thank you very much, and join me in welcoming your Royal Highness. Before we jump into the serious matters and the topic itself, I wanted to start with a personal question on what really attracted you to the word of philanthropy. And how does that fit in the broader context of the mission of Al Walid Philanthropy?
First, thank you very much for the introduction, Haidar. يعني أعطيتني أكثر من اللي أستحقه بصراحة, but thank you very much. Before anything, I just want to thank المنظمين. I want to say it's always a pleasure being here, to be very honest. Last year it's have been a huge success. And I look forward always to have the same success in this event because it really put Saudi Arabia as the hub for real estate and partnership. And I'm very glad last year we reached almost, with the hundreds of speakers, 120 countries, a lot of partnership been created. And this is how this country is moving forward. So I just want to say thank you very much for everything. Let's go to your question. I think doing good or humanitarian action, it's in our DNA in the Arab world. Yani it's something I think we we come to this world with it as a given, to be very honest. But honestly, the person who really put me in this path, I would say it was my mom, Allah يطول في عمرها. She always told me, you don't always look for the need, try to see the potential in people, because whenever you satisfy a need, and then what's going to happen? So here it's the same. إنه هو ما تعطيني سمكة علمني كيف أصطاد. This is the concept, and it was very much aligned with the Walid philanthropies, to be very honest. And how we work in projects, it's always building. It's not aid. We don't do aid. We do sustainable projects in different areas of focus, which you actually mentioned one of them, which is empowering women and youth. But actually we have 5 areas of focus. The first one is community development, goes under it infrastructure and health and education. Very proud of the achievement in the health sector, especially in vaccination. We reach over 800 million kids around the world, and our portfolio, it's really completed. And we do a lot of empowering women and youth, and we actually always like to lean toward the economical empowerment. As we said, whenever you're economically empowered, you have the right, or you have the freedom actually, whether you spend it on education, business, upscaling your house, whatever you want to do. And the other area of focus, which is really close to my heart personally, it's narrowing gap between culture and civilization and promoting for tolerance and understanding. And the 5th, which is promoting for healthier environment. And it's the youngest area of focus that we launched in the foundation. So go back to the question that you said. In Al Walid Philanthropies, after 45 years, actually this is our 45th year, after almost 1,500 projects, after reaching 1.2 billion beneficiaries around the world, it's really interesting how the humanitarian action is changing with all what's happening around you, with all the technology, and how you can give more. And with a region that it's 60% under 30, a lot of people see it as a burden. We see it as an opportunity, and how to prep those youth to build their own countries and own communities.
Amazing. And speaking of the change, and I think you touched upon many topics that we will have a discussion on. We'll start a little bit more on the global stage. And we know that globally, cities in general are witnessing different pressure, sometimes also contradicting pressure points as well. Whether we talk about the rapid urbanization that is happening still around the world, whether we talk about climate risk and its implication also on cities and the development, or whether we talk about the affordability agenda that is now high on the priority of many politicians around the world, as well as, unfortunately, the inequality and the rise in also inequality in certain cities as well. Have you seen a model around the world where you would say this is a good model that you'd like to kind of share with us? Or if it's not a good model, maybe lessons that you've learned from in the context of the sustainable urban development, and specifically in the context of the vulnerable housing as well.
Yeah. So let's agree on something. Housing, it's not only an asset. And let's agree on this. A house is preserving the dignity of a human being. It's you being safe, and you're content. Your dignity is content at the end of the day. And this is something that His Highness Prince Walid, our chairman, always keep in mind, and he always repeat it, because this is the alphabetic. Now, when we go to different communities and different societies, and the affordability and how you can provide a certain housing project or unit that really resonate with the community. So I'll give you an example that it was really, and we took a lot of awards on this project. It was, actually it's very interesting, it's It's a French entity. She adopted the method of the Nubian أو البيوت النوبية اللي في النوبة. أي أحد راح مصر يعرف إن البيوت النوبية they have a very hot weather there. So they adopted the same methodology. They took it to Sub-Sahara. We built over 650 units with natural resources. We trained masons. We created jobs. And we provide to the community the housing that they want and they accept. So we always work with community, not for community. So you need to pay this respect and to understand more and spend more in research and data for you to provide what's needed. And this is what we do in the foundation. We don't have one size fits all. We don't do this because this is not right. As long as you're spending to develop communities and to do good and to provide and to close gap, you need to understand what's needed.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And maybe that's a great segue. I mean, as your role also in the UN Habitat and as a representative of the Arab state, I can imagine that if we go back to the Arab community, each of the different countries or the region, the Arab state, also have their own economic situation, their own culture situation, their demographic situation that is also quite different. So I wanted to take a little bit of your take and your view on how is the sustainable development agenda different in the context of the Arab state, or how would you perceive that?
I'll go back to the same thing. You need to understand. I'll give Saudi Arabia as an example. In Saudi Arabia, the concept of having a house, it was completely different than what's happening now. Now we want something more affordable. Youth want to have a small house that they start with it and then they grow it. Before, there was a completely different concept. With all the changes happening in the community from an economical perspective, people are more logical of choosing the unit that they want to purchase. And what's more interesting is the alignment with the Vision 2030 and how Ministry of Housing are even providing the same need for youth and for people, whether unfortunate families or even youth, whether by secondary or second. So this is a very good model for you to see how governments have to be aligned with the need of communities. And Saudi Arabia is a very big country. So the concept in Riyadh, it may be not suitable for Jeddah, not suitable for Al Janub, or but we are very much going in depth on need and locations for different cities in Saudi Arabia. When we go globally, here you would, with all what's happening in the region, of course. Now, even though when you work with refugees, for example, for providing shelters and homes, it differs from a crisis to another. You're getting me? So when it's back in the days with Syria, we provided a different type. Again, we don't only provide housing or shelters, we do like a 360 thing. So it depends on the crisis and how we can benefit the community. We always, in some, I would say in some project, we concentrated on special needs. We concentrated on training and with employment that be in favor and how to close the gap in this area. So it differs, Haider. But at the end of the day, the most important thing that you have to understand the value of data and how you can use this data to benefit communities.
Amazing. And I will go back to maybe that point of the data, specifically when we talk about the philanthropies as well and their role. But before going to that, and you mentioned the example of Saudi Arabia. And today, if we look at Saudi Arabia, we were just discussing right now, in the past 7 years, especially when it comes to city development and urban development, we have seen a massive transformation. Riyadh as a city alone is transforming massively, and we've seen it also all across. And I wonder if you have also a bit of a view, which you've shared a little bit of, but maybe we can dwell more on in this context of major transformation, how do we make sure and we institutionalize a way of ensuring that the development does not overlook some of the vulnerable segment, but actually, takes them along the way? Is there any thoughts or ideas that you see on how this can be done or is being done, and you'd like to kind of also shed light on?
Actually, it's been done now. Yes. Of course, who's responsible for this segment of the population is Sakani, and I'm honored to be on the board of Sakani as well. So how they segment and they measure the need for the needy family or the unfortunate family, أو اللي هم مستفيدي الضمان, let's say.
Yes.
It's the same method that we talked about. They're not only looking on only providing a unit. No, it's as well as, yes, developing, yes. It's how you're gonna benefit out of this unit for now, but you shouldn't be for a long period of time a beneficiary for that unit. You should give it to another person, and we develop this beneficiary and we take him from ضماني إلى مستقل. أو independent. That a very good example is the affiliation that we have مع وزارة الإسكان وسكن. We provide 10,000 units, which 1,000 units per year. Now we're in the 6th year. We don't only do this. We have actually His Royal Highness Prince Walid, our chairman, had the concept that, what he wanted to provide, he wanted to remove, I would say, the burden of the rental or the spending on rental and also on transportation. So what we do, we give a unit and we give a car. Mostly, like I would say 60% of the beneficiaries, they're not only using the car for transportation, they use it as Uber drivers or Kareem drivers. So
livelihood.
Yes, exactly. So you increase your monthly income, you give them a chance to elevate their economical status, and at the end of the day, you benefit the community. And this is exactly the same concept, and this is why we're very much aligned with the ministry, who I really أحب أشكرهم على كل يعني العمل الجاد والشاق حقيقة اللي هم بيعملوه. At the end of the day إحنا we have a mandate to deliver إنه almost 70% of people, yes, they have to be house owning or they're owning their own units. So it's all about, again, understanding the community and how you're going to provide, where it's actually answering the 4 Ws and H for any beneficiaries or project.
Oh, absolutely. And you tackled a little bit of this topic, and I'd like to also dwell into it a little bit more. And we were actually just discussing also how much philanthropy have evolved overall in the world, but also in Saudi Arabia in the past few years. So I want to take the context of philanthropy in the urban development space, and what is your take on the evolution of the role of philanthropy in this space, and how do you see this partnership also growing between the philanthropy and the pure commercial private sector, as well as the government in that space? And you just mentioned maybe one example that was right here.
Actually, this is our, I would say, our belief, or the foundation belief. We always, whenever we enter any country, even though in Saudi Arabia we work in 190 countries around the world, so there is a trio that we have to do. It's us, international entity, governmental, this is in the global level, international entity and local entity, to ensure that what we're delivering it's really aligned with the need of the community. This is from an international perspective. What's required from us is strategic thinking, a heavy monitoring, and understanding, gathering data for the community to make sure that we provide the right service for the right people. Locally is the same. Every and each project that we do, we have a governmental entity. And why we do that, Haydar? Because we need to ensure the sustainability of the project. So we don't want just whenever we're out, then it's finished. It doesn't make sense. So this is something that it's like an alphabetic for us to do in any and every project that we do, whether it's locally, regionally, and internationally.
No, amazing. I want to go a little bit on that topic for maybe one more question or two more questions before we close as well. I want your take on two things. First, I want your take on how do you see the appetite of actually also partnering with the private sector specifically in the context of Saudi, and have you seen that there's a little bit more of an opening kind of there in the space of real estate development or sustainable urban development? That's number one. And maybe the second question as well that is related, at least we have seen it in our practice, is that there is a wealth of non-profit organization and NGOs that has grown across all the sectors, but specifically even in the housing sector that is there. So I want to also get your perspective as a foundation, as a philanthropy that is providing some grants and looking for partnership with the non-profit sector, of your view of the growth and the maturity of the non-profit sector, specifically also in the housing space potentially, or urban development.
In the beginning, let me correct something. We don't provide grants. We do projects that is sustainable, that reflect on communities.
True.
Second, private sector is one of the main pillar of this, of the humanitarian action in Saudi Arabia in specific. For example, in second, we have a lot of private sector are supporting us from the domain itself, from the sector itself. At the end of the day, you have a lot of, I would say, challenges that they help us to overcome. And with all the expertise on the board of directors and the board of trustees, we would never move forward without their support, first of all.
Okay.
From a perspective of foundations, this is, again, this have always been, this is the concept of doing good in the Arab world, is how to collaborate in helping others. But nowadays we are more, I would say it's more institutionalized, if I said it right. هي يعني أخذت الشكل المؤسساتي في توصيل الخدمة.
Yes.
And this came from where? Since the vision. Before we were, as you know, we were a closed community. We were only concentrating on Saudi Arabia and how we can, fulfill the need inside the country. But whenever we have this openness and we start getting expertise and international foundation come here and we collaborate with them, at the end of the day, you already gain knowledge and you gain a new system, how you can apply it and how you can deliver faster, better quality and more, I would say, targeted to the right people with the right partners. The KPIs by itself, it's completely different. And it make it for us more easy to deliver the right service in the right time.
Great, amazing. I think we're about to close. We have like 5 more minutes, but I'd like to allow you the time to have also a final, longer message as well for the participant of this forum. If you have one final message to tell them a little bit more around the contribution and development to sustainable urban development all around the world, what would that message be?
I would stress on 2 things actually. Let's differentiate between aid, which is extremely important as a first responding in any, or who we would call them the first responder in any crisis. This is extremely important for now. Whenever there is a crisis, it's now. We need to respond now. But at the end of the day, what keeps communities alive is the sustainable projects that happen after you count casualties, what's needed, what is the gap, what happened, and how you're going to fulfill. Actually, we did this in Saudi Arabia. We created a consortium of the biggest funding or the biggest foundation in Saudi Arabia. We call it Al-Tawla Al-Mustadira. Okay. So we study what's needed in the Saudi community and how we can close gaps, and we do a conference every year to display achievement and to highlight the need as well. So when we do this, you have the aid and you have the sustainable, I would say, project that have a tangible and very accurate reflection on the benefit happen in different societies and how you can build on it. And the second thing, you need to understand where you stand for you to understand and to know what's your next step. So لازم تعرف أنت وين واقف, what's the situation now, علشان تعرف أنا حروح يمين أو حروح يسار أو حمشي على طول. So this is my two takes. So I hope we understand the importance of data and research and to apply it on our project, whether it's globally, regionally, or locally.
Amazing. I want to thank you very, very much for this insightful conversation. And I hope everybody here enjoyed the conversation as much as I did.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for your insight. And we look forward to also hearing from you every single time, inshallah, in this forum.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate
it.
Thank you so much. Your Royal Highness, Princess Lamia, what a pleasure to have you gracing our stage again. Thank you so much for your time. Shukran. It's always a privilege to hear from Her Royal Highness, Princess Lamia. Such amazing work going on through the philanthropic endeavors that she leads so bravely. Expanding horizons is the theme of the RFF, and definitely that is a session that looks at how we expand those horizons. Wonderful. We're moving now into a conversation with Michael Flynn. Michael's been on our stage a few times already over the last couple of days. He's a wonderful supporter and partner for the RFF, and he has a lot of insights to share. I won't give him his full introduction because I'm going to leave that to his expert moderator. So please join me in welcoming to the stage Ms. Sylvia Eldawi. Sylvia, I will leave it over to you to introduce your guest. It's always wonderful to have you here. Thank you so much.
Everyone, it's a pleasure to be here today, and I'm delighted that Michael Flynn is going to join us for the last time on this stage for the Real Estate Future Forum. Now, he is, just in case you missed him this morning, he is the Global Infrastructure and Transport Leader at Deloitte. And Michael works with governments, investors, and institutions around the world to help position cities and large-scale developments for long-term success. And over the next 30 minutes, we're going to explore what leadership teams across the globe should be prioritizing now to protect long-term asset value, and also what truly underpins competitiveness in a fast-evolving city. Now, earlier today, Michael spoke about how mobility patterns in Riyadh are evolving and how transport infrastructure is supporting a move towards a more connected 15-minute city. And he's going to tell us about his first trip on the Riyadh Metro yesterday, and how data as well is helping us understand not just where people live and work, but how cities actually function. So that brings us on to this conversation today. I'd like you to all help me join. Welcome Michael to the stage. Welcome, Michael.
Thank you.
Right. How was your trip on the metro yesterday? Tell us about that.
It was great. It was my first, I was reminded that I do lead global transport for Deloitte and that I should really try a wider use of the transport network here. So yeah, went on for a very short trip yesterday, and then I've been on it a few times today. So it was smooth, real easy to operate, find my way around, and yeah, very pleasant trip. So would recommend, if you haven't used it, and this is a message to my colleagues as well, is make sure you use it. It's excellent.
Brilliant. I'm tempted now, thank you. Right, so building on what we heard this morning, from your global experience, what feels fundamentally different about how cities and large-scale developments are being planned and delivered today compared to previous growth cycles?
Yeah, look, I think there's a few things. Firstly, if I look probably 10 years ago, I would never have thought somebody wanted to set up a whole new city. And it's not just a Saudi thing. It is the number of clients we're talking around the world who want to set up from a governmental point of view, but also private sector, initiating this is saying there's a new city, particularly linked with technology and AI and driving that but it's the economic side. It's driving that. So I think firstly there's far more of it. Secondly is because of this drive towards urbanism, we know the stats are there, but I think the numbers are even going to be higher in terms of the number of people living in cities. That's why you need them, right? So and so you have that. There's the economic pressures. In order to, you need that urban space in most cases to create economic activity. You need a place to put people. But I think the difference is that they're being better planned because you're going from greenfield. It is hard because you're having to pay for everything and you're not able to spread that over 100 years that you might have done previously. But it is this ecosystem that we talked about earlier. It needs the village, it needs the public, the private, it needs the construction, but also how you build the economy. But there's also a greater focus on density. So previously people, because it was a bit haphazard, there was lots of building sort of went wherever it felt like, where now it's better planned, it's having higher density. Like we saw this morning when Marco showed the metro, is that, transport and transport links will influence where people will live, and so there's a those nodes where there's stations will now become a hub. And lastly, that there is embedded into that into the new plans are sustainability and resilience and livability. So all of those are trying to be considered. But it just makes it, because there's so many things now and it's hard, it makes it really, really complex.
And you've personally been involved in NEOM. Let's talk about your role called Kidia. What other projects close to home have you been
here we've done stuff with various government departments and continue to do so, and the team do it. But also we've done stuff around the world in terms of looking at various new cities in Asia, Asia-Pac, and South America, Caribbean places as well, particularly. But also looking at more developed economies. But we're looking at it is just a change because of urban centres create this economic activity. And everybody's competing now to attract that economic activity, because that's what gives value to everything. But the other bit is we talked the other day about the real estate market. There's no point in just building it, and there's plenty of markets which started with if I build it they will come.
Yeah.
Unless you can create that economic activity, they don't always come, and therefore you're left with an empty box, and that doesn't help you.
Yeah, and of course Deloitte can get involved at any stage of the life cycle once it's, once they've built it and they're hoping for people to come. But ideally you want to get involved right at the beginning to influence those early stage decisions.
Yeah, I mean, look, we help clients across the whole life cycle, from that strategy point to design, planning, financing, procurement, construction, operation. A few things. We do like getting involved at the very start, and well, that's obvious from what we do. But in terms of how we can help, because we can help on that strategic piece in terms of how do you fit things together. So we use things like digital twin to look at the adjacencies of various elements, look at the sustainability, what level of emissions this is going to do, what land is available, what could go there, make sure that you're looking at the entire ecosystem. Do you have enough capacity from an infrastructure point of view, from a power, from a water, from all those utilities? Thinking about all of those in one place, but also then going, so who's going to pay for this?
Yeah.
And who's, so do you have enough governmental money? Probably not, is the reality. So how do you bring, how do you set this up and set up in individual projects, and but maintaining that connectivity? What you don't want is single things being developed on their own, because if they go on their own, you miss all the efficiencies. So when we're doing this strategy piece, our mindset is always on what this is going to be like when it's an active city, when it's an active district, whatever it is. So what is the user experience going to be? How efficient is it? Does the business case work? Does it pay for itself? Does it create value for everybody who's in there? But also, is it efficient from a resources point of view, from a cost point of view, from an emissions point of view? How livable is it? All of those things. But you're trying to think about what that sort of end game in a couple of years' time, at the very start. We do, as I said, we do it digitally, and then what we do is we bring that digital twin all the way along the life cycle, bringing everybody in, and it helps explain it, but it also makes sure that it all stays connected, and then you deliver that ultimately what is the end product that everybody hoped for at the very start.
So would you say then the digital twin is probably the most influential decision from the early stage?
It's part of it. Sometimes it is easier for people to see things visual. Most people are visual, and so they get to see things. But what and if anybody wants to come out to the booth, we've digital play, and we're able to look at a area or district, but what we're also able to do is look at use geospatial to say, well, how much space do I have available? What could that do if I put different types of real estate on top of that? And so the digital picture is more than just a picture, and this is why it's important that there are some digital twins that just a beautiful picture and it's used for sales. That's fine, that's a function, but you've got to remember that is what the function is. What we're trying to say is you can have that beautiful picture, but it links in with your business case, it links in with what you're going to put in there, it links in with the market, links in with the value, the real estate value, links in with the institutional investors that are going to come in there, links in with your capacity in the marketplace from a construction point of view. Can you deliver this? And ultimately, what are you going to put into this? And I think the wider bit, which doesn't fall into digital twin, is figuring out the how you fill the box, is how do you what sectors are you going to attract? Are you putting in the right real estate, the right mix that's going to attract that type of sector, which is going to have the most economic impact? And so you're always trying to put all those bits together. But digital twin is really helpful. And the other bit I would say is it also links in with, it starts your data collection process. There's loads of data in this whole entire process. What happens is it's very dispersed. People don't like sharing it. Sharing sort of maybe cedes a bit of power. But to get this working correctly, if you can put all that together, all of the analysis that we were looking at this morning, and making that journey easier, but also managing cost and time is easier when you've got the full amount of data.
Right, and you touched on financing. And we also heard a very clear message this morning about where capital is flowing to. So what gives institutional investors confidence to commit to long-term infrastructure-led urban development?
Yeah, so I think there's a few fundamentals that sometimes get forgotten, right? So firstly, private sector money is not free money. They put their money in and they want their money out, and they want it out with a return. So at all stages when you're having this conversation with them, I want to give you, the confidence is that they can get their money out with a return. That's what you're trying to convince them. Everything else is are they, you know, do they invest in this type of asset? Do they invest in this country? Do they invest in, you know, do they like the promoters? All of those sort of things. But the bit you're trying to convince them is you're going to get your money back, right? So the more you can put that case together, the better. The other piece that needs to be done is you need to widen the market for it, because you know, you need competition firstly, because that, you know, these are competitive investors, and if they see others are doing it, they'll believe that there's something they're missing, and you create that objective. But also you need to create capacity in terms of the scale of investment. The last bit I would say, there's often what happens particularly in newer markets is it's either all private or all public. And what you also find is sometimes the public money is put against projects which would be ideal for private capital. And then the really complex, difficult one that's really hairy, that should be a public money, is the one that is say, well, actually, we'll give that to the private sector and let them do that. And so you find in terms of the delays, and when people say we can't raise capital for this, is sometimes you're putting the wrong project in front of the wrong people.
Eyeballs, yeah.
And then there's the in-between. So there is cases and where you can, you know, use an amount of public money. And this is where you leverage public capital in terms of bringing in that private sector, not to take away all the risk, but there are risks which they just can't manage, but public sector can. And so you layer in a level of public sector, but you're not trying to do it all. And so it's getting this balance that you get, you know, 5-10x value out of your public money, and you get your entire city built, but you're also bringing in more private capital, and that sort of leverage piece is you know, great for the economy because you've got more spend happening, but you get to deliver far more, and it's that balance. It happens all around the world. The wrong projects go in front of the wrong people, and it is the if we can, you know, anywhere around the world, if you can change that dynamic, that somebody understands this. You know, we talk about risk transfer, and you know that's fine, but it's the how do you leverage the smaller amount of public capital that you have in order to do a far bigger thing, and if you think that way and that you work in the partnership and that ecosystem and deliver on it, then it's a far stronger opportunity.
And you've got that global view. What lessons would you say can be learnt from more mature markets that would translate well into fast growth regions, and what doesn't translate well?
Look, I think that the challenge in fast growth is because it is fast growth and there's lots of money, and I think you know, they don't have as much time to spend or time even to give to do things, right? So, but that doesn't mean you should make bad decisions. I think what you can learn from more developed markets is they're very good at analyzing things. Sometimes analyzing to death, and it just takes a little bit, and it takes too long, and no decision gets made. So I think it's getting that balance right. Is what is being looked at, and how do you bring it forward? I think the other bit that I would say is some of the very developed markets, and if you look at early stages of PPP and PPFI in UK and other parts, it was very much driven and dominated by the banks to make sure they got their money back. And I'm not saying they shouldn't get their money back, but it structured the deal and made it very inflexible. So where I think in a new market, we call it, try and put it private sector participation rather than PPP, because we don't want investors and banks to immediately go into this inflexible type structure. So it allows you to put in that flexibility that aligns better with the local market, that deals with those risks pieces and says, well, okay, bank, you to play here, you can take a little bit more risk. It doesn't mean that no matter what happens, you always get your money back, because actually there's a risk piece here that you can play. It's a balance, because you don't want to push them off. But I think there's opportunities here that you can take what's been done on developed markets and make it faster, get the same data, but use digital a bit more, and get to the market a lot quicker.
What would you say definitely wouldn't work?
Wouldn't work here, or in fast markets. Look, I think the developed markets there are funders who are very comfortable, and they throw something out into the marketplace, and it just gets done because it's just always happened that way. That just takes time, and so eventually you get there here in developing markets. But it just takes you may not have the time to do that. That's why you have to work and bring everybody in as partnerships.
Okay. And you've emphasized that cities don't succeed in silos. To you, what does effective orchestration across infrastructure, transport, developers, investors, what does it look like in practice? And you touched on decision-making earlier as well.
Yeah, look, and again, if you go out to the booth, we've got this asset we call harmonicity, and what it is doing is telling a story that you shouldn't look at a single asset on its own. So if you're building a data center, you can't just think of what's in the box. You've got to figure out where your power is going to come from. Is it renewable or not? Where's your water going to come from? Is it clean enough or not? Where's your telecoms going to come from? And so on. And that's the same for every asset. And it's amazing how people, and even including investors, don't think about those things. And do you not have enough capacity? So I think that a city to operate better is that ecosystem. We did a report recently, AI-powered cities. We did it with NVIDIA and ServiceNow. And one of the things we were looking at was that use cases for AI in cities. What we saw is that the real benefit is where it comes. So there's various tools, they do individual assets, and the cameras do security or waste or all that. Where it really, really worked well was when the city and that all connected. And so suddenly you had the cameras on the road not only solving the traffic, but they were looking at security and other issues. Not only you build your school, but you also put and other buildings, and you put solar on the top, and that excess power, because they close at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, that any excess power was then utilized in other parts of the city. So suddenly the efficiency of the city was because they were all talking, all those bits talking together. And so, the other bits in terms of, control rooms and control centers, have you got all that connected so that something goes down here, you can now route people differently, and it changes that whole dynamic, that the city can connect with the individual, because you now have that technology link, but also is that the city is working to make the city work.
And I think that's where the name comes from. Harmonicity sounds like synchronicity, which is the name of the game.
Yeah.
And there's a demo outside in your booth?
There's a demo on the booth outside, yeah.
So if you have time, go and check it out, Harmonicity. Okay, so we have touched on technology. Obviously, it wouldn't be a fireside chat if we don't delve into AI and data a little bit more. Where would you say AI is already earning its place operationally within infrastructure and transport systems, and where do you see the next wave of impact coming from?
So, I talked about the operational bits, and we have, in terms of transport systems, we've implemented where AI sits in the background on transport systems. So you're looking at your road and your whole transport system. Something happens. Human decision making doesn't happen fast enough to deal with the issues. So how do you get call emergency response? How do you get a level of maintenance? But also how do you divert the traffic away and try and reroute it? So we've put AI running simulations behind transport systems to do that. And so, none of that's particularly new, but it is useful. The interesting bit where we're going with, in terms of our approach to delivering infrastructure and real estate, is that we are embedding AI into our solutions all the way through. So I talked about the focus on operations. We are looking at bringing in tools which is looking at cost and cost certainty. It's amazing how much fraud, waste, and abuse happens in a project, particularly when there's in fast-moving, a lot of money being spent, and it's up to sort of 10-15% at any one time. We've put an AI implemented tool called Spend Integrity, which brings together finance, procurement, and technical. So it's looking at those three bits and says, and again, that's, lots of people do this paper-based, but what we're doing is not that, did I check that I ordered 100 tons of steel, did I get it? That's all fine, and your systems will do this. What we're trying to do is from an AI point of view and predictive is saying, did you order that? Are you going to order for that steel from somebody who sells steel? The last time you ordered from them, it came late. It wasn't of the right quality, and so on. And so it starts telling, going ahead of the procurement piece and saying, think about and red flagging your decision to say, well, and helping the human to not just get lost in it, because the speed of what has to happen when you're spending millions and millions every day, procurement can get lost in this, and I need to get it done. They need the steel. I need to get, and so on. So, but the other piece that needs to do to put that in place is data, and as talked earlier in terms of data is hard to get and manage. What this does is it puts together. Now, what also helps is it says to clients that we work with and said, actually, if you're setting the game, you're the procurement, you can set the rules, and therefore you should insist that you get this data, because this allows you to make that analysis. It also allows you to roll that into program management. Looking at if this happens, this is going to be a delay, but it's everything is now coordinated and linked, and then it links in with your digital twin and usability all the way through, that we want to get to that point where this connected tissue all the way through from an infrastructure project ends up in that control room that's operating this AI in the background, that you have the most efficient operating asset and ecosystem that's working, but being prompted and pushed ahead in terms of, can I make it even more efficient based on that AI tools?
And it is, we hear it often when it comes to AI, rubbish in, rubbish out.
Yeah.
So how do we control the data that's going into?
And that's that bit from the very start. So from the very start, you're starting the project, is you've got to say, look, you as a supplier, I'm going to need this data. This is the way the template is going to need to be provided to me, and it needs to be provided to me on the timely basis that I need it. So you avoid that rubbish in, rubbish out.
So where would you say data, if data is the fuel for AI, where would you say that fuel is already transforming cities and infrastructure, and where is there still value being left on the table?
So as I said, they're getting a lot on the user side, and the operations of cities is getting better. I think on the construction and early stage, that build phase, I think we're still a bit away from that. There is various solutions that are helping us design things better, which is fine. But in terms of ultimately what happens and what gets measured is cost and time. Both of them kill value and can affect your the economic impact and. So you need to the bits that we haven't quite solved those yet. Or they're not being implemented enough yet.
And one of the lessons, or one of the, I guess, global lessons that we've learned is, and someone mentioned it in one of the real estate panels on day one, I believe it was, where she said one of the lessons we've got to learn from Dubai in particular is there's no room for delay. So project delivery date, what's your
it is. As I said, things that kill it is cost overruns and time delays, and both of them kill projects. So and delay, if you can't provide certainty on timing, your institutional investors fall away, because they want to allocate capital, and if they've allocated and it doesn't come in at the right time, they have a problem. So they need confidence and comfort. That's why we're, a lot of the things we're trying to do is create this. Delays do happen. So it's not that you're going to avoid all of them, But if you can communicate it rather than just sort of bury your head in the sand, it is a lot easier to manage the funders and financiers as you go forward.
And lastly, what would your takeaway be for city leaders that are designing for future generations? What do you think they should be thinking about that the future generation will quietly thank them for?
Yeah, look, I think having cities that work because you're far more likely now to connect with a city with your phone and all of that. But it ultimately comes down to livability, and one of the things we talk about, all of this design, we can create more density, we're piling more people in. Yet if you look at those, the older cities, and we were talking about yesterday about London, but if there's a lot of space and public realm, and so one of the things from a design point of view and from a future point of view is consider that sustainability piece, consider that livability piece, and make sure there's enough green places for people to live and enjoy the city with increased density, but that you're not forgetting about what, if you go to those cities, London, Paris, there's huge green areas in the middle of it, which everybody utilizes, and not to forget that, and not to have to try and retrofit to make it in place in the future, I think is something that we can all give and leave in terms of all this planning, and therefore it makes it successful to live in as well as to work in and play in.
So it's kind of sacrificing the built up for the landscape.
Well, the two have to live together, but making sure you don't forget one over the other.
Mm-hmm. So a little bit of greenery, let's not forget. Okay. Michael, thank you very, very, very much for that insight. What's come through very clearly is the competitiveness of cities and the long-term performance of real estate. It's no longer driven by individual projects. We've got to be working together. There's a lot to think about, AI, data. So, yeah, I would encourage you all to go and have a look at the Deloitte booth, check out Harmonicity. Yeah. And what was the other one, the data one?
Is DAMA, which is our digital twin.
Mm-hmm. Check that out. Thank you for sharing your perspective and for helping frame what really matters as cities move forward. Please join me in thanking Michael.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvia, for your moderating this session. السادة والسيدات مستمرين معكم في يومنا الثالث والأخير من منتدى مستقبل.
Our third day of the 5th edition 2026 to a technical discussion how digital capacities and qualities reshape analytics for decision-making processes across the real estate sector. This is about AI, to be by Majid Al-Harbi, Christian Kanz, and the session to be moderated يدير هذه الجلسة السيد مريم ستالي. نريد أن نضيف كرسي ثالث لو سمحتم.
Let's grab a chair onto stage. Thank you so much. That's fun. Ooh, fantastic. Mind the screens. In this world of technology, we still need a lot of human intervention, don't we? Haven't got robots yet that can move our tables and chairs into place. Shukran, thank you so much. I don't need my microphone, so you can switch it over. Yeah, perfect, thank you.
Roshan Group is a steward for the future. how communities thrive through extraordinary investment, premium retail, commercial opportunities, sporting arenas.
Okay, amazing.
Hospitality, educational institutions, healthcare clinics, mosques, and so much more.
So sadly, Bernard is somewhat indisposed for the moment, and we don't think he's going to make it. So I am jumping in to moderate this session. So it's going to be a sort of fly-by-night, make it up as you go along. No, I'm joking. I can definitely do a great job with Bernard's preparation as well. But let me start, please, by introducing the panelists for this session. We have Majid Al-Arbi, who is the Deputy CEO at RFF Capital, and he's going to bring the investment and platform transformation lens on how institutional real estate players are digitizing that decision-making and those operations. So Majid Al-Arbi, please come and join me. Big round of applause. It's an absolute pleasure. Wonderful. Please come and take your seat. And we're also joined by Christian Kuntz. I hope I said that correctly. Christian is the founder of PropAI, and he's going to bring that AI plus buyer decisioning lens on how data and analytics are changing how people search, evaluate, and purchase homes. Christian, come and join me, please. How fantastic. So, in this session, what we're going to be doing is really focusing on a few tangible areas so we can have a really practical conversation for the audience. And those areas are going to be about where tech is creating real value and what that really means today, those prerequisites to roll out technology and what the role of data is in that, how to transition from pilots to scale, and also what the future of tech is very specifically here in the real estate industry. So let's begin with you, Majid. It's a pleasure to have you with us. And you've really made that deliberate shift to become a fully digital real estate capital platform. I mean, that sounds quite fancy and a little bit scary, but where does tech really sit in your business model today? And how is that helping to solve some of those problems that a lot of people in this room face?
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here.
Right into the mic for me. That's it.
Can you get me now?
Yeah.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. I think the biggest investment that we've done in RFF Capital happened around 5 years ago by kicking off a technology company, which has 120 engineers. We are all about solution providers. We are a different kind of investment firm. Most of the decisions happen on a really big scales. We manage around 35 billion SAR of real estate assets. We only do real estate. This is where we're good at. But to be honest, we struggled a lot with studying so much of opportunities that we get.
Okay, was that the sort of problem that you saw that you were trying to solve?
Yeah, this is the first issue that we had so many opportunities coming that we have to study them, and you have to study them right, because at the end of the day, you want to make the best investments for everyone.
Absolutely.
So we kicked off the company around 4 or 5 years ago to find the solutions for ourselves. We tried to see the market and how it's going, but we needed some kind of pre-designed AI digitalized tool.
Okay.
So we kicked off our digital investment bank platform around 3 years ago, and I'm happy to say that it is live today.
Amazing.
It's live today because of so many reasons. One of the reasons was Dr. Mohammed, who's a mastermind in AI and digital transformation. So what's the platform is all about is about making sure you make the right decisions.
Okay.
Because when we see Saudi today, the government is more efficient in terms of data compared to the private sector.
Yeah.
So when we studied the case, we were able, alhamdulillah, to extract information from 77 sources. And these 77 sources are live sources. And this is the struggle that happened with the investment managers, because they always have an old data. So you need to be up to date.
Okay.
So we kicked off 3 platforms. The first platform, which is the Digital Investment Bank, it's more of a process-like platform, which works as the backbone of the other integrated AI tools.
Yeah.
The second tool was Contra. Contra manages the procurement and the third parties, because as an investment banker, you'd have to work with so many vendors.
Amazing. And you're talking about tools. So is everything digitized, like end to end, or is there still any human-led activity?
This is the issue that we had before. It's both about automating and educating.
Yeah.
So you would still need those masterminds to come in and help within the platforms, and how to be master in different areas and different specialties in different areas, and this is how you become with the best outcome. And I'm happy to say we don't have a single opportunity that we lost money in it in the last 17 years.
Well, that's a pretty big claim and a good result. We like that. So just to finish off this part of the question set, you talked a little bit about how traditional market studies can be old even from that day they arrive. So how are you really using the integration with current up-to-date data and also AI to perhaps create better warning signals for investors?
Yeah, so we worked in two areas, and I think they are the most important areas. The first one is the EWS, which is the early warning signals.
Okay.
And the second thing is the covenants. Because we have real status, and real status, when we get the projects, and especially the mega projects, the design could take 6 months or 9 months.
Yeah.
By that time, when you start to develop the projects, you have all data. And Saudi, alhamdulillah, is moving very, very, very fast.
Indeed it is.
So the information that you have today could be irrelevant to the information you had 2 weeks ago. So we integrated with 77 sources. Some of them are Real Estate Registry, Ministry of Justice, Sadaya, to get the up-to-date information. So the visibility studies and the valuation tools are done automatically.
Right.
And they give even indication to the investment banker. Listen, when you started the project, your return on equity was 66%. Now it's declining or increasing. Maybe you could do something different with the asset.
It sounds incredibly clever and very practical, because I think so often we hear about AI or digital tools that are kind of doing something for the sake of doing it, but you're really adding this tangible value, which I love.
I always say it, AI is not just a fancy word that you want to utilize, you know what I mean? It has so much into it, and I think my colleague here will have so much to mention.
Indeed, I mean, Christian's nodding away here, so I get the impression you're very much on the same page with this. So Christian, why don't you just tell us a little bit about Prop AI's model, and perhaps talk about the type of decisions that this Prop AI model is helping to improve?
Yeah, pleasure. So pleasure to be here, and pleasure to be among like-minded innovators. So Prop AI is a company. Our vision is to make real estate investing transparent, accessible, and autonomous in the future. You can think of us as the Bloomberg meets JLL of the future. And it's a lot about what we just heard. It's about actually building a data and intelligence infrastructure, the layer, which is the foundation of everything. At the pace the market is going today, you need to have real-time data to take real-time decisions and to continuously update your feasibility studies, your insights, your decision-making with that data, especially in this region where things are moving so fast. And so that's the intelligence layer we built. We have at the moment over 3 billion data points that are being processed across a large number of data sets. And we also have our own proprietary machine learning and AI models, which we're now exposing to agentic AI to start moving towards fully autonomous systems.
Incredible.
Now, what do? We do 3 things. We do the 3 Ds: data, decisions, and deals.
Okay.
So what we connect is these 3 topics. The first is we create transparency by creating a unified data layer, similar to what you're doing, on the entire market, and go very deep. Every transaction, every project, every developer, every plot, everything that happens in the market through pipelines that are automated and updated every day. The second thing that we do is we generate decision intelligence. Since we're seeing the entire market, we generate insights, uncover new opportunities with real-time data for informed decision making. And it's not that you only discover the opportunities, but you support the teams to quickly take an informed decision or deep dive into the topics that actually make the difference. And then the third thing we do is we actually help make the deal happen. And this is the last mile. It's a buyer brokerage that is connected with the AI model. And in this way, we're helping to not only take better decisions, but to actually take smarter decisions and grow the market. Amazing. I think there's one more thing I would say, that three big problems in the real estate industry globally, and here's why. It's three things. The first one is that investors never find what they're looking for. Never. What they usually find is what the sellers are paying for you to see.
Okay.
Okay? But the properties that investors are looking for actually are in the market. And so this new technology and the ability to now finally connect agentic AI and machine learning models and data infrastructure together puts investors into the driver's seat to actually find what they're looking for. Now, the second problem in the industry is that the industry is highly inefficient because of the first reason, which means that the brokers on average are selling 0.2 to 0.5 deals per month. Highly inefficient because the network is inefficient. Now, the brokers that are starting to adopt and developers adopt this kind of technology are going to make 10 times those deals. And they will enable the market to grow faster because of the speed of transaction that can actually happen. And we've seen that, and that's why we say Bloomberg, we've seen that in the 1980s in the stock market.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what we're doing now. Just for real estate, AI was essential to make this happen. Without AI, it's impossible in real estate.
So is that sort of your aha moment for your users? I mean, you talk about the problems that exist, and I imagine every good solution or every good product is a solution to at least one of those problems. So what is it that users get now or can see now that maybe they didn't have access to before?
We work a lot with investors that have very specific investment thesis. And that can be institutional individuals, but they know that they want the property below fair market value at a certain percentage. They have a way how they look at fair market value. They want to see what is the prediction of that, and they have a cost structure of their own investment. We automate all of these things across every property in the market. 300,000 properties listed every day is being updated. And so we uncover deals that others can't uncover. And so clients are a lot of the tokenization players, a lot of family office, international investors. And we started with residential properties, but now we're doing that for land as well. So we built HPUs for land, different asset classes in seconds, which usually takes weeks.
Wow.
They can be updated in minutes as well.
So a huge amount of it is about visibility, isn't it?
Yeah. It's all about transparency.
Yeah, absolutely.
And trusted data sources.
Well, I was going to say, because if all of these solutions rely on the data that is creating the output, you've really got to trust that data, haven't you? I mean, let's just finish with you, Christian, for a moment and then go back to Majid on this.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest challenge in the industry, that there's more data than ever, but the data doesn't talk to each other. And I think you've solved the problem. And we've solved the problem, but it's a real huge problem because there's lots of misinformation in the market.
Yeah.
In Dubai, we worked with the government to remove fake listings and non-compliant listings using our infrastructure as well. So it's about making sure that you can access trusted data in real time and ensure that everyone else is relying on the same data sets to take the decisions.
Yeah, and to you, Majid, on that sort of same point, on this data side specifically, what do you have to do and what did you have to do to really become data ready and to, I guess, ensure that that trust, that integration, that governance was in place?
I'll be just really frank. You know, Vision 2030 was straight up clear. Most of the governmental bodies that we went to and tried to extract data from, we ended up APIing with them, so linking our own system with theirs. They issue the same thing that you have mentioned. Sometimes you have too much data.
Yeah.
And I just want to mention one thing in regards to data, back to the first question you said. AI is never a replacement of a human, you know what I mean? So, and this is what we've done. We said we want to automate and educate.
Yes.
So we got the best people in the market to join us in the investment banking, segregating the roles from investment banking, corporate finance, into visibility study, into engineering team, into designing team. So each one would know best on their expertise or level of expertise. So the data is integrated. The data would never, I think, or AI will never make decisions, but it will support the experienced team to make quicker decisions.
Yeah. Was it hard to put into practice? I mean, I know that us humans can be fairly resistant sometimes to doing things differently or having to change the way we work.
If I must say, the biggest challenge that we faced in Arif is shifting the team from the manual work into the digital investment bank.
Yeah.
I think they will be upset because they always have so much to do, especially in this time. They're like, real estate is booming in Saudi. We study around 50 to 60 opportunities a week. there's so many opportunities, and the team they don't have the vision for the change. But when we came with them, sat with them, showed them how it's a shortcut, it's a huge shortcut, and we are doing it. And I think our competitive advantage that we had is that we had a technology team of ours. This is a struggle that we had before, where the biggest issue was translating the message or the business requirements from the experienced real estaters to the IT team. So this is something that we struggled with for a lot of time, but we overcome it.
And I imagine as soon as you provide proof points, as soon as you demonstrate the benefit of a solution and that it does make a difference, then people get on board.
I think most of them, they were resistant. Now they are fighting for it, and you can see them smiling here and there.
I mean, I would hate to think there's any resistance left in this room at all. I mean, if there was, there definitely isn't anymore. Because,
not anymore.
You've just totally set them up. Amazing. So let's move a little bit and talk about how we transition from, say, a pilot and an idea and something that potentially on paper is maybe good and we practice in little bits to real scale. So, Christian, there are so many prop tech products and they work very much within their demos, and then you put them out into the real world and they kind of grind to a halt or stall. So would you say you've had any challenges or blockers when it comes to adoption and really trying to get that long-term traction?
Yeah, for sure. I think if you build new products, you will always face those challenges. And I think adoption, so changing a habit is very, very difficult. And so you really need to get to the point that it's so valuable that you're going to start doing something differently. And so that shift is taking time, but it starts really accelerating. And I think agentic AI helped us with that now, because in default, humans are lazy. And it's really hard to change something that you're doing every day. Now, with agentic AI, what we did, we just exposed all the data through APIs, through our different agents. And now you don't have to go and click and go to different places. You just move into a conversational layer, and then you have other such tools available now that you're getting used to, and your habit is starting to shift. And I don't want to click anymore. I want to tell this technology what to do. So that was hard until this really moved into that direction. I think the other thing about scaling is it's good to have sandboxes and demos because we learn so much every day. And we had the benefit that we have an AI company, but also a buyer brokerage. So my users, initially, we didn't expose a lot what we're doing externally. We just, like yourself, use internally. And so you get to know what works, what doesn't work, and you learn so much about the intricacies of the data, of the deals, of the situations, and how you need to adjust it. And you need to take that time to learn and adjust before you scale. Because what usually the businesses that fail, and we've seen some of them, they might bring agentic AI and some high-level data. They haven't put the effort into the infrastructure. They launch very quickly. It looks very good for like a day, but then if you go to the detailed data and you want to take an investment decision, you see it's all wrong. It's telling me the different information every time. So it's very important you invest in the foundation. You test and find all of the intricacies. Work with the government, work with the private sector to actually make them aware of it, solve it together, and then scale.
Well, interesting, you mentioned different stakeholder groups there, different sort of partnerships that have to be put in place. Have you found different challenges to adoption and to scale that are unique to some of those stakeholder groups? Are there different ways of approaching problems based on kind of the role they play?
I think we're blessed in the region that the government is driving innovation, and they're very, incentivized and very keen to adopt those technologies. Now, the challenge is in real estate that you have 20, 30 years of data that might have some challenges that you can't just overnight transform or fix, because it's actually title deeds that are ownership of certain people. So you can't fix things overnight sometimes. And so there is really the need of not just the interest to drive innovation, but also the willingness to do the hard work over a period of time together with the industry. And I think the will is here. And there's a lot of positive momentum. We're blessed to be part of MISC Accelerator as well, And that was very, very helpful for us to understand, to get exposed to the market, to get exposed to all of the important stakeholders. And everyone wants to collaborate and make this vision move forward. And I think that's really the positive thing.
I love that theme of collaboration. It's such an important one. Majid, for you, when it came to scaling, was there a specific area of focus that you were like, right, we're just going to tackle this, or we're going to create this partnership, or we're going to go in this direction? And was that something that was very prioritized for you?
Okay, so at the end of the day, we are an investment bank. We never wanted to get involved in technology. That was not the plan.
Oh dear, it's a bit late now.
Yeah, it's still late, I think. But when we started the time, we wanted something that is tailored for us, because we do things differently. And this is what differentiates an investment banker from another. So we go in depth and in studying every single opportunity. We start with legal aspects, validating the title deed, validating the roading, whatever master plan is going to come here, what's the general practice for similar lands in these areas. So when it comes to scalability, I think, and I was talking to you this morning when I got to meet him, and they said, we don't really want to do it if we have the right partner that could scale the game for us, because we want at the end of the day to focus on investment banking and make money out of it.
So you're talking about using technology and AI and data to, while you're staying in your lane and being very focused on what it is you do, simply enhance, amplify, enable efficiencies. So you're using it as a tool in that sense.
100%. We believe in specialties.
Yeah.
And once you get off from your specialties, then maybe you lose the road, I must say. That's why since 2008 and since the establishment, we were Q3 of last year, we were ranked number 10 in the Saudi market in terms of capitals. And we only do one asset class, which is real estate.
Amazing.
And even within the real estate, we only do infrastructure, logistics, and commercial.
Yeah.
So the specialties, we want to keep focus in our main business, which is investment funds, but data was too much. There was a lot of data, and there were a lot of companies coming up, and I think I've met 150 companies that say we can do specialize in the AI.
Yeah.
But when you go on test and so on, the data is not right, if I must say.
Yeah.
100%.
So it is back to that integrity and authenticity and credibility of the data that we're
100%.
feeding into our systems.
100%.
So let's move and take a little look at the future then, and the future of technology within specifically the real estate industry. Because there are areas where people are predicting that tech is going to take over, and there are also areas where we absolutely have to ensure that the human remains front and center. So Christian, for you, how do you view that kind of dichotomy?
Yeah, it's incredible how things are moving, and there's a lot of areas that you would have not expected technology to take over, that it's starting to take over, and there's other areas which you thought it would take over, it doesn't. But we work towards a vision. We believe there will be autonomous AI advisors very soon, but it will be like the driving car. Last year we went with Miss to Silicon Valley, and we take, they have a lot of the autonomous driving cars. They're now in Riyadh as well, and you're first a bit scared, but then you actually go and use it. But the autonomous cars were not built in a year. They were built over 10, 15 years. And I think it will be similar in the real estate industry. So there are certain things you will start being able to automate and make autonomous, some things you've already done. And there's other things that will require to have the human touch. But the way we think about it is we have agentic AI, we call it reactive today. Yeah. So I ask questions and I get answers with our trusted data layer. We're going to move this year towards proactive, meaning the AI is starting to suggest tasks to me based on the data it knows, and it starts doing some of the work I do for me, or for the brokers, or for the developers. It's raising things, and then it will move in some areas to fully autonomous. There's certain low-risk tasks, like monthly reports, reporting, things like that can be automated easily. Off-plan projects is another opportunity where a big part of that can be made autonomous. And why not? Because then we can focus on the things where humans are really the experts in and that we want the human touch to stay.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, when we talk about the future, it does sort of rely on having a bit of an innovative and forward-thinking mindset and attitude. Do you think there are some areas of innovation that we have yet to unlock when it comes to really thinking about how we benefit from tech in the future of real estate? Do we need to be thinking differently? Do we need to have different attitudes and approaches to really benefit from the tech?
Yeah, I think it's a transition like everything else. Especially adoption, and we need to take people on their hands. Yeah. And that's the role of private sector and government together. And I think, but I believe that the individuals that adopt, that are open for change, that adopt the new technologies will be the beneficiaries out of it. And the ones that will be too slow or ignore it or not try to adopt it, they will fall behind. So I think it's in everyone's interest to try to learn about it and try to adopt it.
I mean, it's kind of here to stay, right? So I suppose the big difference is what we all choose to do with it and do about it. Is that your perspective too, Majid, when you're looking at kind of real estate sort of capital managers and the next kind of couple of years? What are you seeing in terms of the future?
I think it depends on the master minds and the creativity of those who are utilizing this technology.
Yeah.
I hear today rubbish in, rubbish out, and I heard somebody said AI is just a baby Einstein. So it depends on who's utilizing the data.
Completely agree.
And who's utilizing these AI tools. If we have those innovative, creative minds, I think we're going to go to the next level.
So what is the next level? Is there another big leap coming? Do you think we're going to have these kind of shifts and then a bit of stagnation and then big shifts? Do you think there's a big leap coming?
I think the shift will happen within 3 years into moving, even operating the buildings, ensuring efficiencies of the building, walks in, walks out. And this is something that we have touched on in a company that we kicked off in London called Boxo. And it's all about how can you be efficient in managing your own buildings.
Yes, amazing. Give us a little sneak preview. Go on, give us a crystal ball gazing prediction. What do you think that's going to look like? What do you think a building in the future will look like when it comes to integrating tech to manage it?
I think it's just like an efficiency. Like the one we have done in Boxo today and with the team in London, is they were utilizing AI to see how much waste each restaurant had from their ingredients.
Amazing.
And how much was the output. So I think, we would not have robotics managing the buildings, but
I was hoping for my own private butler.
I don't think it's going to happen, or it's going to be super slow. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah, but I think when it comes to efficiency, I think we will go to the next level.
Amazing. So go on, Christian, you've got something you wanted to add. You're going to paint us a vision of a utopian future.
No, I think there's a lot of positive that it unlocks. So for example, there's a lot of old buildings that require let's say renovation or fix and flip, and a lot of the owners will not understand actually the potential, and so we built, for example, fix and flip models and other models where you can immediately model the renovation costs, you understand the returns, what you want to achieve, you get evidence whether this has been transacted in this way or not. So it can also help transform and modernize cities from a sustainability point of view that have been more difficult in the past to convince the owners or attract investors to it. So I think there's lots of interesting things that will come our way. So very excited to be part of this.
Incredible. So go on, let's just finish off by making this super practical and applicable for the people in the room, whether they're in the capital markets, whether they're in the investment market, whether they're in development, whether they're in a PropTech solution provider. We obviously have to create these ecosystems and upskill them to enable responsible adoption of AI, because it's one of those things that could define this generation, couldn't it, in terms of how things get adopted. So if you have a key plea, a message that you want to ask of everyone in this room when it comes to responsible adoption, Majid, what would you say?
I think it must be collaboration, because we have to collaborate amongst the best of the best in whatever they are doing.
Okay.
I could be an investment banker, but when it comes to development, maybe somebody who's focused on the development or on the design is better off an investment banker to make the decision.
Okay.
So I think it has to be collaborated under one system, one area, where everyone is coming and bringing their experience, their know-how into this integrated system.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting, isn't it? Because the idea of collaboration is so important and so sort of philosophically sound.
Yeah.
But kind of doing that in practice, do you have a vision for what a true collaboration might look like?
Yeah, we kicked off actually, we started 2 months ago by going into the developers and seeing how they do things and how they study their businesses. We went into the contractors and even on a procurement level. We kicked off a company that is specialized in procurement to determine the right pricing for the purchased goods. Because at the end of the day, it's a life cycle of a product where everyone gets involved. So, but it's a lot of work. I think it will take time.
And I think that's a really valid point because I think sometimes adoption does take work. Well, usually adoption takes work. It's hard. You have to force yourself out of those existing patterns of work and behavior and out of your comfort zone. So I think it's good to highlight the fact that it takes work, but we have to be committed to that.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, you don't want to stop your own business and shift.
Of course. Of course. Christian, do you have a similar viewpoint in terms of responsible adoption and how we make that happen?
Yeah, so I think education is extremely important and awareness, both on like which apps, data, sources you can trust, but also that a lot of the AI is not going to, do your work yet reliably. So always you need to make sure that you still, verify yourself the details so it can automate tasks. And solutions like ours will give you the right data, but there's many out there that don't, or you just go on ChatGPT and you think it actually knows how to give you the right data, but it doesn't. So I think awareness on how to use the tools in the right way is the most important thing.
And it also sounds like choosing your partners wisely in this world of new collaboration is extremely important.
100%. And I think one more thing very concrete that will be beneficial is the direct integration. So especially with new developments, so developers that are open to actually integrate directly with the likes of ourselves, because that's where sometimes there is a gap of transparency, new things. The faster we can drive awareness, it will benefit them, and it will benefit the end users that they actually see what's happening. And I think Saudi actually is taking the lead in some of that. In Dubai, for example, it still takes like 2-3 months to register an off-plan project. So you sign it up, and then until it's in the system and everyone sees it, takes a certain amount of time. The faster you can do that, the better for the entire market. And so those kind of things are very important. Keep on working on the data infrastructure and make sure you expose it to the multipliers that make sure that the stakeholders can be aware of the correct information.
Well, I'm certainly very excited about what I'm seeing in the kingdom, and I'm very excited to hear about both of your projects and how you're integrating data, AI into the work you're doing. I think it's a really big inspiration for us all to think about those areas where we can do the same. Doing it responsibly, doing it with the right partners, doing it collaboratively is so critically important, doing it ethically. But I think the kingdom is moving definitely in the right direction. It's wonderful to see both of you at the forefront of leading some of that charge. So thank you so much for being with me. What a fabulous conversation, so insightful. Majid, Christian, please going to have the biggest, warmest round of applause. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Christian. Really appreciated it. So I'm going to ask my humanoid robots to come and remove the third chair again, because we won't be needing that any longer. So if you wouldn't mind just popping that there. I'm just going to reset one thing, and we'll be back on stage in 1 minute for our next session. Give me 1 second. No. Oh, wait.
Ocean Group is a steward for the future. Our communities thrive through extraordinary investment, premium retail, commercial opportunities, sporting arenas, hospitality, educational institutions, healthcare clinics, mosques, and so much more. Ocean Group is a steward for the future. Our community communities thrive through extraordinary investment, premium retail, commercial opportunities, sporting arenas, hospitality, educational institutions, healthcare clinics, mosques, and so much more.
Thank you. Shukran. Shukran. I don't need it. Oh. Okay, everyone good? A little energy check in the room? Yes? All still with me? We've had some incredible conversations, and I know there's a lot of information coming your way. So there's a lot to absorb, but we still have a few incredible panels and conversations coming up. So I have the delight of moderating our next fireside chat. And it's an absolute pleasure to welcome back onto the stage at the Real Estate Future Forum, Her Excellency Dr. Hala Al-Tuwaijri. She is the President of the Human Rights Commission, and her work focuses on strengthening human rights in practice through policy, through partnership, and also through accountability. She's led some extraordinary national work initiatives right across human rights, anti-trafficking, family and women's empowerment. And she's also represented the Kingdom in a lot of key international forums. She is truly an inspirational voice, and we are delighted to have her here once again. So please join me in giving the warmest welcome to Dr. Al-Tuwaijri. Your Excellency, what an honor to welcome you back to stage. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for taking your time to share your thinking with us. It's hugely appreciated.
It's not working.
Now, I'm just going to refer briefly back to the conversation we had on this very stage last year, and I don't know how many of you were in the room for that, but it was a wonderful conversation which really touched on this idea about how adequate housing and the right to housing is really human rights in practice. And this year, as we all know, we've been talking about for the last couple of days, Saudi is opening up hugely, and that global spotlight is really going to be on the Kingdom with events like Expo 2030 and obviously with the FIFA World Cup in 2034 and a bigger push on tourism and investment. So there's a huge amount going on, which means that I think there's going to be eyes on the country. So today what I'd love to do is develop our conversation a little bit further from last year and look a bit more about what that responsible growth can look like here on the ground and how doing that with a human rights lens will enable the communities and cities that everyone in this room is helping to build can, help them to thrive. So what I'd love to start off by doing, and it's quite a big question, but you've got some incredible insights about this topic. When you think about human rights in Saudi today, how do you hold that balance between international standards and also the key Islamic values upon which the Kingdom is founded in a way that really feels clear and maintains consistency?
Well, thank you very much, and thank you again for having me for the second time in this very important event. Well, let me start with the global context. Last year's slogan to the International Human Rights Day was Everyday Essentials. So this actually is a very important focus on what we call in the language of human rights is the right to development. Because it means that your daily essentials are human rights. And this pretty much adheres to what we were discussing last year here. And also what we have been promoting in Saudi Arabia in general is that you have to look at the issue of human rights from a holistic, comprehensive approach. You cannot just take one of these rights and focus on it and claim that you are promoting or strengthening human rights. And this is exactly what the Saudi Vision 2030 is all about. Because if you look at all the vision programs, they focus on everyday essentials. And this particular topic, the real estate, the right to housing, the right to an adequate standard of life, is basically this.
Well, everything's underpinned by real estate, whether it's healthcare, housing, sanitation, facilities, infrastructure, education. It all comes back to real estate, doesn't it?
Absolutely, and it is a fundamental right, we call it, because if you think about it, having a house is basic to everything else, to financial stability, to family progress, to having a family in the first place, and then to the prosperity, job security, social security, all of that. It all starts from the foundation, which is having a decent housing. And that's why, going back from this global context, we've always found so many correlations between our Islamic Saudi values and the international standards. For many people who don't know really Islamic values, they think there's a contradiction. But when we dig deep into each and every aspect of the Islamic values and the Islamic Sharia, we realize that there are more similarities than actually contradictions between those. And that's why Saudi Arabia was among the countries that actually signed the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. That was in 1945. None of us were born, but that...
I mean, speak for yourself. I'm definitely feeling it these days.
But I mean, if there was a contradiction, then probably Saudi Arabia wouldn't be part of it. On the contrary, there is a lot of emphasis on these rights as being rooted in our lives. And I welcome everybody to visit the Saudi Human Rights Commission, because we have a mini exhibition where we actually showcase the stages of, the progression of the topic of human rights from the beginning of Islam and the what we call the Medina Charter, down to today, and the conventions that we've ratified and the commitments that we have translated into initiatives like the one we're talking about here today.
I mean, that's an incredible foundation to have, and it's so good that, as you say, things are aligned. You're not battling against contradictions, which I think would make your job a lot harder. So if that's our foundation, let's perhaps talk about how the work of government can help make that real and can help bring that to life for the citizens and the residents of the kingdom. So obviously this is where you sit, Your Excellency, but what role do the government bodies really play in advising on human rights issues and also helping the different sectors to stay aligned with those international standards, particularly, for example, the real estate sector that we're focusing on today?
Yeah. So I think the formula applies to all, the real estate and other sectors, health, education, is that, first of all, the government has to have a legal structure, and then develop mechanisms or tools to make sure that the legislation is actually implemented through these tools, and then to monitor, which is compliance.
Absolutely.
And then also to have grievance mechanisms or channels by which people can or through which people can complain and all of that. So in the case of real estate, this is exactly the situation. So we have the ministry, which is responsible for the strategies and the legislation, and then we have the real estate authority, which is the regulatory body that's responsible for the tools and mechanisms. And then we have the bodies that overlook compliance, and we're one of them. The commission is located in a unique place in the structure of governance in the government, because we report directly to the king and we overlook compliance with human rights standards across all sectors, including real estate.
Amazing.
And therefore, we are also among the bodies that receive complaints from individuals, companies, and others, and therefore we follow these complaints, make sure that there are no violations of people's rights and all of that. So that's the formula.
Yes.
But if you look at what that has accomplished in the kingdom, in the real estate sector, you see that this has produced great progress. We're talking about, for example, more than, if I get the numbers right, so more than 100,000 families got houses only in 2024 in Saudi Arabia.
That's extraordinary.
That's not houses, but housing cost assistance, I'm sorry. Women, in 2018, only 5% of women benefited from the housing supporting programs. In 2023, this percentage has raised to 36%. So from 5 to 36%. I don't have the recent statistics after 23, but looking at how women are progressing, I'm sure this also has increased. So, and also developmental housing programs delivered 87,000 units targeting elderly citizens, people in vulnerable situations, people with disability, and all of that. So these are numbers that actually support the notion that this formula is actually working. And it is granting those people their right to housing on the one hand, and it's also securing, the entire community, because again, going back to housing, it is the main reason why we have community cohesion, family stability, and prosperity for the youth.
And would you say there's still an appetite for increased learning and improvement? Do you feel like that's something that's very much embedded in the mindset to continue moving in that direction, that positive direction?
Definitely. There's always room for more. And I think from my personal experience, my second daughter is studying architectural engineering and design. For me, that was not possible, not only to study it, but even to think of a woman as working as an architectural design. But every night she comes to me and shows me her designs and her aspiration to take part in developing, the new concepts to the structures and houses and the thing. That's just an example I'm living with every day, and I'm sure that the potential of the young generation is much bigger than we know.
I mean, to see that evidence of change and improvement, just as you say, within that generation, within just the sense of your daughter being able to do something that you wouldn't even have considered. No. And there might be some architectural firms in the room who would be interested in a bright young graduate in a couple of years. So let's talk a bit about how we have to integrate the whole ecosystem in delivering these changes and upholding these standards, because obviously the government and compliance can't do it alone. So what does that strong collaboration really look like when it comes to protecting and promoting human rights? We have to think about the private sector, we have to think about civil society, and obviously the role of the government. Can you talk to us a little bit about collaboration?
I think the issue of human rights is actually a responsibility for all. And this is exactly what we've been promoting, and this is how we've been working with, whether it's line ministries or the private sector or the non-profit organizations in general in their different levels. So without that collaboration, I think we cannot move forward. And this is exactly the kind of framework that we've been promoting recently. So, for example, the private sector is a great provider of many of the services that we see today, including the development of real estate, the development also of communities and houses. The transformation you see today, for example, is that not only do we see houses, but we also see parks, sidewalks.
Yes.
You see cities that are livable in the sense that people can walk, people can exercise, ride bikes and scooters. This is not just about infrastructure. This is also about environment, about health, about communication, all of that. You see that this shift is actually affecting the society in that way. For the non-profit, they actually perform great when it comes to reaching out to people in different cities, in people in vulnerable situations, because neither the government nor the private sector can reach these communities. And this is what's the main cause behind reaching more than 87,000 families and providing them with housing assistance. Without the assistance of the private sector, nobody could reach and know about these families. So again, the government is responsible for the legal, legislative part, but again, it's a whole ecosystem that has to work together to be able to deliver these initiatives. And this is the key to Saudi Vision 2030, because it created that kind of formula where if agencies don't work together, really work together, nobody could reach their goals. So that's why you see ministries supporting each other, yes. The private sector pinching in, and so on, the non-profit. Otherwise, nobody can accomplish. And I think that new trend in working and collaboration is what making the impossible possible when it comes to big projects like the one we're talking about.
I mean, it's absolutely true, and we've talked a lot about collaboration, and also you are definitely speaking the language of the RFF with the ideas of livability, the idea of social capital and social impact as a value driver within people's environments, within cities. And I think that it's wonderful that, in a sense, the human rights principles are driving some of those decisions as well, in terms of people don't just want bricks and mortars for homes, they want to feel a sense of belonging, they want to feel a sense of purpose, they want to feel a sense of connection. And those are sort of basic human rights really too, aren't they?
Yeah, everyday essentials.
Yeah, the everyday essentials, exactly. And we're seeing that come to life in the projects in the room, which I think is absolutely wonderful.
Yes.
Would you have a sort of slightly within this topic, but a little bit off topic, but to the developers in the room, to enable those everyday essentials, is there a core principle that everybody should be aligning with when it comes to thinking about their projects? They're going to build something, they're going to create something. What should they have in mind that enables that to be completely compliant with a core human rights principle?
Well, there are general standards about everyday essentials and human rights, and they are clearly explained in the 28 articles of the declaration, which and also the SDGs, specifically SDG 11, because livable cities are they have structures and standards. So these are written everywhere. But for us in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we also have to appreciate our culture. Yes. And that's why we also have developed the code of building. I know many developers find that to be kind of restricting to what they're doing, but actually it is very meaningful to have a city that looks like us, that looks like our cultures, looks like how our houses were used to build. I mean, if you walk into one of in London or Rome, it resembles who they are. Exactly. And that's exactly the reason why this code. So development that also connects the city to its roots, I think, is also very essential. Might not be a purely human rights aspect, but again, if we look at what we started our conversation with, is that we look at these global concepts, but we also found ourselves and our heritage in them. When we look at the human rights, yes, we talk about 28 articles, right to health, right to education, but also we go back to who we are. Absolutely. And where do we stand from these? Absolutely. And the same thing applies to developing our cities, building our houses, our communities. This also has to have an aspect of who we are and our culture. I think, again, I mean, you say it's not necessarily human rights, but it is totally human. And that idea about identity and roots and legacy, and not just building in a way that eliminates all of the things that makes the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I think that's a hugely important principle. So let's continue on this theme and really what the forum is all about.
which is housing and development, as we know. And you've mentioned previously this idea about vulnerable groups and supporting the elderly, supporting maybe people who don't have as much economic privilege. How do you do that, but while still supporting sustainable development? Because I imagine it's a bit of a juggling act.
Not really, because as I said, if you have a robust structure, then that definitely will address all types of needs. But when it comes to initiatives like real estate or housing support systems, this also goes hand in hand with other initiatives like the social security, the poverty prevention, and all of that. So it's again a complete structure that we've developed. But because of some bureaucracy before, for example, people used to wait for 15 years to get a housing loan. Today, according to the recent statistics, the answer is immediate. So there's a huge shift from waiting for 15 years to get an approval to getting it immediately. And also women were excluded because generally it's the man who provides the house. But now with the new movements in the society and the changes, there are women who are the bread providers in the family. And therefore, this exclusion of women doesn't work. And that explains the rise
indeed
in women benefiting from these. But again, the general approach is all of these initiatives are actually starting with the people who are mostly in need and then going up in the structure of the society and not the other way around.
Absolutely.
So,
and where are those biggest needs right now that you see? Because it would be interesting for the people in the room to maybe have that in mind when they're thinking about their projects. Where are the biggest needs in vulnerable groups?
So they're not located in specific areas, and I think this is very important because this is a mistake that many countries did, is that to put people of similar social status in one place. Unfortunately, that resulted in the cycle of poverty that keeps going around, and the increase in crime rates and all of that. So it's not healthy to have people structured that way in a city and make the city look like it has hierarchy. But actually to have people of different social incomes mixed together in different. And that's why in the recent initiatives that His Royal Highness followed himself, and we're very proud also to be following, the new areas that were granted with lower prices are also among the areas that are the highest in price. So this tells you that the issue is also to mix the communities together. But again, the situation is different in other areas. The rural areas also full of potential on all aspects. Real estate is one of them, but it's also full of potential on all aspects. And the growth in these cities outside the big cities is also, I think, very important to look at.
And I think there are some amazing lessons that the global community can take away from what you're doing and how you are building and serving the needs of those vulnerable communities here in KSA. It's very inspiring to talk about integration and trying to prevent and break that cycle of generational poverty and things like that. But let's just move on a little bit and talk about accountability, because it's all well and good to have systems and standards, but if they're not being upheld or if there isn't any accountability or consequence, then they're only as good as the paper they're written on. So when a violation does happen, and you've mentioned complaints and the fact that you handle some of those and there are other departments that do, but what does accountability look like? How do you ensure justice and even perhaps remedy if there are victims of injustice?
Well, first of all, as I said, you have to have a very solid system, starting from the judiciary, and making sure that all people have equal access to it. And then to grievance mechanisms. So yes, we do receive complaints, but we also oversight if companies also have grievance mechanisms. Because workers or clients need to have a first access point where they can complain to the company or to others about the company. So that first level of access to grievance is actually very important.
Yes.
Then we come. So we actually come to guarantee that all of these mechanisms are working. So if we receive a complaint, for example, about a case of domestic violence, first thing we check is that the entities responsible for domestic violence have actually responded to this call, have actually done their due diligence and all of that. And then we start to see what is the case and why is this case still not resolved whatsoever. And then we go through many levels of escalation until we reach the level of writing directly to the royal court about it. But before that, we have to check that there's compliance with the mechanisms in the first place.
Yes.
Same thing applies to real estate. You have, as I said, the real estate authority. It has that function as well because it is the regulatory body. What we receive usually in cases of housing is, individual complaints about, agencies not responding or delayed response, or people who, for example, have been denied the support and they believe they need it. Here we inspect and see that there is no violence of their rights, and most of the cases are actually resolved at the first stage, where we actually follow it up with the entity responsible, and then things progress. But there are many cases where we actually escalated the issue, and because we've identified, for example, a gap in the system or a gap even in the law itself. And many of these recommendations that we've given to the government have actually been translated into amendments of the laws and regulations.
Amazing. I mean, it's great to hear that there are these super robust systems in place. I imagine it's a bit of an awareness question as to how people can meet that process if they need to, how they find the right support. But I imagine that that's something that you're continually working on to make sure that everybody is aware of their rights and how to maintain the rights of their sovereign humanity.
Definitely, and we're using all the channels available, including digital channels, and also we have branches in all 13 regions. So there's always an office that people can knock on its door and come and complain. In addition, of course, to the digital, as I said, channels. But that is not an easy task, because raising awareness takes time, and you're not just raising awareness, you're also creating a culture of people who know their rights. We have so much belief in the young generation, and we've worked very closely with the Ministry of Education through channels by which we can reach those individuals. But that work has to be continuous and does not stop. And again, with a country that's growing so fast, with people coming to work from different parts of the world, not all of them speaking, Arabic or English, awareness raising among also people who come to work here on how to report, whom to call, what to do if you are faced with, any incident or a person violating your right. Is also an issue, and we're working also with embassies and countries that send workers here to help us raise awareness. So it's not an easy task, but we're on it, inshallah.
If it were an easy task, then everyone would be doing it, right? But let's just conclude our conversation with that sort of global point in mind, because I love the fact that you talk about Saudi Arabia being attractive to workers from other countries, residents, and obviously with the new non-Saudi ownership law, then we are going to attract yet more people into the kingdom with the spotlight. I think that's going to create a lot of awareness and attention on the country. If there is one thing you would want to say, because we do have a very global audience here, to help close that gap perhaps between perception and reality, is there something that you would want everybody to take away as a message when it comes to the way that Saudi Arabia has these robust systems in place, is upholding human rights, is aligned to the international principles, and also maintaining its unique Islamic heart? Is there something you'd like to share to finish?
Yes, probably I'll start with the new decision for non-Saudis to own property in Saudi Arabia, and I think this is a very strong message on a culture that is not just opening up, but actually is more welcoming for others. Because again, going back to what is a house, it's making the place your home. So with that decision, I think what the message my country is sending out is that we want you to feel Saudi Arabia as your home, so that you own property, you think of it as a place that you want to stay in. And actually, I've personally touched that with many families, foreign families who live here in Saudi Arabia, and how much they like living here. They talk about the safety, the security. Women, my female friends, talk about how they can walk in the streets 2 a.m., although I don't know what they're doing 2 a.m.
I'm going to be in bed at 2 a.m. I don't know about you.
But I mean, you want that to be, topped with them also owning property and feeling that they belong. That decision, I think, is not just, random or it's just for investment purposes. It also sends a very strong message about how this country is very much respectful to other people's rights, and also welcoming for everybody.
Respectful to human rights, welcoming to everybody, wanting us to make it a real home, and it definitely does feel like home every time I come.
I'm glad.
Dr. Al-Tuwaidri, it is an honor to have you with us on this stage. Your voice is such an important one in the kingdom.
Honor is mine.
Thank you for sharing with us. Please, can we have a huge round of applause for Dr. Hala Al-Tuwaidri? Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Thank you. So I see somebody sitting in the front row who might fancy coming and having a chat with me in a minute. Don't know about you, but I'm definitely ready for this next session as well. Do come in, take your seats, those of you at the back, because we have a half an hour of inspiring, insightful, fast-paced conversation with a very special guest who is a returner to the Real Estate Future Forum. So our next guest speaker is an American journalist and a broadcaster. He hosted Tucker Carlson Tonight on Fox News from 2016 to 2023, and he also co-founded the news and commentary outlet, The Daily Caller. Today, he runs the Tucker Carlson Network, and he also hosts the Tucker Carlson Show. Lots of things named after him, so if I were to give you a prize for guessing who our next speaker is, I would love you to join me in welcoming somebody who interviews major voices who are shaping that public debate. Please welcome back to the Real Estate Future Forum, Mr. Tucker Carlson. Thank you for having me. Such a delight. That one's for you. Don't know why, I just get to sit on this side all the time. I know, I love it too. So welcome back, Tucker.
Thank you.
How does it feel?
It feels great, actually.
Yeah.
I feel completely comfortable here.
Well, can I make you a bit more uncomfortable? You will. I was going to say, don't get too comfortable too soon. So this is obviously your second visit, and last year was your first time here in Riyadh. And I've seen, you are quite prolific on your socials and in the media, and you've spoken, I would say, very positively, very highly about this country and about your experience. So let's talk a bit about what that global attention on a country like this is going to do, and get some of your perspectives from your media angle, from the lens of narratives, to help everyone in this room to tell some stories about this country and the projects that they're working on.
Well, it's amazing to me. I mean, I first came to the Gulf 25 years ago because of the drama in the surrounding region just as a journalist, and I've been in and out, not of this country, but of other GCC countries for 25 years. So I've watched this amazing thing happen, and not just the incredible growth in infrastructure and development and technology, but also just the gathering of a lot of people from around the world, interesting people. And I was just saying to a friend of mine sitting right there that one of the things I love so much about coming here is you'll go to dinner in Riyadh or other cities in the area, and you just like run into people you know from other places. What are you doing here? Well, what are you doing here? Yeah. And there's something wonderful about that. Indeed. And it is a kind of weirdly free space. Well,
with so much opportunity and potential as well, you can understand why people are coming.
Yes, and there's a cultural quality here that is almost never remarked upon, but that I really value, which is graciousness, politeness, which is is a huge feature of the culture that I grew up in, and is changing, unfortunately, in parts of the West. But that was very prized in the world that I grew up in. Kindness to strangers, politeness, some formality, not stiffness, but formality. And hospitality.
Absolutely.
Treating strangers as family, and that was a big part of the world I grew up in, and that exists here, and it's very obvious. That's not fake at all. I'm having dinner at someone's house tonight, who I really like, but it was just very natural, so I love that, and it's welcoming.
Indeed it is. And do you feel the welcome or the experience has been different even the second time round? Because, last time was, you were a newbie, and now you're an old hand at Saudi. Do you think it's changed even in that year?
Well, enormously, and the perceptions have changed. I mean, I really grew up in Washington, where the Saudi government had a huge presence, and they were very active, and they were part of the city and part of the decision-making, and friends with my family. So there were a lot of Saudis around growing up, but the country itself, KSA, was this kind of distant, mysterious place that evoked camels and repression, and no one actually went there, and lived in a compound, and all the stuff you would hear about it. And even last year when I came, I had people say, "You went to Saudi Arabia?" And of course this year, just a year later, it's like, yeah, of course, everyone's in Saudi, they're...
Yeah.
And I'm glad to see that, because it's reality-based. I'm not here to promote the Saudi government, of course, I'm American, but I think that Saudi Arabia is a fundamentally real country. It's an ancient country. It's the physical center of one of the largest religions in the world, and it is, of course, a force because of its resources and its diplomacy. So, I'm glad to see a real country get treated like a real country, like an actual country, not just a client of some other country. So it's good.
Wouldn't it be wonderful if people had some ideas about those things you've spoken about, the graciousness, the hospitality, the kindness, before they commented on it from afar? Because I think it's an experience which, once you've had, changes your perception.
I strongly agree with that, and I've taken a lot of abuse in my country for saying things like that out loud. I'm, for whatever it's worth, a pretty fervent Christian, and I feel completely comfortable here in the seat of Islam, not because, right? I mean, and why is that? And just saying that is a threat somehow to some people who are propagandists and liars, but it's true, so I'm going to say it. And moreover, I think it points up something that's really important about life, which is it's worth meeting people and seeing things before you try to assess them.
Oh, that's a great life lesson. I wish more people
I try not to
understood that.
talk about anything I haven't smelled. And I mean that, and including people. How do you really know? What you're doing is you are taking other people's word for something, which if it's, say, your wife or your children or someone you love is okay, but if it's like a propagandist you've never met who's trying to convince you to do something against your own interests, maybe you should not take his word for it.
Yeah, I think we could all take a dose of that.
Yes.
Bringing it to the people in this room, you've obviously spoken to huge audiences around the world, very diverse audiences. Why do gatherings like this matter so much?
Well, because on many levels, it matters. One, because it's just amazing to see a country kind of become more fully itself or reinvent parts of itself. I mean, the things about Saudi I admire most are just fundamental. I mean, it's moving on 2,000 years of being what it is, and I love that about it. But physically, of course, the country is changing in ways that are just remarkable. I tried to get a handle on the population of Riyadh this morning, asking people who live here, knowledgeable people, including in your government, and there was anywhere between 8 and 10, a lot. And I just think it's amazing to see that. But it's also important for me personally to go to this event because it it's a window into the changing global economy, which I think is really interesting. Like where people buy property of all things, which is not something you can move, right? I mean, it's one thing to buy, even energy, by the way, you can put it in a LNG container or oil tanker or whatever. Gold, you can throw it in your bag. A housing development doesn't really travel well.
Not so much.
Where people spend their money or their funds' money, their investors' money, their LPs' money, really matters because it's an expression of their faith in the future of the place where they're buying. These are not short-term decisions. These are not derivatives. These are assets, in the truest sense. So I'm really interested in where investment is going, and I track it. I mean, by the way, Madrid is killing it, which is interesting in terms of foreign investment in real estate. I would not have expected that. I don't know why that's happening. I plan to find out because it tells us something important about where the world is going. And so an event like this, you just learn.
I mean, investment's a fascinating topic because obviously with the change in the non-Saudi ownership law,
yes,
all eyes are on where foreign investment is going,
especially
and is coming.
Asset investment. It's just different from equities. It just is.
Yeah.
Because once you buy it, like it's there, so you really have to think about, it's easy to dump NVIDIA stock. It's harder to dump an office building. So like, people really think about it, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. So what's your take then with this new law? People who are non-Saudi are going to be able to invest, are going to be able to own here in the kingdom. Do you think that's an exciting thing as somebody who looks at stories, looks at kind of opportunity? What does that say to you?
Well, I mean, I think it's a referendum on the world's confidence in the future of Saudi Arabia. So it's like fascinating to watch there. And I presume, like a lot of things about Saudi's growth and maturity, it's going to be managed wisely.
Yeah.
I also think, however, having been in a lot of different places around the world and living in the United States, just keep hold of your country fundamentally. Yeah. Do not let foreigners buy your country. Parts of your country, assets in your country, great, but not your country.
But
so that would be my advice as an American.
But the investor confidence, like you say, this sense of people being able to put down real roots in a place, financial roots in a place, it changes the way you view a country, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, and one thing you learn about investment in assets, it just makes intuitive sense, is that people aren't doing it without a whole suite of other promises met, like some expectation that the laws aren't going to change overnight, you know what I mean? That you could insure it. Things like that, questions that are, very real to asset investors, really very real to energy investors, questions that are affecting, the prospects in Venezuela. For example, you need to guarantee and convince investors that you have actually guaranteed, a bunch of different things. And so, yeah, it is a vote of confidence for sure in a country.
Absolutely. And a spotlight, I suppose, and that attention is coming much more closely to Saudi in lots of ways.
Yeah, it is. As someone who, again, as I said, grew up around a lot of Saudis just in Washington, I don't know how big the presence is now. The current ambassador's father was then quite a figure and a friend of my parents and like everywhere in Washington then, the prince. Even then, everyone liked the Saudis because they were very sophisticated and they all spoke French and you know what I mean, Skidenstadt and all this stuff. And they knew what was going on in the world. But the idea that you would buy property in their country was like completely unimaginable. Yeah. Like maybe on an Aramco compound or something, you know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Yeah, things are changing. So everyone in this room is obviously involved in building better cities, playing their part, and some of that's through big entities, big corporates, and some of it's through smaller organizations. Now, you started your own outlet in 2010, didn't you? What was harder than you expected about building something from the ground up?
Well, just the uncertainty of it, being responsible for payroll and basically being responsible for the future. The trade-off, however, is you don't take orders from people you don't respect. Yeah. And I think I'd probably rather live in poverty at this point than do that again, because there's something uniquely degrading about it, especially for a middle-aged man, which I am at 56. I'm just not gonna do that ever again. So there is a freedom in it. Yeah. That is unmatched by anything else, but there's also a lot of risk, obvious risk, and there's also something kind of nice in the way that, like, if you have dogs, like they just at 6 o'clock, you feed them, they're kind of psyched that they don't have to go find the dog food themselves.
Yeah, absolutely.
And as an employee, you know, I felt the same way.
Yeah, because you did then go back into a big organization, and then in 2023 you left that machine again.
No, I was actually fired from that
we
machine.
don't say
Ignominiously.
that,
No,
Tucker.
fired, sacked, handed my lunchbox and told to go home. Yes, I was.
Yeah.
I was.
Okay, I've been fired as well. Who has been fired? Anyone in the room been fired? You going to admit it or not today?
Admit it. I'm bragging about it. No, it's a.
Yeah, I think bragging about being fired is not a bad place to start.
I've really enjoyed it. Let me just say, because it's true, that every middle-aged man should be humiliated in public at least once, because it's good for your soul. And the option, if you know one or married to one or are one of a middle-aged man who's just succeeded and never been humiliated, they're very hard to have dinner with because they think they're God. So it's very important to be reminded that, no, I am mortal, I'm kind of ridiculous. You know what I mean?
I absolutely
Yes,
know what you mean. I mean,
yes.
until you've fallen off a stage or, you know, tripped over.
So my theory is
something.
that if I ever became king, and we don't have a monarchy officially in our country yet, but the first act of my royal court would be to require every man over 50 to install a full-length mirror outside his shower. And so when you emerge from the shower, you see yourself in all your unimpressive glory, in your lumpy furriness, and you realize, nope, I'm not God, I'm just some guy.
I mean,
and that's good for you.
Alternatively, we could just give everyone a role as the court jester in your royal court for at least a week, right?
I would have those too. I would do a lot of things.
Yeah, I think that would be quite fun. Amazing. So let's talk about change. Let's talk about things that move fast. Let's talk about what makes you trust that it's real and not just a show, because you cannot deny the fact that things in the kingdom are changing fast. So what does that look like from your perspective? How can we really kind of bank those wins, prove those points that it's real change and it's here to stay?
Simple.
Oh.
I have a 2-word answer. Plant trees. That's real.
They're planting a lot of trees here.
Nothing digital is actually real. It gets taken out by an EMP attack. I live surrounded by trees that were planted when my grandparents were born, and they will be there when my grandchildren are old. Trees are a longitudinal bet.
Absolutely.
And in this region, it's not a small thing to plant a tree because you have to water it with the world's most expensive desalinated water, trucked, piped in from the sea, which is not close. So any place that's doing that is clearly betting on the future, not in a rhetorical way, but in a physical way. And that's, the accompaniment to that very quickly would be, trust the physical over the rhetorical every single time. There's a reason, and I'm not attacking crypto in any way. I think crypto is really interesting and potentially a great thing for the world, but I don't notice the Chinese central bank storing it in its vaults. They're not dumping treasuries to buy crypto. They're dumping treasuries to buy gold, okay?
Yeah.
So I'm not even weighing in on that good or bad. I'm just noting what's happening. And why are they doing that? Because gold has intrinsic value? No, it doesn't actually. It's got some industrial applications, but because it's physical, and is proven over time to be a reliable store of value for whatever reason. So in the end, people trust the physical world as they should over the digital or illusionary world, and you should too. And that's one of the reasons I've always been a real estate investor, a buyer, and one of the reasons I like real estate people, because they can point to a physical thing and say, here's where the power comes from, here's where the water comes from, here's how many square feet it is, meters. And it's actually a physical place on a map in space and time, and that beats the fake world, even the blockchain, every single time.
Yeah. Well, you talk about planting trees, you talk about tangible buildings. We do that. How do we make that story stick? Because that's what your world is all about. It's about telling compelling stories. It's about finding the stories that kind of stick in people's minds and anchor points of truth and proof. How do you tell stories that stick?
So I've toured a lot of the developments here in Riyadh, not because I'm a big investor, but because I'm interested, very interested. And I've seen all the models. I was just looking at them right now. And one of the things I notice is the ratio of green space to housing density is amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like Victorian London, it's New York 1910, it's Frederick Law Olmsted. It's like someone is planning this with nature integrated into it at very high cost. So it's the cost that I'm really struck by, especially here. Green space in Riyadh has got to be the most expensive just because of the physical limitations, the water, you're not actually selling the green space. You're getting nothing for this. Why are you doing it? Yeah. You're doing it because that's what actual civilization looks like, in my opinion. That's what it looks like. People need nature. They're born needing nature. They are products of nature. God created us and nature. And so to live without it is a kind of punishment. It is a kind of crime against the human soul. And to spend money you don't need to spend to restore that, I just saw it right there on the map, the ratio of green space to housing units is remarkable. And so when I see those pictures or walk through it, I'm like, okay, these people are serious. This is not like I'm going to build the densest condo complex I can on the outskirts of Las Vegas and turn it as quick as I can and then offshore my money. This is like, no, we live here. We want it to be beautiful. We're going to be here at the beginning and at the end, and then our kids are going to be here with your kids. Like, I like that kind of thinking, and it's increasingly rare.
So how do we amplify that message? Because you've seen it, like you said, you've smelt it, and you've walked it.
Oh, yeah.
But we have a global audience who can take some of these messages back with them. How do we amplify that story?
By texting people pictures of it.
Okay.
That's what I would do. I would say this is, Riyadh, which is like in some ways a city that it's not obvious that it would be here. Jeddah is very obvious, right? Yeah. Why is Jeddah? Well, clearly it's an ancient port. It's next to the holy city, so obviously it's there. Riyadh, the biggest city in the region by far in the GCC, like why? Because it was planned and built on purpose, and here's what they did. And people just can't conceive of that.
No.
And because it is, let's be real, very, very new, like as a true city, as a global city, people have no idea what it looks like. Yeah. And you send them pictures of like Central Park in the middle of Riyadh, and they're like, oh, wait a second. I know what that is. That's wise planning. Yeah. That's not fly-by-night stuff. Yeah. That's what I would do.
And we're living in a world, aren't we, of disinformation, misinformation,
lying,
lying, AI-enhanced, generated, created images, messages. Is there something that you're seeing in this world of media and the new narrative that helps us to tell people in a way that they know is true?
Well, look, I mean, I think I would say two things. One, I try not to look at media because I think it's so fundamentally dishonest that it can only pollute and corrupt me. When we see things, and this is true of violent images, this is true of pornographic images, it changes us. It's not good for us. It's not good to eat poison food. It's not good to see dishonest or misleading images. We can't help it. We are changed by that. So I just try and stay away from it. I read the New York Times probably during the Obama administration. No thanks. Apparently they read about me quite a bit. I've never seen any of it, and I'm never going to. So I try and filter that stuff out. Yeah. But I do think that true things sound different. It's almost like if you're trying to measure tone in music, like certain tones are just resonant in a way others aren't. You hear it, and you're like, oh, what is that?
Like a pattern interrupt.
Yes, exactly, exactly. There's a science to this I don't really understand, but I know it because I've experienced it, and true words sound different. They ring differently, and you don't forget them. So I would just have confidence that the truth actually is the best sales pitch. And two, I would say, if you're thinking about how to talk about things and meet needs of people globally, longitudinal thinking, security, placid, safe, in a world that is changing so fast that dynamic doesn't begin to describe what's happening, changing on every level. The global economic system is, of course, changing. The apportionment of global power is changing. The move from unilateral to multipolar is very much underway and very much uncertain what will happen. Yeah. It's going to take a lot of wisdom to get that right, to have a globalized economy but a multipolar world. That's never been attempted before. Yeah. And I have hope, but I have concerns, as anyone watching would. And so what are people looking for? They're looking for a safe haven, something that improves at a brisk pace but doesn't fundamentally change too fast. Improvement, we can handle quick improvement. We cannot handle wholesale, as human beings, we cannot handle wholesale change very well. We're not wired to metabolize that.
Right.
And we don't do it well, and it becomes chaos and very disorienting to people. So the thing that I like, and I actually brought one of my children, who's very much American, to Riyadh this week, and I said, look, well, Saudi Arabia, what is Saudi Arabia? And I said, just come see it, and I think you will feel the calm, the stability, the safety, which is not a small thing. As someone who, I know everyone here travels a lot, you're in the real estate business, you're in cities all over the world. There are safe cities in the world. There aren't a ton of them, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's not like 100. They're like 10, especially in the West. You know, from Istanbul West, there aren't a lot.
Yeah.
And this is a safe place, and you can feel it immediately. And so I think that is worth saying. It's something that local people probably take for granted.
I think you're right. I think people don't necessarily always realize what's very unique about their environment or their space, but it's being opened to visitors and a massive global spotlight with Expo 2030,
right,
with the World Cup in 2034. We've got a lot more people who are going to come through the doors of the kingdom over the next few years to experience those things like you have just said.
Can I give a piece of totally unsolicited and totally inappropriate advice to the...
Let me check. May Tucker Carlson give us a piece of totally unsolicited advice? Yes.
As I said, I am not a Muslim. I'm not going to become a Muslim. I am a fervent and sincere Christian. I think alcohol is really bad. I just think that. And I love that there's not a lot of booze here. And I know that there are some people who are like, well, people aren't going to come here unless we sell alcohol. And I know that, by the way, if you want to drink in any place on the planet, you can find alcohol. You can make it yourself out of prune juice if you want, right? Anywhere. Doesn't matter. Prison, people make alcohol. So you're always going to have alcohol. But can you buy it in a bar? Is it easy to buy alcohol? I love the fact that it's not here. I just do. I'm not arguing for prohibition in the United States. I live in a different culture, a different world. But it's nice to come to a place where it's like, no, we don't do that. You know, if you get bacon, it's veal bacon, whatever that is. Okay, I'll try that. And no, you can't have a vodka tonic. Okay. And everyone sort of knows the rules. I don't know. I think there's a balance between progress and dilution of what makes your civilization what it is.
Yeah.
And I would be very, very careful of that. You know, tons of changes here. Of course, I'm a Westerner. I'm very liberal by Saudi standards, so it's great. But there are certain things I'd hold on to, and I have a whole list of them which I'm not going to share here. But the obvious one is alcohol. And I know that when the World Cup comes, people are like, well, we can't, you know, all the British soccer fans are drunk all day. Like, we need to serve them booze. They can stay sober for a week.
I think
that would be my view.
Yeah, absolutely.
It'll be good for them and good for you.
Yeah.
So I'd stick with the no booze stuff.
It's an interesting debate that's happening a lot, especially with the opening up to, you know, and the increase
I know.
in tourism as
I
well,
know.
and this desire that the country has these different sort of economic pillars. But like you say, there are always two sides to every coin.
You guys have a lot. I mean, I love the fact that your country and others in the region are really thinking hard about how do we diversify our economies. We can't just be petrostates. Like, that doesn't work.
Absolutely.
And I love that. I think it's so forward-thinking. But let's just be totally real. Like, you don't need to make money from alcohol sales. Like, if people don't want to come because they can't get alcohol, that's okay. There are tons of people who are fine with that for a week. Like, if you can't go a week without being drunk, you know what I mean? Go to Scotland. It's okay. There are other places for you. No, I'm not against Scotland. I'm for Scotland. But I'm just saying that's more my culture, you know? But keep your culture.
Yeah, and I think it is going to be really interesting to see how those economic pillars do develop, because we're talking about tourism, we're talking about sport, we're talking about real estate, we're talking about property technology, all of those different areas where there's increased investment, where there's increased focus.
And increased pressure to conform to other people's standards of behavior. And you should resist that as much as you can.
So how?
Be yourself, be totally unapologetic. We're Saudi Arabia, we're the seat of Islam. We have holy cities here. And we're not doing that. And by the way, we're rich, and you can't make us do it, okay? We're not Burkina Faso, you can't boss us around, okay? If you don't like it, leave. And not in a mean way, but just don't allow international bodies, and particularly the soccer people, okay? They want to come in and tell you, oh, you need this, that, or the other thing. You need transgender marriage or something. You can't play soccer in your country. Buzz off.
But you're saying go with change, but change in a way that's authentic.
Stay true to
and
yourself
true.
and your own values. That's it. It's not about being mad at anyone else. I travel a lot, and you guys all do too, and you know that in certain countries they have certain customs, and you don't understand them, maybe you don't like them, but it's not your country and they're not your customs, and that's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay. I go to places where they practice religions, I don't even understand them. I'm not mad about that. I don't live there.
Yeah.
But what I don't do is try to say to them, you're not allowed to do that because it's not my country.
No.
So don't let anyone do that to you. That's all I'm saying. Have self-respect.
I think that's a wonderful message, and I think it's something that hopefully with the global spotlight on the country, we'll be able to maintain. And that's
It's just so insidious, though. They come in and they're like, well, you can't have this thing unless you change your values? It's like, I love Europe. My ancestors are from Europe. I have family in Europe. I absolutely love Europe, but like, how are modern European values working for modern Europeans?
Yeah.
Not so well. So don't take that lecture from them.
Yeah,
Don't let the Belgians tell you how to live.
We've had a lot of people on these stages. We had Dr. Haller just before you talking about doing things in a way which absolutely preserves the essence of the people. It preserves the essence of the country.
I thought that was the whole point. Diversity is our strength.
Exactly.
I actually believe that. I like diversity. I like going to places that are different. I
Absolutely.
respect differences. I'm enriched by them. I really mean that. I've been in the Islamic world during Ramadan. I'm like, what is this? This is amazing. I'm not going to do it. I'm not Muslim, but I'm like, I really respect this.
Yeah.
Difference is good, but the people who tell you diversity is our strength don't believe it. They want uniformity. They want you to obey them. And how about no?
So let's just talk for a moment about the changes and how that can be something where we do preserve our heart, we preserve our spirit. You talked about hope.
Yeah.
Now, it's a very uncertain world. It's a very fast-changing world. I know you have deep faith. I know a lot of people in this room have deep faith, and that's part of hope. Are there any other ways in which you hold on to hope despite the uncertainty?
Honestly, I think that prayer is the key. I didn't always think that. I'm the product of a very secular world. I learned that. I was not taught that as a child. I was born in 1969, the year of the moon landing. Whether or not it happened, irrelevant. We thought it did. And that was kind of sort of peak secular. Science had conquered nature. We put a man on the moon. So we were in charge, and everything that flows from that. And I did not consider that God was real, or that you could talk to him, or that he would answer. And it's only 56 years of rough and tumble living that have shown me that that is absolutely true, and it is our only hope in the end.
Yeah.
There are so many things we can't control. We think we can. We come up with these plans. God laughs at us because they're a little absurd, let's be honest. And the only thing that we can be certain of is that he's in charge, not us, and that we will be judged on what we do, and that in the end, it's fine because he's in control and not us. I mean that. I feel that.
I think holding on to hope and with the faith that we have is a wonderful, wonderful
It's
takeaway.
the only answer.
Yeah. So another takeaway, because I'd love to give our audience a couple more practical nuggets.
Okay.
I know, because you've had such an amazing career, and we can definitely learn from some of your expertise and skill. We've talked a bit about avoiding some of the kind of falsified media, and I think that's a great lesson when we have this media attention. But let's just talk for a moment about listening, because you have spent your life listening for what's real. So is there a technique or a tool that you might give everybody in this room that they can take into a meeting or a big conversation to really listen for what's real?
I think if you listen carefully, you know instantly what's real. You don't always know what it means, but we know a lot more than we allow ourselves to believe about others in the world around us. We can feel it. I would always say I have 1 million daughters, tons of daughters. And I would always say to them, if you feel a situation is threatening, it is. You don't have to know why. Remove yourself, because your instincts do not lie to you. So we know. It's a matter of listening carefully and believing what we know. It's a matter of listening to God's voice or instinct or however we describe it. But the truth is within us. We are born with it. And again, the details are sometimes very confusing, and we don't know what the details are. But if something is a threat, if someone is dishonest, we know instantly. And if you spend time around animals, you know, they know. And they did not go to college, any of them, but they are born with this ability, and we have it as well. That's the first thing. Second, well, this is just advice aimed at me. Try not to talk so much. And especially men, this is a male thing, not always just men, but some women talk too much for sure.
Oh,
but
yeah.
I guess they do. So it's everybody. I just know in myself, I have a tendency to talk too much. And try to let other people talk and actually care about what they're saying. They're fascinating. People are the only really interesting thing in this world. People are amazing. People will shock you every single time. What? If you just sit and ask someone like, how'd you get here? Where are you from? The stories they tell are like beyond belief. And I don't mean heads of state or famous generals or movie stars. I just mean like anybody. Like the random person next to you at dinner. Where are you from? Oh, I was born in Malawi, and then we moved to Luxembourg, and then I was a fireman in Idaho. And it's like, wait, what? Be curious, because curiosity is the only way to learn about the world.
I think that's a wonderful, wonderful piece of advice, and I'm just going to close this by coming right back to the Real Estate Future Forum. You were a first-time visitor last year.
Yeah.
You've returned to us.
Yeah.
What is it that makes the Real Estate Future Forum such an unmissable event?
Because it's a window into the world. It's like all these people come, there's like this new part of the world that's growing. I mean, it's always had power inherently because of the religious sites, and then for the last 100 years, it had power because of the energy. Okay, that's been true my whole life. Now it has power, or a kind of power or influence, because it is open, not just relative to what it used to be 15 years ago, 10 years ago, but relative to what the rest of the world is becoming. The rest of the world is becoming less open, more aligned, more partisan, even one of the most wonderful countries in the world, a country I truly love and have family from, Switzerland. One of my children lives in Switzerland. It's like, that's an amazing country. Everyone's been there. They are now an aligned country, and you can feel it, and it makes me sad. I hope they stop. But like, the world needs places where other cultures, other nationalities, other interests can meet on a kind of free zone, a kind of timeout where it's okay. You know, we don't agree, our governments don't agree, maybe our religions don't agree, our cultures don't agree. I mean, the first day I got here, last year, I'm walking down the street, and a guy in earlocks, Orthodox Jew with earlocks, walks right up to me. He's like, "Hey, what are you doing here?" He's American. I'm like, "What are you doing here?" I mean, I'd never been here before. Saudi Arabia. This guy, turns out he was like, we had mutual friends. He's a great guy. He's like, "Oh, building a hotel." I was like, "I think you're like an Orthodox Jew from Brooklyn." He's like, "Yeah, I love it here." And then you run into all these other random people, and it's like, the world needs places like that. It has to have them.
Like the forum.
And this is one of them right here. He was coming to this forum. And I just thought, man, I love that.
I love that too. I love that we've had you back on stage.
Thank you.
I've loved our conversation. We could have nattered for hours, I think. Could you please join me in showing your incredibly warm appreciation for Tucker Carlson?
That was so fun.
Don't go anywhere, because we, as always, are going to invite Mr. Abdullah Al-Harbi, CEO of the RFF, to come and join us, because he would like to give you a small token of gratitude and appreciation. Mr. Al-Harbi.
Thank you.
Photographs. Once again, a big round of applause, please, Mr. Tucker Carlson. Thank you so much for joining us. Wonderful. Curiosity, openness, meetings of minds, different cultures, different experiences, different perspectives. All of these reasons why Tucker came back to the RFF this year, and I think we'll all agree that we found a huge dose of all of those things right here in this room and in this forum. So we have a couple more sessions before our closing VIP guest slot. And for now, what I'd like to do is invite onto stage an absolute expert in the world of sustainability in real estate to give us a short talk. Mr. Peter Jameson, who's the Managing Director and Partner at Boston Consulting Group, is going to be on stage with us sharing his insights. Peter, I was told you were too tall for the lectern, but if I can do it, you can do it. Mr. Peter Jameson, everybody.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Enjoy.
So, I want to begin with a story. So when I was a child, during the summer months, on evenings that were warm enough to be outside, my grandfather would take me by the hand and he would walk me down to the local park. It wasn't a fancy place. It was just a piece of grass and some trees around it. But this was a place where the community gathered, where neighbors brought coffee, where children chased one another, and where elders traded stories together. I remember those evenings for the warmth, and not the warmth because of the summer air, but because of the warmth and the sense of belonging. We knew each other's name. We looked out for one another. And in that humbling gathering place, I felt safe, I felt connected and part of something far larger than myself. And then always at the end of the evening, my grandfather would take me by the hand, sometimes kicking and screaming because I was having so much fun, and we'd return to our house where we would sit outside and eat our evening meal together with our friends and our family. Looking back on that when I was a child, I realized that the feeling that I remember was not about the people alone. It was about the space that held us. It was a home, a neighborhood, and a community designed in a way that made connection natural. That is the feeling of home that has stayed with me. Not just knowing names, but having a place that creates safety and belonging. Now, as the kingdom is advancing at an unimaginable pace and with a boldness that creates opportunities from a new sense of belonging, I keep asking myself the question, will our new cities and developments still create that sense of belonging and connection that I experienced as a boy? Or will it build these magnificent skyscrapers only to find that something is missing, that sense of belonging? So this really brings us to this uncomfortable truth. Around the world, and certainly here in the kingdom, real estate developments have often been about scale, about speed, and about spectacle. We celebrate these record-breaking skyscrapers and massive housing projects, as we should do. Saudi Arabia itself, of course, is under Vision 2030, has ignited a real estate boom. Home ownership is rising, now at 63%, close to the 70% target. The kingdom needs more than 1.2 million new homes by 2030. This number is staggering, and it reflects something very powerful: the scale of the kingdom's growth and aspirations of its people. And Saudi Arabia already doing great things with respect to this. Vision 2030 has mobilized capital, ambition, and the capability at a pace that few other countries can actually manage. And yet, this scale also creates a rare opportunity. This is an opportunity not just to build more, but to actually build better, to ensure that rapid growth strengthens quality of life, sustainability, and long-term value. Because history actually shows us that when growth is pursued without intentions, then cities end up rich in concrete and steel, but poor in resilience, belonging, and a soul. So the question in front of us is not whether Saudi Arabia will grow. It will, that is for sure. The question is how deliberately we choose to shape that growth. We face tension between quality and quantity, between building more and building right. After all, a city that isn't sustainable won't thrive in the future. A neighborhood without a soul and without a community isn't truly a home. The real question is not whether we build bigger or faster or taller. The question is whether we choose to do so in a way that is sustainable, resilient, and deeply human. Because growth and quality of life are not opposites. So with the right intent and design, we can build at unprecedented scale and speed, while still creating places with purpose and with belonging. But the belief that ambition and responsibility can advance together, it must sit at the heart of any vision. The good news? Well, Saudi Arabia today is embracing a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to chart a different course, to redefine what real estate development means in the 21st century. We're not burdened like many other cities and countries around the world by old infrastructure and old ways of doing things. What we can do is leapfrog beyond that with new technologies and new ways of building cities. Imagine if we leverage those 1.2 million homes and instead think about them as 1.2 million opportunities, chances to create communities that are vibrant, inclusive, and sustainable from the ground up. Instead of copying last century's playbook, we're seizing this opportunity to design a new generation of cities that honor our traditions, community, and hospitality while embracing innovation and sustainability. This isn't something new, and Saudi Arabia can lead a new era of real estate, not just by the amazing quantity and size, but also by the quality of life it delivers to the people and the resilience it delivers to the planet. And to do this, we need to reframe the model of thriving real estate. Like a good consultant, I'd like to introduce a framework. Let's call this the 3 pillars of future-ready development. This is efficiency, this is resiliency, and this is about being human-centric and connected. These 3 priorities can guide us in every project, in every single house, in every development, and every city. So, let's talk about efficiency. What do I mean by that? Put simply, I mean that we use energy and water in an efficient and respectful way. This isn't just about saving the planet. I'm not here to hug trees. This is also about economic sense. We often hear worries that sustainability is more expensive and that buildings we won't be able to afford. But the research that I've been involved with, together with my colleagues, when we look at mega projects in the kingdom, tells that over 48% of those potential emissions and that efficiency can actually be achieved with established technology at very little or marginal cost. In other words, nearly half of the sustainable improvements basically pay for themselves. I think that's an incredible opportunity for a positive impact both on the bottom line and also for our planet. Efficient buildings, on average, consume 25% less energy. That's 25% off utility bills. They also use around 11% less water, and less water is crucial for us in this region. And over a building's lifetime, those savings are enormous for those homeowners, for businesses, and of course for the country's utilities. Effectively, an energy-efficient home isn't just greener, it's also economically beneficial. Let me give you a couple of examples of this. In our region, as we all know, cooling is often the most and the biggest energy drain, but solutions exist. For instance, district cooling, where you circulate chilled water to multiple buildings, can be up to 50% more efficient than those individual air-conditioned units that stand on the side of your houses, on the tops of roofs. Imagine that, a new housing develop in Riyadh or in Jeddah, where instead of hundreds of these individual units, we actually have one system that serves a large space. Residents still will stay cool in July, but the energy use, and importantly, the cost, is dramatically lower. As I said, efficiency is not just about saving the planet, it's also about economics. And sometimes it's cheaper than you think. Take, for example, what we describe as passive cooling. This is the way that you orientate a building, or the way that you use green and use trees to actually cool certain areas. In short, efficiency can align with profit, and energy efficiency is not purely a return on investment this year, but a return on investment for many years to come. Now, the third topic is around resilience. What do I mean by resilience? I mean that buildings, communities built to withstand the challenges of the future, from climate change to rapid urbanization shock. We all know that our region is exposed to extreme conditions, heat, water scarcity, in some cases, occasional floods. And as the climate changes, these stresses are only going to intensify. And if we ignore them now, the costs later down the road are going to be substantially more. To cite a sobering report, it's found that physical climate risk, if unaddressed, is going to knock off at least 28% of real estate value worldwide if we fail to adapt to what is coming our way. And therefore, resilient construction is not a luxury. I would say that it's an absolute necessity to protect those $1 trillion worth of investments that you and this country are putting into the future. This wonderful skyscraper that we built, or coastal resorts we build today, must be able to survive what the future lays out for us. So what does resilience look like in practice? On a practical level, this is about making sure that we design for the worst case scenarios. Those 50-year heat fluctuations, those floods that we see coming in the city, making sure that we are ready for those situations. Critically, this resilience is not only about avoiding losses, it's also about creating value. A property can weather a storm, is more attractive to owners and to investors than one that isn't. One international survey found that 94% of investors are actively looking for those developments that have taken this resilience topic in the heart of their design. And 50% of those are saying that we're not going to invest unless this resilience topic is in place. So that's the investment. But even if we go to insurance, because you have resilience at the core of your strategy, you're able to access cheaper insurance and, of course, later down the line, avoid costly. If we look beyond climate, there's also about the resilience of our economies within the communities that we live in. A mixed-use neighborhood that isn't dependent on a single industry is more economically resilient. If we take public health, a building that is designed with good airflow and healthy materials is far more resilient to health crises, as we found during the pandemic. Now let's talk about this third pillar, and I would dare to say one of the most important things, and that is the idea of human-centric design and connectivity. Ultimately, a city is successful not when its buildings are shiny, but when its people are happy, healthy, and feel that they belong. We must never lose sight of this, that real estate is also about the lives and about the communities that it holds. So what does a human-centric approach actually mean? Well, it means planning our cities and developing around how people actually live, what they need and what they cherish. So connection, convenience, culture, and care. It's buildings and cities that are designed for people and not for cars. Because if you design for cars, guess what? You get cars. If you design for people, then you will get people and communities. It's those walkable streets shaded by trees, the playground and that public square in a housing estate, the corner grocery within walking distance, and that housing design that allows extended families to actually live comfortably together. It's also about those less tangible things, a sense of safety, of beauty, of cultural identity in the architecture that makes people proud of where they live. Now, let's talk about connection, and specifically, we've all witnessed during COVID how isolation and how much humans actually crave connection. Loneliness isn't just unpleasant for us, it's actually a serious public health challenge. And studies have shown, and this one surprises me, that isolation can be as harmful to health as smoking and also obesity. And on the flip side of this, strong social networks help people live longer. This is where the concept of blue zones come in, which I'm sure many of you have already heard of. But this is where people continuously live to their 90s and well into their hundreds with good health. Places like Okinawa in Japan, in Sardinia in Italy, and also Loma Linda in California. Researchers found that while diet and exercise were crucial, that the longevity hotspots rely upon social connection. People in blue zones live longer and happier lives because they're connected and they're surrounded by strong relationships. They walk to a neighbor's house, they bump into friends on their way to the local temple. Their life is designed to be active and communal, not isolated in a car or sitting behind compound walls. So if we design our communities in Saudi Arabia to encourage this kinds of daily interactions, a chat with the shopkeeper, a stroll with a friend, a public bench under some trees where elderly people can watch the world go by, where we're not just creating pleasant places, we're actually potentially creating long-lived and also healthier populations. Designing for people also means designing for inclusiveness. A thriving city is where everyone, young, old, rich, poor, working class, can find opportunity and comfort. Affordability and social diversity must be part of this human-centric design. A people-first approach will include mixed-income housing, option for young families, and for seniors for different needs. It will include accessible public transport for those people who can't drive or can't afford to drive. And it means thinking about the social fabric. Do our developments encourage people of different backgrounds to mix and share spaces together? Or do they segregate and isolate? I think we want the former if we want this people-centric approach. And crucially, human-centric design is also good for business and investors in the long run. Livable cities attract talent, tourism, and innovation. And there's a reason why companies flock to these locations. This is for the quality of life, and it boosts the economy. People will pay to live in places that offer connection and convenience. And walkable, transit-orientated developments see higher and more stable property values. So if we build with people's happiness in mind, the market rewards are high. High livability correlates with high economic vitality. And Saudi Arabia already has some of these things to be proud of. Take, for example, King Abdullah Financial District, which has gone far beyond just building skyscrapers and office blocks. This is about an integrated environment where water conservation, where clean energy, and also designed for public interaction. So, what is the cost of ignoring this? I think it's worth asking that question. If we ignore this efficiency and sustainability topic, we might build these gleaming towers that become energy guzzlers, burdening our power grids, driving up emissions and utility costs for decades to come. The results? Perhaps great short-term gains for developers, but long-term pain for society and for decades to come. If we ignore resilience, we could be putting up beautiful developments that 10 years from now or 20 years from now buckle under those intense rising temperatures, those flash floods that I've talked about. We'd also be gambling with people's lives. And if we ignore the human factor, we might end up with these beautiful cities that look impressive in brochures, but they fail to really the reality test. We may find places where mental health issues rise due to isolation, where the youth feel unconnected and search for other places to explore, and where cultural heritage and identity are lost in a forest of glass and in steel. And history gives us plenty of those examples. We've seen ghost cities in other countries, built in a rush without the understanding of real community needs. Those places are now eerily empty. We've seen cities smoked by smog and traffic because of planning prioritized cars over people. And we've seen social unrest happen when we see shiny new developments sit next to areas of unreserved slums, essentially communities built for the few and not for the many. And in a rapidly urbanizing region like ours, where millions of young people will move to cities and new built areas on the horizon, the risk of not putting people at the center of that is we create problems faster than we're able to solve them. The point is, ignoring these factors is far costlier in the future than it is with addressing them right now. Either we pay up front by building right, or we pay later in retrofits, in losses, and in regrets. And some losses, like the erosion of community bonds or the extinction of cultural heritage, you can't put a price on this. So we must proceed with our eyes wide open. Every new project should consider the question, what if? So what if a 50-year storm hits this development? Will it hold? What if a child grows up in this neighborhood? Will they flourish? And what if energy prices spike or water grows scarce? Is this project ready? I think by asking those tough questions right now, we save ourselves from those crises and those challenges that we face later. There's an English expression that says, an ounce of investment now is worth a pound of cure. In real estate terms, do something about it now, and it is worth multi-millions in the future. So, standing here, excuse me. Okay, so standing here right now, I feel a profound sense of optimism. Yes, we've acknowledged that there are challenges, and yes, investments need to be made, but I do believe that Saudi Arabia is more than capable of answering them and leading the world by example. The theme of this conference here is around expanding horizons, and that's exactly what we can achieve if we expand our horizons beyond business as usual and embrace this holistic vision of development. Let's picture a day in Riyadh, for example, in 2040, inshallah. The city is thriving, and not just economically, though. We hope that too, but thriving in the fullest sense. The morning sun is glistening off those solar panels that are sitting on the rooftops. A family is sitting in an efficient modern villa that almost pays it for itself, its utility bills, with utility bills almost 20% lower than 10 years ago. Also, this resilient design of the city means that even as the summer temperatures climb, the streets are walkable. And thanks to those cooling green parks, those smart cooling systems, on the rare day of heavy rain, water absorbed and drained and put back into the system. And importantly, the city is human-centric. In this imagined 2040 morning, you can see children walking safely down to the nearby school, an elderly couple walking together to the local mosque on pathways that are designed for comfort and for safety. We can imagine neighbors greeting each other at the local bakery. For me, this is a city that nurtures life. And such a vision is not fantasy. The seeds are already being planted right now by developers, by policymakers, by investors, and by the community leaders that are here with us building. We have the power to choose the path. It means that each new project that we touch, we're not just going to ask the question how big or how fast, but also how sustainable, how resilient, and how inclusive. It means we measure success not only in square meters on return in investment in a year, but in lifetime value, economic, social, and environmental. And let me say this, we can build the world's next great cities here in Saudi Arabia. We can build them in a way that honors our grandparents and serves our grandchildren. And we can choose a future where our cities are a testament to human hope and ingenuity. Places that prove that we don't have to choose between growth and sustainability, or between development and community. We can have both if we have the courage to plan and act accordingly. Our horizon is broadening. What we do in the next years will ripple for generations. Let's make those ripples positive. Let's create neighborhoods that become blue zones of longevity and happiness for our citizens. Let's construct buildings that are so resilient and efficient that the world sends delegations here to learn from us, to see how a desert nation became a green pioneer. And let's ensure that every young family starting out can not only find an affordable home, but they can find a welcoming community in which to build their lives and thrive. I close now by circling back to my childhood memory. In my mind's eye, I still see that little park and those trees and the faces of those neighbors who felt like home. The physical place was simple, but the spirit of the place was powerful. And as we expand our horizons and build dazzling new environments, our task is to carry that spirit forward, to design places that foster connection with people at the center of it. Because in the end, real estate is not just about land and about buildings, it's about the lives lived and about the memories made within them. If we hold tight to that truth, then I am confident our real estate will truly thrive, not just in the balance sheets, but in the hearts of the people that are living there. And when the world looks at Saudi Arabia in 2030, 2040, and beyond, they won't just see how much we've built, they will see how well we've built it. They've built a future around sustainability, around resilience, and the deep human need of connection and belonging. Thank you. Thank you.
Peter Jameson, thank you so much for your presentation. السادة والسيدات إلى جلسة حوارية جديدة في يوم الثالث والأخير من منتدى مستقبل العقار يشاركنا فيها الأستاذ.
We have Mr. Nasser Al-Shawaf, the CEO Investments at Al-Bawani. We have also Mr. Rakan Al-Dawsari. Please, the floor is yours, Excellencies. Peace be upon you all. أسعد الله مساءكم بكل خير السيدات والسادة الحضور الأكارم والحضور
Best for the last, Nasser, huh?
Thank you.
So, Nasser, welcome. And with no further ado, Saudi real estate is capturing the global attention, as we see. How would you describe this new chapter?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you for inviting me. It's truly exciting times, whether being here in the forum or being a citizen of Saudi Arabia and witnessing what's going on in Riyadh and throughout the country. What's driving this momentum is the change and the strong desire to transform the kingdom through the various Vision 2030 programs. Since the vision has been announced, I think the country has been on fire. We're trying to improve the quality of life, diversify the economy, create new industries such as tourism, entertainment, promote sport. We're pushing mining. We're investing in electrical vehicles. The list goes on and on. We're trying to also invest in making Riyadh and Saudi more green. I believe Tucker mentioned about planting trees, which is very interesting and timely. So yes, there's a lot going on, as a group, we're kind of in the middle of all of that proudly.
Absolutely, Nasser. So now after we have this point of view about real estate and the context of the market, especially in Saudi Arabia, I want to shed the light on a very important topic that is clearly important for Al-Bawani. Real estate touches all of us, and I want to get your opinion about how Al-Bawani work reflect the responsibility toward people, community, and the future generations.
Our story is a reflection of the kingdom's transformation over the past 50 years. We've had very humble beginnings, being a supplier of raw materials in construction. We stepped up to become a subcontractor, then a main contractor. We've won our first 1 billion riyal project back in 2010. It was the King Abdullah Cancer and Liver Diseases Center, which is an outstanding medical building. My parents go there, and every time I go there, I kind of feel that we've really delivered something good for the country, alhamdulillah. Then we moved on to, we won the first $1 billion project, 10 years later, and we carried on. We've reached a scale where we became a force in the local economy, and we felt the duty to really invest in our youngsters. We established the National Construction Academy back in 2022. This is basically a non-profit organization in partnership with the government, where we train young Saudis right out of high school on soft skills, hard skills, mainly vocational, to employ them in the construction sector. Contracting project development is one of the biggest employers in the economy. In Saudi alone, we employ more than 4 million people, so it is significant. And we felt there is a need to have our youngsters be part of transforming the vision into reality and build things with their own hands and take pride of that. So we've so far employed 700 students from the graduates. We have 9 more contractors joining hands with us. So yeah, I'm the chairman of the academy, and I obviously speak very passionately about it. We are involved with various non-profits as well. Termeem is an organization we support. We've helped refurbishing more than 2,000 homes for the most needy people in Saudi, and the list goes on and on. So we are an active participant in the local economy, and we're certainly very proud of that. We're involved in most of the Vision 2030 programs, all the usual suspects, the Giddiyas, the Dar'iyas, King Salman Park. We're doing the treatment plant there. So back to kind of planting trees, we're actively involved in that.
You are also involved in the water we are actually drinking, and also our plans for skiing in Trojena, inshallah.
True, we are building the ski village in
So
Trojena.
fantastic. You mentioned great giga projects that Al Bawani is part of. Is Al Bawani a private held company?
We are privately held. However, PIF took a stake in the business back in 21-22. PIF obviously is a major driver of the Saudi economy and is an enabler for the various Vision 2030 programs. So they approached us saying we have those highly ambitious projects, giga projects that we want to deliver, and we want to make sure that we have the local capacity, the bandwidth to embark and successfully deliver those projects. So we've been among one of the contractors. We were the first to really work with them, and they're represented in our board, and it's been a great partnership.
Just to capitalize on the NCA point of view, I actually met one of the beneficiaries who signed their contracts before even the graduation.
Yes.
So congratulations for that.
Yes, thank
I
you.
assume they reached 700 graduates. Saudi have been fully recruited at Al Bawani.
Yes, true. So in the program, we screen the candidates from the first day when they're enrolled in the academy. They're Al Bawani employees or the employees of any company that sponsors them.
Fantastic. Now we would like to shed the light on a different topic, which is partnerships. I just want to ask you, after Saudi opens its real estate sector to international participation, where do you see the most exciting opportunities and collaboration?
The opening up of the real estate market is a natural step. The Saudi market has been very open for decades. We've had American firms, European firms, Asian firms, for the past 50 or 60 years. So that openness is not something new for the Saudi economy. What is new is kind of inviting them to come and partner with us in the real estate market. But even on utilities, if I may give you an example, so you mentioned water. So we have international partners working with us, and we've built, as a developer, not a contractor, a desalination plant with 600,000 cubic meter a day. Just to put this in context for the audience, so this would serve 1 million people a day. Yeah? We're involved in developing 2 power plants, 3.6 gigawatt. This is enough to power 1.5 million people as well, or provide the requirements of this figure. So we've done that not alone, but with local, regional, international investors. We're building the Aramco Stadium with one of our Belgian partners, B6. So the Saudi market has been very open. So in real estate now, it's kind of an inflection point where the country is opening up. Tucker made some interesting remarks that, okay, don't sell the whole thing. I'd assure you we won't. We're big believers in our country. However, opening up, I think, will create more balance, bring some FDI, which is healthy. Many Muslims around the world would love to own a property in Mecca and Medina. So many people in the region would love to be part of Riyadh, Jeddah kind of transition and success story. So opening up, I think, is healthy, and people will, for sure, come and opt to do that, given the strong property rights, digital infrastructure, the safety, the feeling of safety is absolutely crucial for people to invest in any place, which, alhamdulillah, thankfully we have.
Well said, Nasser. So Nasser, Al Bawani is a great example of companies that we are actually proud of. And back to the title of our session, Innovate to Elevate. And I'm pretty sure you are excited about this section in our session. Now we want to dive into the innovation piece. So Al Bawani is already a well-known company here in Saudi. How are you redefining growth and innovation beyond the traditional models?
So this is a subject close to my heart. I believe our sector lacks innovation. Despite its enormous size and significance, just on the size of the sector, besides being a significant employer, at least 40% of the income of an individual goes into construction and the property market, by the way. Just consider the mortgage is about a third of your income. And then every office you use, plays part in that equation. All the retail and shopping you do, even the online shopping goes through a warehouse. So it's a very significant sector, yet very little research and development or venture capital goes into the sector. I remember in one of the studies I've seen, it's probably about two or 3 years old, I've seen the comparison between contracting, project development, prop tech, whatever you need to call it, and fintech. So you had in 1 year, $700 billion going into VC money, going into fintech, and barely 11 going into property, contracting, you name it, in terms of innovation and what have you. So it's very underserved and underrated when it comes to innovation. So to answer your question, if we would touch on, and I want to push the boundaries. I believe this is why such a forum exists, to kind of think, imagine, and push the boundaries. So you have innovation in modular construction. It's very much talked about, but the reality, it's still not very much economically viable. And modular, for the reference of the audience, is kind of when you assemble things in a factory tested setting and then you ship them to the construction site. So the lifting cost is still very costly when you kind of add it, and the transport cost. So the logistics is not helping even the economies of scale in this calculation. But if we put our heads together and we have more scale into modular, and we do modular more in kind of piecemeal, such as like MEP modular, then the economics would improve. And if you give more predictability in terms of volume, this would also immensely help, other than the need to kind of innovate within that modular space. So modular is one, the other is innovation in design. And there's been a lot of talk throughout this event about how can we design better homes, better communities, and what have you. This is also still, we talk in events and in research papers, but not a lot of that trickle into reality. I believe, in my view at least, that a lot of it has to do with the very thin margins in the sector.
Can we talk from Al Bawani perspective on the design angle? Because I assume it's an angle where it's been touched by everyone here, especially my house or your house. So I assume Al Bawani is doing a great job when it comes to designing and investing in designing and technologies.
Yes, we worked very hard on our digital transformation plan. I believe some of my team members who worked on that are present here. We've got that approved after extensive challenging, even from our chairman, and we're currently working on the implementation. So the plan is really to try to capture the data throughout the construction life cycle. From the time we look at the bid and review the design, bill of quantity, even the indicative one, to the time we move to finalizing the design, to then moving to the supply chain of placing orders, to the time it's shipped, the items are shipped into the warehouses until they're dispatched, and then we do all the cost accounting. So the data is there, but it's very fragmented. And I believe a group like us who kind of self-deliver are probably more able to capture that than other contractors, even internationally, who mainly subcontract and cannot possess that level of depth in information and data to compile it. So yes, I believe AI could play a big role in the design process, but also, there are different ways where you can make use of information to optimize different processes. And I don't like to think in a revolutionary way when it comes to construction, design. I believe it's more evolutionary, where various improvements in different areas would make the whole picture much more efficient and much better. But going and trying to say, oh, I will disrupt the whole thing and I'm a genius of some sort and I have a lot of financial bandwidth is not going to work. We've seen very sadly how Katera blew up after SoftBank, with all their extensive financial power, lost or squandered $2 billion with this company.
Well said, Nasser. I assume innovation part is not only for the core business of real estate. Would you share some examples when it comes to the innovation to the business models itself?
Yes, on the business model, His Excellency mentioned tokenization. The problem with an apartment, you can't sell 10,000 riyal or 1,000 riyal an apartment. So trying to kind of subdivide the real estate into units that could be traded is helpful. You have the REITs, but I believe the REITs are a bit kind of more sticky and more rigid. But tokenization could help, as long as retailers or retail investors would not create so much speculation. So I think it needs to be regulated. Innovation in the business model. So with some clients, we're talking about the construction management approach, where we'll work with them open book, so they will not outsmart us or we outsmart them. So the other, I think, idea I would love for the market to explore is that we offer housing or construction and properties as a service. The same way you used to buy a CD in the old days for a software, and then you started downloading them, and then you don't even download them now. It's kind of software as a service, yeah? So we want to offer property as a service. So when you're young, we'll get you a studio, and then we increase your premium, which could include all your utilities, and we upsize you to a 1-bed. You get married, we'll give you a 2-bed. You have children, we'll upgrade you to 3-bed. And then when children grow and they leave you, so we can kind of downsize you again. And that's something that the Ministry of Housing and Municipality did try to address, and Excellency brought it up, that the consumer or the buyer behavior should be a bit more practical, and you don't need to buy a house, Beit al-Umar, the house of your life from a young age, where actually you're not using that much of capacity if you're buying a 4-bedroom house. So you need that elasticity and that flexibility. So that's kind of another area of innovation. It's not technological, but it's more of the business model and the mindset. And the regulators can influence that behavior with the carrot and stick of regulations and the power of regulations.
Fantastic. I wish you told me this before, because I'm currently in that paradox now. But yes, I'm happy with my house, but I would love to have it as a SaaS. Yes. Now you mentioned that with the VC example, that this market is not that attractive for VCs. Why do you think that this is a problem? It's not attracting the VC company or investment in R&D?
Yeah, I believe probably it has to do more with the margins and the rigidity. Regulations are also not very supportive. You have the building code. The building code changes every few years or sometimes in decades. So it's not really providing that much of an attractive venue for VC money to flow in. But I believe you need more people to think about it and to try to challenge the status quo. So we need people here in the audience to be more courageous and kind of put in the money to develop the sector. There is nothing more powerful than the power of imagination for a human being.
Regarding the innovation part when it comes to building materials and using some of the competitive advantage that we have in Saudi to really compete in the market.
So one of the very interesting initiatives the Saudi government had is the oil to chemicals program. That how can we use oil to come up with oil derivatives, to come up with construction materials that could be environmentally friendly and be very competitive as well. So even for us as an economy, we can better make use of our natural resources. Concrete, for example, is one of the biggest producers of CO2 emissions. And that's really damaging for the environment. So if we can come up with an alternative for concrete, that could be a big win. Insulation materials, even steel. There is one item called carbon. It's much lighter than steel and much stronger. Okay, it's still extremely expensive process to bring it to life and kind of make it scale. But the ideas are there. You need that venture capital mindset to go and push the boundaries.
Thank you, Nasser, for the amazing discussion that I personally enjoyed. If you would like to leave our audience with an advice, what would it be?
There have been many great ideas that our speakers brought up. So the great ideas are there. It's really the question for us: how can we put them together to the betterment of our society? The two distinct things we have, I believe, in Saudi is that we have the determination, whether from the leadership or from the public, to really take the country to the next level. And we have the other very distinct things is we have the ability to change, modernize, to progress really in all walks of life. And the other thing that I believe we're very proud of and should remain at the core is our values. Yeah. Tucker was kind of very kind to also stress that. So yes, we need to modernize. We are modernizing. We've been doing that for the past 50 years. And the past 10 years, we've kind of going exponentially. So yes, that's all great. However, we need to keep our values, which kind of distinct us from other cultures, at the core in our plans, in our urban planning, in the way we design our parks, our houses. We need houses that can accommodate our youngsters, but also accommodate our elderly. The family unit is an extremely important part of our society, and we're very proud of that. So whatever designs we're talking about, ideas we're talking about, urban planning and the various ways we think, we need to keep that at the heart of our development plans. Yes, we love to hug trees, but we also equally need to look at the people who are hugging the tree. You need to hug your neighbor and your children and your parents and your friends. So we need to keep the human being at the heart of our plans.
Thank you. And with that, we conclude our session. Thank you, Nasser. Thanks for the great listening, and all the best.
Thank you.
Shukran, thank you so much for that fabulous final panel conversation. Really appreciate you being with us on stage. So our final session is almost here. Are you excited? I'm really excited to have this conversation with an incredible business leader, somebody who is much admired. Can I invite you, though, to come in and take your seats, please? Make yourselves comfortable. We'd love to fill up the front as well, if that's possible. It's just nicer for our guests to have friendly faces in the audience. So anybody loitering at the back, come on in. That would be fantastic. And do grab a seat. Amazing. And as you get settled and comfortable, we are going to show a very short introduction video to give you a little sneak preview and a taste of the speaker who is about to take the stage here at the Real Estate Future Forum. Roll VT.
I'm a person that looks forward more than looks back. When I started 50 years ago as an entrepreneur, the word entrepreneur I don't think existed. I think an entrepreneur is somebody that creates something that makes a positive difference to other people's lives.
As well as buying the latest hit record, you'll be able to get an air ticket to New York from Virgin Shops in June.
Have you ever thought about going into space, Richard?
I'd love to go into space.
Cheers.
Cheers. I'm a born optimist, a very positive person.
Ryan. Yes, sir, Richard. Just try to be yourself.
Okay. Both my children have inherited that from me. And I was very lucky, I had a very happy childhood.
No, you shouldn't think, Archbishop. Just go.
One of the things I enjoy the most is teaching people to swim. It's wonderfully satisfying to help them stand on their own 2 feet.
That was brilliant.
Why do you have so much money?
The exciting thing about learning to be an entrepreneur is then later on in life you can be creating not-for-profit businesses, not-for-profit things to try to deal with the problems of the world. I've been lucky enough to help create the Elders, which is a wonderful group of people that are trying to tackle conflict resolution issues in the world.
The Elders can become a fiercely independent and robust force for good.
The Oceanic Elders to try to tackle the problems of the oceans. The Carbon War Room to try to tackle climate change. My attitude in life is to give everything I can to solve a problem. I get enormous satisfaction trying to achieve something that has never been achieved before.
The wonderful thing about Virgin Orbit is it literally can help transform people's lives around the world.
I've always been a dreamer. My mum taught me to never give up and to reach for the stars.
My favourite phrase to all the people around me is, screw it, just get on and do it.
Welcome to space.
If we can do this, just imagine what you can do.
Wonderful audience of the RFF. Can I ask you please to put your hands together, raise the roof for our VIP guest speaker, Sir Richard Branson. Come and join me. What an honor and a privilege to have you on the RFF stage. This is our 5th edition of this phenomenal forum, and you are our closing speaker, concluding 3 wonderful days of conversation and connection, insights and inspiration. So really, no pressure.
How's everybody? Good?
Amazing, we're great.
Anyway.
So welcome.
Yeah.
This is our closing conversation, and in this room are people who turn big ideas and ambition into real places, which I know you know a thing or two about with some of the projects you've been involved with. And our theme this year has been all about expanding horizons. And honestly, if anyone has experience and embodies what that means in practice, for me, that is definitely you.
Thank you.
So it's wonderful to have you with us here in Riyadh, and I know this is not your first time. You visited the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia many times, most recently back in April, I believe, while you were launching your new venture. So how does it feel to be back?
Well, it's always good to be back. Every decade that I come to Saudi Arabia, the country is moving forward, and in a very positive, exciting way. I mean, keeping its traditions, but also opening up to new ideas, and so there's fantastic opportunities here. The people are wonderfully welcoming.
Yes.
Thank you for having us back. And now I can fly on Virgin Atlantic, our own airline here.
Oh, indeed, and we will talk about that. We're going to come to that. You speak about, the decades of change, but I imagine there's been change even in the last year. I mean, since you visited in April to now, have you felt, you've been out in the city a little bit today, have you felt anything different?
Yes, I mean, there's a lot of buildings going on.
These people in the room know all about buildings, by the way.
No. Today, Virgin Mobile opened a store in the city, which I've just come from opening, and so I think like almost every second of every day, something new is emerging here, and it's wonderful to be part of that.
That's fantastic. And I know there's something that you very much have in common with the RFF audience, which is this absolute passionate commitment to building things. I mean, they're not necessarily buildings, they're not necessarily real estate, but you have spent decades building and doing things that are new. So what tells you that a horizon is worth pursuing? What tells you in your gut that you really want to chase something?
Most of my ideas come out of personal frustration, a feeling that I can do it better. And in my lifetime, I've had quite a few personal frustrations. If I go back many years, there was a wonderful musician who brought me a tape, and I loved it, and I took it to other record companies. But they all said no. So I thought, screw that, we'll set up our own record company and put it out. And over the years, we built up a record company with the Rolling Stones and Janet Jackson and the Spice Girls and lots of wonderful bands. But if I hadn't been frustrated by lack of action from the other record companies, I would never have started a record company. And then perhaps the more classic example was, I was trying to fly to the Virgin Islands one day. I was 28 years old.
Is this before or after you'd bought the island?
This was just as I was getting the island.
Okay, so you definitely needed to be able to get there.
I needed to get there. I was in Puerto Rico. I had a beautiful lady waiting for me in the Virgin Islands. I was in Puerto Rico, and I was on an American Airlines plane, and the pilot came on the speaker and said, "I'm very sorry, but you're all going to have to come back tomorrow morning. There's not enough passengers on board." So I got off the plane, and I told all the passengers to wait together. And then I went to the back of the airport, and I hired a plane, and I wrote it on a blackboard as a joke, Virgin Airlines one way to the Virgin Islands, $39. And I went to all the passengers, and I filled up my first plane, and we all got to the Virgin Islands that night. And then somebody said, sharpen up the service a bit, and you could be in the airline business. And so the next day I rang Boeing and said, "Do you have any second-hand 747s for sale?" And anyway, we ended up getting our first 747 flying to New York from London as Virgin. And And that was 40 years ago. And because people like the airline, you know, it's developed and expanded all over the world. You know, we've got the biggest airline now in Australia, Virgin Australia, which is bigger than Qantas. We had Virgin America. So that came out of personal frustration. If I hadn't had that, that frustrating moment on American Airlines plane, I don't think I would have started an airline. So, and that has applied to a lot of businesses since.
Yeah. Anyone here casually tried to buy a second-hand 747? No? Any takers?
We don't want more competition. We've got enough. Thank you.
No, indeed.
I was doing a talk like this once, and in Greece, and a guy called Stelios was listening. And
oh no! I know where this is going.
Yeah, and he went and liked the idea and started EasyJet in Britain, and he doesn't directly compete with us, but he went into the airline business because of a conversation like this.
I love the idea, though, that solutions are born from problems that you can see or frustrations that you might have experienced. I think it is such a helpful starting point, especially for somebody who is quite entrepreneurial but maybe doesn't know where to begin.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give you one other example. Cruise ships is something which I've never thought I'd want to go on a cruise ship. And, you know, I was having a dinner with a group of people, and half of them go on cruise ships, and the other half would never go on a cruise ship. So, you know, we got a sheet of paper out, and we thought, right, what is it? Why do we not want to ever go on a cruise ship? And what is it about cruise ships that currently exist that we don't like? And then we mapped out, you know, what we thought would be the kind of cruise line that myself and my friends would like to go on, and then we built a couple of cruise ships in Italy, Virgin Voyages, and you know, we decided it should be adult only, so that if it's adults only, you can make sure it's, you know, you really concentrate on looking after the adults, not half looking after the adults, half looking after the children, and it's become an incredible success.
Yes.
We just got our fourth cruise ship, Brilliant Lady, and it's very different from other cruise lines, yes. and I enjoy going on it, and my friends do. So
I think she was testing in Malaga for a while, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was.
Yes, I think I saw her quite regularly doing all of her pre-checks.
Our timing wasn't great. We launched it the same week COVID started, so that wasn't very sensible.
Not so fun.
And I mentioned the Spice Girls. They were meant to come and help us launch, and they rang me up and said that there's something called COVID on cruise ships.
Oh, no.
I don't think we should come and... I said, don't be stupid, you come. And anyway...
It definitely changed our world in lots of ways. But you are such a respected and admired entrepreneur, particularly here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, where the young population and the population in general is incredibly entrepreneurially minded. Are there any little nuggets? Have you seen any opportunities, any frustrations where you think maybe there might be some opportunity for our friends in the audience?
So I think I need to spend more time here. I mean, I think if I was starting off as an entrepreneur in Saudi Arabia, I would first of all look for things that are not being done well in my own country. I think I would then take maybe a Virgin Atlantic plane to England or another plane. Anyway, but go to Europe, go to America, just travel the world, and see what exciting things are going on in Paris, what exciting things are going on in London, what exciting things are going on in New York or New Orleans that are not happening in Saudi Arabia. And I mean, the good thing about starting businesses in Saudi Arabia is, you know, there's still maybe another 20 years before Saudi Arabia gets to a sort of London or New York, and so there's still lots of things that are happening overseas that people in Saudi and visitors to Saudi would love to see, and so don't be shy about occasionally copying and then improving on something you see overseas.
And I love that idea about bringing in a wider lens, bringing in curiosity, bringing in global perspective, bringing in other opinions. And very much that's what this forum does and is such a brilliant champion for. But people is part of that. And you are notoriously, in a very good way, a people person. You've built teams with extraordinary people. So what is it that you look for when you do build a team for a new venture? Kind of, I imagine that's an absolute foundation to something being successful.
Yeah, I think the person who's running a company, if they're good with people, if they look for the best in people, if they praise and don't criticize, then that ricochets down through your company, and people. I mean, it's just like watering flowers. If you water your people regularly and you water your flowers regularly, the flowers will flourish and your people will flourish. If you're the kind of leader that is out to criticize people, is looking for the worst in people, is always trying to find fault with people, in the same way that a flower will shrivel up and die because it's not watered, the same things will happen with people. So I think find leaders that are wonderful with people, and your company will flourish. And make sure you don't ever bring somebody in who's the opposite of that.
Because you're very values-led, aren't you? You talk about curiosity, kindness, and fun across your organizations. How have you really embedded that culture in practical ways?
So I don't think one should take oneself too seriously. I mean, I think that the truth is that people want to have fun. People want to. You only live once, and you want to enjoy the life you live. I mean, on Necker Island, where I live, every single table is made for dancing on, and very often we have everybody dancing on the table. You've got to be careful not to fall off, but it makes people smile and laugh, and it gets the evening going. And obviously, as the leader, it's important that I'm first on the table. As the leader, if you've got a party by a swimming pool, it's important that I'm the first in the pool, fully clothed, in order for everybody else to have a good time.
I mean, this is truly leading by example.
This is very leading. But, I mean, not everyone in this room is going to lead like that. But, I mean, I think it's worth remembering that, people want to be able to smile. They want to have a good time. They want to enjoy life. And the more you can try to enable people who are working for you to to have a good time, the better they will perform. Yes. And you won't, you're not going to lose people to other companies if they're enjoying the time with your company.
Yeah. And I would say it's very interesting that the majority, if not all of your businesses, seem to be focused on giving people the opportunity to either enjoy life or experience more of life or push a boundary. And I would love to turn our attention to a huge horizon expanding business of yours and talk a little bit about Virgin Galactic, because that really was an outrageous ambition that was made real. So should we show the video and then have a little chat about it?
Thank you.
Please, can you show the Virgin Galactic video?
To all you kids down there, I was once a child with a dream, looking up to the stars. Now I'm an adult in a spaceship with lots of other wonderful adults looking down to our beautiful, beautiful Earth. To the next generation of dreamers, if we can do this, just imagine what you can do. Hey!
To the next generation of dreamers, imagine this. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But if we can do this, imagine what you can do. Is that why you wanted to, was it to set a benchmark for what was possible?
So, how many people in this room want to go to space?
Definitely. I want to go to the moon.
Okay,
Space.
a lot of people.
Yeah.
So I was like you once, and I wanted to go to space, but I didn't want to spend, $70 million going to space. So I thought it'd be much better to try to build our own spaceships and our own motherships and our own spaceport and do it ourselves. And it took, I thought it would take 5 years. It took about 20 years. So it was a big project. And we had tears along the way. But finally we got there, and it was the most extraordinary day of my life, and I think it would be the most extraordinary day of a lot of people's lives in this room, we're the only space line which has a proper spaceship. It's not just a rocket where you go up and down, and the experience is extraordinary. You go from 0 to 3,500 miles an hour in 8 seconds. So it's quite a trip up there, and it's not you might think that you're going to feel slightly sick. It's not. It's just the pressure on your chest, but. Anyway, every moment of it is magnificent, and I very much look forward to seeing some of these people going up one day.
Where can we sign up, I think is what we're all asking, isn't it? No. But interestingly, you talked about pace there. You said that you thought it would take 5 years, it took 20. I think a lot of the projects that a lot of the people in this room deal with struggle with pace. There's a lot of emphasis on pace and speed and being ahead, and things happen very fast here. But how do you deal with frustration? You said there were tears, but how do you keep going when it's really tough to see the end?
So I think I will work day and night to avoid failure, and I'll go right into the early hours of the morning, to make sure that something succeeds. But if having worked day and night to avoid failure, something, does not succeed, then as long as I've done everything I can to avoid failure, I'm willing to accept it. I'm not, and the next day I will, put it behind me, and then I'll move forward on to the next project. And I think, if you're a true entrepreneur, you're going to have failures. Otherwise, you're not a true entrepreneur.
Not pushing far enough and hard enough.
Yeah,
and
you've got to. I'm trying things all the time. We've just started flying Virgin Atlantic to this city. I don't know whether it's going to succeed or not, but we will try it. We'll give it our best shot. We'll see if we can fill the plane. We'd love it if everybody could help us fill the planes. But if it doesn't work out, we'll put the plane on another route. So
absolutely.
So I think we will do everything we can to make things successful, as everybody in this room should do.
Yeah.
But don't get too depressed if it doesn't work out, and don't, as long as you've tried your best, then move on.
I love that. I love that we're pushing these horizons. Yes, absolutely. What a wonderful message.
Thank you.
You mentioned the Virgin Atlantic route, which is now flying London to Riyadh, which is incredibly exciting. But it's really come about as well as a result, well, not as a result, but you've put a very strong partnership in place. And I just want to touch on partnerships because it's another theme that we discuss here at the forum. Because you have a co-chair partner with Saudia. How does that help to enter a new market or to start a new project when you choose partners to work with rather than trying to go it alone?
So I'm a great believer in partners. I mean, we generally speaking start our companies 100% owned, and then in time we'll maybe sell our shares down so we have a 50-50 partnership. So, for instance, with Virgin Atlantic, we now have a partnership with Delta Airlines. They own 49% of the company, we own 51%. The important thing with partnerships is, they've got to be like a good marriage. You just got to, there's got to be give and take in a partnership, and you've got to make it work. And sometimes, if there's an argument, you'd back off and let them accept that their point of view, and then in return, I'm sure they'll accept your point of view on occasions. But I think one plus one with partnerships can equal 3 if both sides are determined to make it work.
That's fantastic, that sort of symbiotic relationship which has extra added value, which is such an important part of what we're trying to achieve here. Now, some of the focus areas for the Kingdom are about expanding sort of economic pillars, looking at business in real estate as well as tourism, investing in sport, prop tech, things like that. You have a huge amount of experience building in a lot of those areas, but predominantly in building strong brands. And all of these companies have brand identities, but also the Kingdom itself has a brand. Are there any fundamentals that you would encourage us all to put in place when we're thinking about the brand story that we're telling?
So your personal brand and the brand of your company, it's all about reputation, and one has to zealously protect one's reputation. One has to zealously behave in a way that your reputation is not going to be damaged. The Virgin brand is nearly 60 years old, and by and large, I think we've managed to keep by creating things that are the best in their field, by the way we deal with our people and so on. I think we've managed to keep a good reputation over those 60 years. Now, a reputation can be damaged very quickly if one makes a big mistake, and then you just have to you have to effectively apologize and deal with that mistake, and then hope that you haven't done your brand too much damage. But reputation is key, and that's worth fighting for through. Everything you do, everything you do in building your brand.
Absolutely. You're very much known as being an early adopter, someone who enters new markets feet first, I would say, with a lot of gusto and a lot of passion. There are lots of things happening. The pace of change in industry, in business across the world is enormous, and people in this room are absolutely facing that challenge of not only entering new markets, but trying to stay ahead of the curve with AI, with technology. Also, there's a new law here that's just changed, which is about having non-Saudi ownership for property for the first time. So huge numbers of opportunities in new markets or changing markets. Is there something that would give you confidence when you're entering a new market as an early adopter, as somebody who's trying to get ahead? Is there something that would give you that moment of going, yeah, actually, I am going to do this. This is worth a shot?
So I think if we're going into a new country, the rule of law is obviously critical. That you know that you can trust the rule of law. I think a country that doesn't do bribes, or where you know that that what you see is what you get is very, very important. And in a sense, that all comes back to reputation again.
Yes.
A country needs to needs to keep its reputation as well as the companies keeping their reputation. So we won't generally deal with countries where those sorts of things are questionable.
So reputation, maintaining the standards, ensuring that what says happens, all of those things are critically important, as this lens is going to be on the kingdom with lots of exciting events coming up and lots of things changing. So I think keeping reputation is really important.
And I think, I mean, Saudi is still a young country as far as, I mean, it's not a young country in reality, but as far as the West looking at Saudi is concerned, the way it's evolving, it's evolving, cautiously, step by step, but it is evolving.
Yes.
And it's evolving in a way, I think, that, people from overseas will now think of Saudi as a possibility of coming to. At the moment, they're more likely perhaps to go to the Emirates, but Saudi are now doing things which I think will enable more and more people to come here, and I think that will definitely help the economy of Saudi.
Yeah, it's very exciting times, and like you say, evolution with big ambition is definitely a hallmark of this country. So in conclusion, because we are rapidly coming to the end of our conversation, which felt like it flew by, thank you for your insights. Thank you so much for sharing a lot of your experience and some of the things that have brought you success in your projects. We're coming to the end of 3 amazing days of conversation, of inspiration, of light bulb moments. You're somebody who takes advice on board, who listens, who is open, who is curious. Is there something you could leave us all with that will help these things stick as we go out back into the world, as we leave the doors of the conference center, as we take these ideas back into our jobs? Do you have some personal philosophy that you hold on to that enables you to take your life lessons and evolve with them?
Wow.
Just a small question to finish. I mean, just a tiny one.
Final words of wisdom. Now, look, I just want to say, first of all, thank you for having me. I do a few talks a year to help various different foundations around the world, and this talk, you've been good enough to give some money to some different foundations that are doing really wonderful things in the world. And at Virgin, what we try to do is, one of the ways we inspire all the people who work for Virgin is that a good percentage of our profits goes to tackling, some of the bigger problems in the world. For instance, I've just come back from Ukraine, where there's need for prosthetic hospitals, and there's 85,000 people without legs and arms in Ukraine, and we've helped build a number of hospitals there to help these people. There's the environmental problems of this world. We've set up an organization called Planetary Guardians, which is trying to protect species and protect rainforests and try to move the world forward in a positive way. The elders, which we talked about, which we set up with Nelson Mandela, has done wonderful things over the years. So I think for companies to not just be money-making machines, but consider coming up with causes which they can address, that will again be a wonderful for the people who work for your company, if they know that they're not just making money for 1 or 2 shareholders or a family, they're also that some of that money is going to sort out issues which your staff can relate to. So. Anyway, throw that out as a suggestion.
I think it's wonderful. I think we've had some insight as well about some of the philanthropic endeavours taking place across the kingdom and beyond. I think it is absolutely linked to your desire, that passion and purpose drives what people do. That feels like that's something that's a very strong philosophy for you. So thank you so much for sharing that. I hope you've enjoyed your experience at the forum.
Of course. Thank you so much. Thanks, everybody. Thank you.
A massive round of applause, please, Sir Richard Branson. Please don't leave. We have a small token, thank you, of our appreciation for you. Mr. Abdullah Al-Harbi, the CEO of RFF, is going to just present you with a very small token of our thanks, of our appreciation, and take a photograph with you. Mr. Al-Harbi. Thank you so much. I have a lot ringing in my ears from that. Curiosity, openness, a desire to push boundaries, find those niggly problems that make us want to do things better or differently. Commit, have some resilience, push those horizons, expand our horizons even further. So Richard Branson, everybody, thank you so much for being here and such a wonderful audience at RFF 2026. Thank you.
Thanks, مريم. السادة والسيدات، إعلان الرياضي لمستقبل العقار. هذه توصيات منتدى مستقبل العقار مع الأستاذ تيسير المفرج، مدير عام الاتصال الاستراتيجي والمتحدث الرسمي باسم الهيئة العامة للعقار.
Authority to be read by Taysir Al-Faraj, the spokesman of the authority. Please, the floor is yours, Your Excellency. Peace be upon you all, and good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for your engagement, participation. We have come to the beginning, and this is not the end, because after each and every conference or forum, we start afresh. It is such an ambitious start, full of ambitions, aspirations of what to be yet delivered in the next edition of the forum, and the recommendations yet to be translated next year. Based on the role of the forum as a global platform to drive dialogue across the real estate sector, and based on the strategic objectives and the pathways, discussions, and what has been announced in 2026, which has been held here in Riyadh, the following recommendations which reflect to come to fruition and to showcase the maturity of the experience of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia across the real estate, making it such a holistic driver, enhancing quality of life, enhancing economic growth, while establishing the role of the position of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in crafting the global real estate decisions. These recommendations have become a fruition of the global engagement of participation, largely enough attracting more than 10,000 participants over the 3 days, coming from 140 countries, with more than 300 speakers across more than 50 panel discussions and the special discussions, special interviews, talking about the real estate sector, the urban development, the PropTech, producing, signing more than 80 memorandum of understanding and agreements to launch initiatives, projects par excellence, aimed at enhancing the investment of the real estate, sharing and transferring knowledge, and the human capital development. The following recommendations have been produced by the forum. 1, shedding fresh light. First, highlighting and recognizing the efforts made by the wise leadership in terms of the growth and development and the unlimited support coming from the custodian of the wise leadership, King Salman bin Abdul Aziz Al Saud, and His Royal Highness Crown Prince, Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdul Aziz Al Saud. May Allah protect them, which of course has made the bedrock of the holistic transformational journey coming across the Saudi real estate sector, enabling the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to build a robust and advanced real estate platform of sustainable and holistic economic growth and development. 2, recognizing His Excellency, the Minister of Municipalities and Housing, being the sponsors of the forum for the conference, for the forum, supporting the Real Estate Future Forum as an emphasis to the importance of the forum as a strategic platform for the decision-making processes of the real estate sector for investment development, enhancing the development process across the real estate sector in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. 3, the updated law for the non-Saudi ownership as a regulated framework for wider scope. The forum has ensured and confirmed that the non-Saudi ownership shows a new directive, a new trend, bringing together the specificity and opening up to the wider horizons, enhancing transparency, protecting rights, striking a balance between investment and growth and development. Number 4, establishing organization and regulation, because it is the bedrock of the forum. The clear-cut formulations and regulations are really the bedrock of the real estate markets, while expanding for more investment opportunities, calling for the development of regulation and legislature in such a way to strike a balance between the protection of the market, enhancing growth and development, and the trust and confidence in investment. Number 5, building a real estate market based on data and indicators. The forum has emphasized the importance of building policy or making policies based on data and indicators to enhance the efficiency and capacities of the demand of the market to address the needs of the target audience and population in such a way to go in line with the lifestyle. Number 6, enabling the PropTech and AI in managing the market. The forum emphasized that the PropTech and AI tools and data analytics represent key tools for the expansion of the real estate sector by enhancing the operational capacity, enhancing transparency, and speeding up the procedures and supporting the decision processes and mechanism. Number 7, enhancing the human capacity and capacity building across the real estate sector based on the human capital investment as one of the most important key drivers across the real estate sector, by enhancing the national capacity and subject matter capacities in terms of development, PropTech investment, and adopting training programs and workshops that are advanced to cope up with the increasing growth and development for the decision-making processes, sharing experience and expertise locally, regionally, and globally, and enhancing integration, which has been emphasized by the forum in terms of the expertise and experiences, of course, across the different cities, countries, across the different real estate markets at a global level, and the benefit from the successful practices and Number 9, the prosperity of the regions given the prosperity of the cities, as emphasized by the forum. The prosperity of any given city or any real estate area should be well reflected and positively reflected on the different growth and development pathways in such a way to enhance integration across the regions, and also striking a balance for the opportunities for the investment, enhancing innovation and the real estate financing models, which has been called by the forum for more innovation across, which includes, of course, off-plan sales, tokenization, being expansion tools for more investment and the depth in investment and the depth in the market, and enhancing more and more across different parties while leveraging the global digital market, linking the real estate market with the quality of life, as emphasized by the forum, which contributes directly to enhancing quality of life by urban planning, which takes into consideration the needs of the family, including welfare, prosperity, transport, mobility, connectivity, making human beings at the heart of growth and development. Growth and community, which has been emphasized by integrating the sustainability, the environmental sustainability principles and values by the efficiency, efficacy of the green PropTech in reducing the environmental impact, which makes it more sustainable for the cities while saving resources for the upcoming generation. Number 13, enhancing the resiliency across the different demands of the global market, enhancing the capacity of the real estate market to cope up with the political, geopolitical, and policies in such a way to ensure the stability of the market and to make it more attractive, ensuring that the real estate national policy should always go in line with the best of practices and the global criteria in such a way to enhance confidence and the trust without violating any kind of standards. Number 14, the Real Estate Excellence Award is recognition of the quality standards. The forum has emphasized the Real Estate Excellence Award as a national platform, a global platform, leading one that celebrates the best practices across the real estate sector, enhancing the standards of excellence, quality, and sustainability as well, in enhancing competitiveness across investors and developers in such a way to enhance the real estate of product services, enhancing confidence locally, globally. At the end, the recommendations of the forum is a roadmap for the future, where our horizon is getting wider, broader, more investment assets, ensuring the commitment of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to continue building a real estate environment that is innovative, that is attractive, that is stable, able to translate opportunities to highly economic impact, enhancing and establishing its role as a leading player across the real estate markets. With this in mind, the Real Estate Future Forum announces its 6th edition from 18 to 20 January 2027 to get along with the dialogue and push more and more. And from now, we will open the door wide for registration for the Real Estate Excellence Award and also enhancing the quality criterion. We always gather for good, and we always bid you goodbye. We hope to see you again and again next year at the same time. Thank you so much for your attention. It's highly appreciated.
لا كلام بعد الأستاذ تيسير، ولكن للتنويه فقط نأمل تكرما تسليم أجهزة الترجمة إلى الزملاء في مكتب الترجمة آخر القاعة. شكرا لكم.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your engagement and contributions.